All right. Guess what, fam? We are going to be kicking off Diamond 2. It's Muta Ling Bane time. So we are going to be shifting into a much more active and mobile composition. And we are still seeing very layer tech focused. I really think there's so much to learn in terms of fundamental analysis. Did you over drone? Did you under drone? Is your macro too bad? Do you need to get better at map vision? When to fight, when to pull back. And I think that's always way more important than absolutely anything else that you're doing, right? Sorry guys, cut off the end of the battle rather. So we are going to be focusing on still Muta Ling Bane or die trying. Arguably we can learn to add ultras on the top of this, since ultras is a very easy to execute hive tech switch that doesn't have too many moving pieces. And we are basically just going to be kicking our opponent's ass. So we've got a whole list here of different things that are going to change our build. We've already shifted in this direction a little bit at the end of Diamond 3+ with Roach Hydra, because we were coming across more Banshee and Oracle and Void Ray openings, which forced us to build a few extra queens. So we were kind of already going in this 5 queen direction. But we're also going to do rule of 1 gas, rule of 2 gas. And what does that mean, guys? That means no more gases beyond the first 1 or 2 gases until all 3 mineral lines are 16 plus drones each. So that idea is we're doing a super mineral focus, exploding the minerals, and then explode the gas all at once. So it's a bit more kind of set, and it's more just lings and queens in the initial stage. We're going to be using a Bane Nest instead of a Roach Warren in most of our games, unless we see a specific reason to swap into Roaches. And we're also going to talk about mutas, which a lot of people see as chaotic and it's hectic. And there's an important note. You're allowed to tunnel vision when you're first learning the mutas, because you need to learn how to quickly visually recognize, is this a yes situation? Or is this a no, get the hell out of there situation? You need to figure that stuff out, guys. You've got to figure that out. That's hard. It takes time, it takes practice, but you want to be able to instantaneously do that. So it's okay to tunnel vision a bit, but the goal is that we want it to be systematic. Your mutas fly across the map to outside their base. You do your macro, queue up some extra macro. Okay, bam. We want to micro in for 15 seconds with our mutas. Disengage, queue them to go safely to a new harassment angle, and in that downtime, do another macro cycle. Check through your bases, transfer your workers, add extra tech, blah, blah, blah. Oh, mutas are back in their location. Cool. Micro them in, do some damage for 15 seconds, disengage, queue them back to a new attack angle, do more macros. And you just rinse and repeat that. There's a very clear shifting between the two. And obviously, if your opponent's attacking you at the same time, that gets very difficult to manage, and it's easy to just drop all organization and become pure chaos, but that is how you shoot yourself in the foot as a Zerg player. Finding a way to stay chilled out in chaotic situations, finding a way to actually still execute in an organized fashion when all your instincts are saying, no, I gotta do things faster, and then you start tripping over your own feet and handicapping yourself. You fight those urges. It's organized urgency, not chaotic, random clicking shit like an idiot and then putting ourselves way behind, which is what 90% of us do in high pressure scenarios. So remember, it's about saying, oh, this situation's chaotic. Let's retrain my instincts to do things that make a bit more sense. Okay? Big thank you, Alacronos, for the 25-month 30 sub. Are we doing this series for the other 2 races? If this one does well enough, then we're definitely considering it. That pool's a few seconds late, not the end of the world. Let's just send this guy down nice and early to make sure that hatchery gets down in time then. So, same overlord pattern as always. We are in a Zerg versus Terran. I'm gonna come in there and see if there's a command center, get back on the pillar. 17 hatch goes down. Get all the hotkeys there ready. And then take a gas. Now we took a drone off that closer patch. So let's fix that one up. Keep building drones. So 1 goes on minerals, and then onto gas, and onto gas. Now we see an SCV come in. Is it worth sending a drone to deal with that? Yeah, why not? Let's just check. Well, he's not building a bunker, so we don't really need to worry. He probably would have built a bunker straight away. Build a queen. We're gonna build the overlord straight away. Now the overlord goes over here to look for the reaper, and then it'll go down there. I'm gonna build first pair of Zerglings. Now, because it could be a Reaper opening, that's more common. Tell the Zerglings to go there, and then there. Now, that way, they're automatically dodging the Reaper. So that's a cute little adjustment that we can do consistently every single game versus a Terran player. Now notice, he's leaving his Reaper at home. So rather than going in, just hide him there, and then wait for him to leave. And our Overlord will see if our opponent leaves. Now, our opponent doesn't have a command center, so we're gonna go a little bit deeper there, pull 2 workers off gas. We've injected, go to the natural. Let's go take a third base. So, not the quickest factory, so I think it's just command center on the high ground, guys. Now, because there's a reactor building, we know there's no Marines. And indeed, we do see a command center. So, cool. Let's see if we can get these Zerglings in. I doubt it, but you never know. Third base. Remember, hold off on the inject, because we want to sync these up. Inject, inject. Build a third queen. And build an Overlord, so Overlord can go up there. Oh, cool! We killed an SCV there. That was awesome. Now we can see if we can kill one more. Keep building guys. Oh, let's put those guys back on gas. Make sure we don't forget. Extra Overlord up there. Extra Overlord down here. He hadn't swapped those around yet, but he still very well may do. We're gonna queue this Overlord to go through for a scout in just a little bit. Inject, inject, more drones. I'd already just queued up a whole bunch of extra Overlords, so we don't really need to worry about that. Bring a creep tumor down. And guys, we can rally over to that third base. Now guys, we are trying to do the Muta play, aren't we? Oh, what's it changed? What's it changed? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing for now. Just super chill still. We're still working on our economic basics, okay? Now, if we want to rush our mutas, we absolutely can try and get our lair a little bit faster. But for now, we're just kind of chilling. Now, his Reaper's still there, so let's do that. And what do we see, guys? Factory plus Starport. Starport starts upgrading, which tells us it's probably Cloak Banshees. We're putting a bunch of Overlords. All right, guys, let's get that lair. And our Roach Horn. Wait, no, Bane Nest. So let's actually sync those up. Baneling Nest and lair can go together, because I didn't write down the lair timing in my build. So that'll be cool. I think that'll be our standard timing for that. We'll write that down at the end of this game. And let's also try and take our gases a little bit quicker. Did we want to do that? No, we didn't, because we wanted to wait till this third base was saturated. Thinking about how I want to teach this at the same time as doing it. Also, we forgot our 5th queen. So we're tangled up between my previous build order and my current one right now. This is not organized. This is chaotic. This is really bad. We're going to be fine. It's not going to be the end of the world. But this is just something which is not the way we want to really be teaching this. So pull the Lings back, remember? The Trident is the queens. And the Lings are the net. Their job is only to really get in there if your opponent messes things up. We want to go Spire, okay? And Bane Nest. So it's Spire first, then Bane Nest is your gas spending order. Now it's really easy to go, I've got 3 bases, this is cool. But this is where we say, wait, this is very different. We need Macro Hatch, 4th base. Or you can go 4th base, 5th base Macro Hatch if you prefer. Let's actually do that one. So if one of these bases dies, the other one survives. Now a lot of you will think that's so weird. But if you're playing a Ling Bane style, you have so much production. So notice, all at once, what are you going to do, guys? Well, we'll make an Overseer to scout while winning. We go add to hotkey, add to hotkey, add to hotkey. And there we go. That's our 4th. That's our 5th. So we've got bases going up on both sides. And what are we doing while we're waiting for our lair to finish, guys? Oh, we've got a drone I just pulled off, which is weird. Do that. Awesome. Let's get double Evo. Now remember, you want to do that when your Spire's almost done, okay? Now, why not any earlier? Because we want to build mutas before actually making upgrades, okay? Now notice, we're still not droning our 4th or 5th base. These are essentially macro hatcheries for us, okay? And you only ever inject with 3 workers regularly. A lot of people, they make their life really hard for themselves by trying to inject many different hatcheries. So we go mutas here. So you notice I had a lot of minerals, a lot of gas saved up. We go mutas. We don't quite have enough. Let's get rid of these guys. There we go. More lava popped out all into mutas. So guys, we have 14 mutas. We're going to rally them here. into this staging zone, okay? And then we can go double upgrades next, okay? As well as the Spire upgrades. So, Spire upgrade, Carapace, and then melee with our next 100 gas. We'll come back to finish that. Let's drone up the gases and the minerals just a little bit on that 4th base. We can also take the gas on our 5th base if we want to. And there we go. Now, if we were under any real direct threat, we would quickly make a ton of banelings. But we're not just yet. Now, we just saw something fly across the map. So we'll build some spores. And guys, let's take out... Oh. Okay, it's about to get chaotic. Mutas are going to dive. Now you can just click on the turret, and that'll usually work. But, check it out, he actually reacted. So we're going to go and fly around a little bit. So, micro, 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 micro. Q to new staging point. Inject, inject, inject. Build drones, build zerglings. I'm doing half-half at the moment because I think both are important. We're going to move these guys around, put some more spores around, and then we go back in. Behind this, I'm building some more overlords. All right, guys, 15 seconds of muta micro. Let's go. Now, notice I'm clicking underneath the mutas. So this actually clumps them up. If you click underneath them, they clump up. Now, things are kind of stressful, right? He's there. Oh my god! So we're just going to A-move that. Our mutas are going to Q to come back and clean this up. So this is unnecessarily chaotic, right? Inject, inject, inject. 5th base. Get on the gases. So we're just going to fly my mutas home here. And if I'd been paying attention to my mini-map and just cleaned this drop up immediately, it would have been much easier. So let's do that now. Now, while we're A-moving over there, as long as our lings are in front, we should be fine. And you guys can go there. And we're going to build extra queens. These ones are going to add to our kind of key. Ah, here we go, finally. So notice the mutas click the medevacs. If you want to move forward to make sure they can't escape as well, awesome bonus points. Put out your ling spotters. And then pull back. Our lings are also going to break through some of these rocks, as well as morph more safety banelings. Inject, inject, inject. Let's build some drones. And, ooh. So we see he's dropping again. So if your opponent keeps dropping, you can always just pull your mutas home. But for now, we're just going to defend with that. So let's try and fly the mutas in. And let's build more mutas right now, because my mutas I think are doing pretty good damage. Let's try and kill that turret. And notice I'm targeting the SCVs, and now I fly away from the Marines. Oh, but there's a Thor. Thors have long range. So we're going to keep doing damage. Now I'm going to attack that and then Q back down here. So we're going to go home and inject. Is it risky to look away? Yeah, but I knew they would kill that in about a second anyway. So it's totally fine. So at this point, notice I'm floating money. If you're ever floating money, just build a bunch of macro hatcheries, okay? So my mutas are just waiting to go in again. Whenever you got a free moment in between macro cycles, if they're turtled up like this, notice that I'm not pushing as hard with my mutas, trying to force the damage. Do you know why that is? It's because we know he's turtled up. What are the chances of us doing massive damage? It's not as high. So what's more important? Spreading creep? Also, use your hatcheries. I just stacked injects there and there. So my creep queens, they've all stacked up a bunch of energy. So we're going to inject these hatcheries that don't have regular injecting queens, and we're going to turn those into creep fountains. Now, my opponent's going to push through the middle. So there's ways you deal with this, namely counter-attacking with mutas and clicking banelings into it. So you want to take like some banelings and just click them into it while your mutas counter-attack. So all I'm doing here, making banelings, and then just every now and then I'll just click the banelings into them. So we're going to go up in there. Notice we just keep on just clicking in some of the banelings at a time. And it looks like we can probably clear that out. but that's okay. Inject, inject, inject. Obviously my... Whoa! Probably shouldn't look away from the mutas while they're in a base. However, that's only one Thor. There's not many units. So it looks like what we're going to do now... Notice how before I was clumping the mutas up. Notice how now I'm giving them move commands that are further away. And to stop them, I'm actually pressing hold position. And this is going to maintain their spread. So this is using the magic box. So people usually, when they say magic box, they refer to doing what I'm doing. But... So let's keep playing here. The magic box, let's explain this micro concept. Basically, whenever you have any units, there is an invisible box around those units. Okay? Anytime you click within that box, they will break formation and clump up. Anytime you give them, a move command, that's what I mean by click. So anytime you give a move command in the box, and it's just outside the area, so it's something like this. This is the game has this hidden within the game, right? You give them a move command within the box, they break formation to all touch that point, and then they'll naturally all slowly spread out from there again, right? But anytime you click outside of that box, let's move them away from units that are aggroing them for a moment. Yeah, so anytime you move these outside the box, notice they maintain formation. Now, if they get to that point, they will then, once they get there, if there's things to attack, they're all going to start kind of going after them. So you see, and they'll start to clump, which is why we use platinum. So essentially, if there's no splash damage around, you're trying to avoid marines, avoid turrets, you want to always click inside the box, because then it keeps the mutas stacked up almost as if they're one unit, and it's easier to kind of go, haha. So notice I'm going attack, attack. So whether you right click or I do a lot of attack and left click, just to make sure I don't misclick it, and you can kind of stay outside of the turret range. So it's, you kind of just alternating left click, right clicking underneath them to keep them clumped, and giving them attack commands, right? And obviously if you don't spam click it, they naturally spread out. So this is a really cool way of stacking them. But you'll notice whenever there were Thors on the field, we completely shifted our method, because doing that means they're going to eat big Widow Mine or big Thor shots, right? So you'll see people do that if you have an Overseer with them, which I should have had, by the way. I didn't because I was lazy, and you should make Overlord speed. You see a Widow Mine, say that SCV is a Widow Mine. If you don't clump up first and you just kind of click on it, your mutas won't all attack at once, and it'll probably fire before it dies. But if you clump up, you can one-shot the Widow Mine before it fires. Okay? So, if there's Thors or Widow Mines around though, and you're not just able to one-shot them before any splash damage goes down, we use it the other way. We never click underneath them, we always click past where we want to go. Say that turret's a Thor, we click past the Thor, and then as they're getting above it, we press hold position. And if we want to move that way, hold position. That way, hold position. And you can even use the mini-map if that's easier for you. You're like, oh, I want to go left. So you just click left on the map. I want to go up. You just click so that you're not having to do as much scrolling. And this way they maintain their spread. So you'll use that against Archons, Thors. You might even manually spread them out more and do it this way. If you're up against like Infesta Viper, you might fly in over an army, come in and, you know, hold position like this, like even more spread out because you're trying to avoid fungal and parasitic bomb. So that's what you want to do. Now this game got really chaotic because we had mutas and our opponent dropped us, which is absolutely wild. For our opponent to keep dropping us when we had mutas out, that's free kills for us. So what should we have done in this game? We should have pulled back the moment I saw whatever that red dot was. I assumed it was like a Banshee or something, but I flew right past that drop. I should have immediately turned the mutas around, started shooting the medevacs, and if I didn't kill them, if he unloaded quick enough, I could have just backed off with the mutas, waited for my Zerglings to join up with him, cleaned it up together, and then sent my mutas across to harass. So whenever if you're not, unless you're like, your mutas are already on the other side of the map when you notice this, and you're like, okay, I might as well do damage to an undefended mineral line, it's usually better to just use them to clean things up and get complete map control. Hey, Parser. Yeah, this is me. How you doing, mate? GG well played, mate. Sorry. Apologies. Smurfing the ladder. Feels really good. I'm slowly just having people coming in like, oh, you're a piece of shit who just got me. How you doing, mate? Yeah. So essentially, guys, we should have cleaned that up, and then we could have been a bit more rhythmic and calm in the bouncing between the actions, right? Instead, we ended up having to constantly be disrupted there, and we tried to find our way back to that rhythm. Do mutas, do macro cycle, do the muta harass, do the macro cycle, but it was going to be a little bit rough there. So let's go back to the build as we. Oh, we got the Raining Blood achievement. I guess we killed a full medevac or something. I don't know. Let's go back to the build and make sure we write down, because I'm not sure. Did I write down the lair timing, guys? Yeah, because we changed the opening up over here. This is still there. New opening is pretty much the same. Yeah, 4-minute versus Terran and Protoss. Okay. Plus lair. Okay. So we're going to just get the lair nice and quick then. And that's going to make things a bit easier. And you know what? Versus Terran, we can go 6 or 7 queens for more safety. That'll make us even more solid there. Get a few extra queens out. Cool. That's going to give us a more set lair timing. What about a second gas? So what we're going to do is we are going to do the rule of 2 gas to make this a more standard style. Yeah, we're going to do this. Plus lair, plus second gas. So it's going to be 4 minutes. You build a Baneling Nest, a lair, a second gas. So you just do all at once. Sometimes people get too technical with their builds. Like I do this at 4:05, I do this at 4:12. It's too many times where you're having to come back. You want to just batch things up. Oh, I'm building buildings. Make lair, make second gas, make Baneling Nest. Bam, bam, bam. So that's going to simplify the build a little bit. Awesome. So people are debating about what's going on. Yeah, guys, you need to open your ears, Sturmgott. You've got to open your ears. I'm not able to. So the thing is, like, I've very much said I'm not trying to teach people who aren't willing to put in the effort, and I'm also not gonna like. I'm slowing myself down quite a bit. Am I more precise? Am I faster at doing things? Yes. But I'm not gonna completely trip over my own feet trying to artificially handicap myself, just because I think the concepts still hold. And I think I get it that Bronze 2GM is normally about trying to spoon feed people who will otherwise be like really like, no, it doesn't apply to me. Like I know a lot of people, because it's not just Vibe. A lot of people have done Bronze 2GM. A lot of people. It's not me criticizing Vibe. It's criticizing a lot of what's going on. People saying, hold my hand, show me, don't tell me. And I've always said, look, I'm going to try and show you a bit more with this series, but I'm also going to tell you. Because the thing is, there is so many details in StarCraft. There's so many things you can be good at. I think the trick is, let's keep talking about response lists as my 5G connection's the one struggling today, guys. I'm using a different connection for the stream than for the gameplay, and looks like it's the 5G that has a little spike there. I mean, that should be pretty infrequent anyway. Oh my god, the lag. 600 ms right now. Okay, hopefully that settles down. There we go. That's better. So anyway, long story short, I'm going to try and break down the response lists a little bit more, because I think that's the most important thing for anyone at any level who wants to improve. So that's actually, like, I really appreciate criticisms, and I really am relying. So that's something I haven't talked about in today's session at all. And it is getting a bit different now that I'm in Diamond and I'm trying to teach more things. It's kind of harder to just teach one thing at a time, because there's so many other pieces that have to kind of catch up. And obviously, I'm not spending nearly as long doing them as you guys have to do to develop them, because, well, you know, number one, it's boring. I'm not going to show you guys a realistic practice time to get good at each of these skills. I'm just going to kind of instantly be able to, oh, I'm doing this now, bam. And there'll even be extra things that sneak in there in the chaos. So I think what we want to kind of know, and we want to kind of, what we want to factor in there is how do I react to those different situations? So do me a favor, at the end of a game, remind me. Which bit were you like, holy shit, how did you do that thing? You know, so quickly, that was crazy to me. Remind me of that stuff, and that's really gonna help me out, okay? Now guys, ZVZ is the same as it always was. Now notice, Queen is gonna go behind the Overlord. Oh, he's watching. I was hoping to catch him out there. Wasn't able to. I started my Ling speed about 10 seconds late there, so that's a bit of a bummer. That's okay. I think we get to kill this Overlord anyway. So we're going to have one Overlord there and one Overlord over here. That's a lot of Zerglings. And is that a Baneling nest? It is. Okay. Building lots of drones. I'm not actually changing my build order at all. One more Overlord here. And I'm queuing that to kill that and then come back and inject. Baneling nest is pretty slow again, so I've really got to get better at remembering that. And remember, guys, we're going to build some Zerglings straight away. And we see quite a few Lings coming, so we need to do nothing but build Zerglings for a moment. And I'm even going to put down a Spine, because that is just so many units. Now, I'm going to wait for this guy to inject. But as soon as he ejects, get to the ramp. Now, what we're doing there is we actually have told that queen to shift hold position. So it's going to move there and then she will hold position. We could also do a very advanced maneuver, which is hold position those drones. So they're a little drone force field. So we're just going to fight with all these guys because we can't lose the drone thing. Oh my god! Spready, spready, spready! Ah, and this is why you need your Baneling nest on time. Look at this fucking disaster. I also moved my Overlord out here too late, and we just had all the weaknesses of my build order exposed. I did this really sloppily. I didn't pay attention to my opponent's race at the start of the game. And guess what? That was an absolute shit show. If I didn't have my micro, I'd be dead right now. So this game showcased everything I did wrong in my early game in the best way possible. Fantastic play from my opponent, and I'm in big trouble. Now, we're going to try and take the fight to them. These guys, I'm actually stealing those onto number 0 and putting them on my ramp. Everything else is going across the map, though. And notice these guys, we're just making Banelings and putting all of them there. And these guys are going to go there. We've got Banelings that are going to go in the mineral line. Now, I see all the Zerglings coming back. So we change targets. And now I'm F2ing across the map because we saw that he F2'd home. And we're just A-moving. Okay. Inject, inject. Rally, build an Overlord, build an Overlord. Now look back at the fight. Doesn't look like we're doing much there. So let's try and A-move that Baneling once we realize it had a good fight. We're going to make some more guys here. This looks like about equal numbers, maybe slightly more for me. So we're just A-moving, A-moving, A-moving. And this game's total chaos, so I'm F2ing a lot right now. I'm using my select all army key, something I don't recommend you guys do. But it can be very nice in chaotic scenarios. And this was a terrible game for me. That was appallingly bad, and I deserve to die. Probe Scout Simon, thank you for the 25 month resub. That was terrible. So, guys, what's the build order? First of all, where was the drone going to the third? The third base started a little bit late. I was just a little bit off on that. Now, this queen killing an Overlord to delay and inject, is that worth it? I'm almost a full inject behind for it. So is that worth it? I normally will take that trade, but it's up to you if you think that's worth it or if you just chase the Overlord back and go back and get your inject. Consistency equals the inject's probably better. The big problem is this Baneling nest. Now let's take a look at this and remember, because the hatch is meant to go down earlier, and then your Bane nest is meant to go down the second that hatchery goes down. Where the 2 minutes 50 is the absolute latest that should be happening. Now my third hatch actually did go down at a decent time. If we look at that, where's the Baneling nest, guys? Where is it? That is very bad play. And that is the most important thing you need to do there. Okay? That Baneling nest timing is crucial because it keeps you safe from all of the standard Ling rushes. My opponent has done a 21-23. Apparently it's a 23 drone Zergling Baneling flood here. Right? Now, I did not overdrone at all. I just didn't have my Baneling nest ready. If that Baneling nest is 20 seconds earlier, 30 seconds later, whatever it is, we can morph Banelings here, number 1. What's the other big thing that we messed up, guys? So I normally have a very firm rule, but I broke it, and I've been breaking it in a few of my Zerg vs. Zergs, and that is 2 Overlords outside their base. So you've got good vision, you can easily check the third. There's no way you're going to miss anything leaving their base with those 2 Overlords. But your third Overlord has to sit outside your base so you see Banelings coming in. I was being greedy and trying to send my third Overlord to the middle of the map to see what's going on there. And I was going to use my 4th Overlord. And what's the problem? I don't know about these Banelings, which I should have known about. And that's why I pull off my ramp. Whereas what I should have done here, if I knew about the banelings, I should have just rebuilt my baneling nest in the main, assume I'm going to lose that. I can try to come forward with my zerglings and fight for a little bit, grab all my drones, click them on the minerals in the main, lose the baneling nest, but he can't get past the queens on the ramp. Make some banelings on the high ground, banelings on the low ground, and we're all good. I did a really good spread there. You're not going to pull that off. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. You've got to have a clean opening. And if you're doing a Ling Bane aggression like we are, a really simple, clean build order, better have your baneling nest on time. Boolia says, I think the spine was overkill. Because my baneling nest was so late? Not at all. And it's not a bad idea. If you see your opponent flooding lings and you don't feel confident, I think that's an okay move. But because if our baneling nest was on time, we wouldn't have needed it for sure. The drone surround on the spine. Do you do that in higher leagues as well? Absolutely. That's actually a higher league maneuver. That's not a noob killer maneuver. If I'm getting ling flooded, I'll do that drone force field. I like to call it a drone force field. I don't know if anyone else calls it that. I like to do that even on the ramp. So if I'm getting ling flooded, I'll have 2 queens and I'll have 4 or 5 drones that I tell to hug the queens from in front and then hold position. So my opponent is going to have to individually target those drones to kill them before they can get at the queens. And if I want to be super hardcore, I can then, as the drones start getting targeted, mineral walk them through the queens into my main for safety. So they both buy me a good bit of time without even losing the drones. That's a super advanced maneuver, but it's actually saved my ass against a bunch of dumbass builds. Guys, we're playing as EVT. So unfortunately, we don't get a chance to immediately show you the fix on that build order, but that's okay. So first Overlord, Q to the pillar. Second Overlord, Q to the natural, and then to the sacrifice spot. Same as always. Now, there's a debate going on in chat. People are saying, look, I can copy what 5 teaches me. I can't copy what Pig teaches me. It's too fast. Maybe. Definitely today I'm playing a lot faster, I think. And that's partially because I'm adding so many things and learning them as I go. Because we're trying to realize things as we kind of do them. There's so much going on in a game of StarCraft. A lot of what I'm teaching is going to become apparent as you guys ask me things. So if there's a point in the game which you think you can't execute, tell me in chat. Please stop bringing it out to like overall, oh, but I can't do what you're doing. Tell me a specific point in the game where I did some crazy shit you can't do, and let me explain and maybe even show what I could have done to make that an easier and more attainable response. That helps me a lot. So guys, this is a collaborative learning process. I'm an expert at this game. I'm not going to be able to put myself in the mind of a bronze leaguer, let alone, definitely not a bronze leaguer, but even a plat leaguer or a diamond leaguer. It's just too hard for me because I'm too far down the rabbit warren. And I've said this many times throughout this series. I need you guys to tell me what doesn't make sense or what you're missing or this or that. Because otherwise, I'm just not going to explain it because there's too much that I just take as a given. Now that should have been 2 Zerglings. I didn't start them. So these Zerglings are very late, which is a bit of a bummer because that means we probably don't get across the map before the Reaper's here. I'll still queue them around the left and see if we can get there. And in fact, the Reaper's on the high ground, which is fascinating. And so is the command center. I guess there's a lot of people doing roach rushes and people aren't happy about it. You guys let me know. Why do you think so many of these players are doing this? Ling speed, let's return cargo and then go take that 3rd base. So we'll hide those Zerglings there. Just building drones. We've pulled the 2 off gas already. Take the 3rd hatchery, add to the hotkey, rally back there. Remember? 3rd queen after that. Oh shit, we injected that a bit early. Should be inject. Lazy, that's okay. And then we want to build an Overlord. I just built 2 drones because I was a little low on supply, but let's quickly build that Overlord to go out here. That Overlord can go here. Reaper's there, doesn't really matter too much. We can go Overlord there. So I'm just, oh, he actually already almost lost that. That's awesome for me. Now remember, this stays your injecting queen. We keep things nice and simple here. Extra Overlord down there. All right. Oh. Don't want to be annoying. Let's see if we can get in there. Inject. Drones. Spread creep. And looks like the Overlord gets shot. We get cleaned up there. Fair enough. So guys, guess what? We're meant to go 5 queens as default. This time around, we're going to build 2 more queens. So about 3 minutes 30, as your 2 bases are saturated, you put guys back on gas in the main. We can rally 1 more. We rally to our 3rd. And this drone, this queen, spreading creep, very important. Inject, inject. And we didn't see any Hellions. So we're just going to build 4 lings for a bit of map vision. I'll send this Overlord through, but otherwise all I'm doing is building drones, guys. Drones, drones, and we're putting Overlords out on the edges. So we've got that Overlord there, that Overlord there. This guy should be coming out front our 3rd. It is. We're going to spread creep there. And these queens, as they pop, they're all the extra queens. And because it's a Terran, remember I said you can build a 6th queen. So we'll do that one as well. And these guys will just do an inject in the meantime. Fill in the gap there. Inject, inject, more drones. And it looks like a 2-1-1. So 2 barracks, stim plus 2 medevacs means there's going to be a big double drop of Marines that hits us. So against that build, you want to actually pull your Overlords back a bit. If you can. If you forget to, it's not the end of the world. He's got a lot of Marines out here. Oh, so he wants to kill my Overlord. So we're going to hide it. Super sneaky. We're going to put our Zergling spread out. Now, because it's almost 5 minutes, which is when that attack's about to hit us, we need to make nothing but Zerglings from here, guys. Oh shit, I forgot the fucking gas. You see, I'm looking at my scouting too much. I forgot the lair Baneling nest, I guess. That's all a minute late. So I've been tunnel visioning on the scouting, and this is really bad, guys. This is very bad. Now, what do we do? As always, we're going to bring that queen to help us. We've got a lot of lings coming out, and we're going to attack the medevacs with the queens and then A-move the Zerglings. We want to try and drop the transfuses. Now, it's kind of dangerous to chase there, but that worked out. I'm going to build 1 more round of Zerglings just to be a little safe here. Overlords needed as well. And notice we're saturated on all 3 bases. So what do we do, guys? We change the rally point from each hatchery to itself. And we take the gases on every base. But we also go macro hatch, 5th base, 4th base. Okay. Put some scouts out. And just keep droning right now. Let's get the Spire. And Baneling speed, remember, is the first thing you do when your Spire's done. You put guys on gas. So remember, there are easier ways to put on gas. Let's leave 1 guy there. Now, because we already killed a medevac, we don't need to build any more units, right? We just need to... So we shoot the medevac with the queens. And we see he's going over there. Now we're setting up our camera locations. We've got the macro hatch. Double Evo chamber, remember? We want to start upgrades after our first round of mutas. Right now I'm going around. 14 drones, we need a few more. Oh. Go to my 3rd. Oh, that doesn't need any more drones, but it's missing a queen. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that queen off my group. She never should have been on it. And she's going to go inject it. Okay. We're going to rally everything to my 4th base. And what are we doing in the meantime, guys? We're on 66 drones. All we do is make Lings and Banes. Now, we haven't made any Banes yet. What if Hellbats come? What if a big bio push comes? It's a good idea to make sure we're ready for all that stuff. Now, you don't want to go pure Baneling. A lot of people go, oh, okay, and they make like 30 Banes. You just want enough Banes that they can't easily be shot down and that you can kind of punish an opponent who's clumped up. Now, obviously, he's being very annoying. So we just A-move that. Put some more spotters out. We're also going to go Overlord, Overlord. And my muta count's not that high because we built all those Banelings. So if we could have skipped those entirely, you can kind of see what advantage that gets you. The greedier you are on that, upgrades, by the way, for everything after our first round of mutas. And let's take gases on our 4th and our 5th, all at once, all in one go, guys. And remember, people will say, oh, I don't have enough APM to do what you just did. Batch it up. Build gas. Build gas. If you use camera locations, that's not about anything else. That's just efficiency. That's all that is. Okay, let's build 1 round of drones. Build 3 on gas. Build 3 on gas. Muta micro time. What are we doing behind this? We're building more mutas, more lings. So notice I was macroing off my keys. Even now, if nothing's happening, I'm building overlords. Are you going to be able to do all that stuff always? No. Looks like he's attacking me. So we're going to try and roll in. Mutas go into the other mineral line. Let's see if we can catch this army. So notice I'm moving on him. And what are we doing, guys? Inject, inject, inject. Check the mutas. Ah, click them there. Let's go home. Make more banelings. Now, I keep doing this weird control click on the banelings. You can just tab, actually. This is a mechanic I haven't talked about yet, guys. I don't think. Maybe I mentioned it at the start of the series. Ooh, my mutas are flying in and dying. Let's just disengage with the mutas, shall we? Let's A-move with our Ling Bane, because I think we made enough banelings. All right. Yep. Let's respread creep. That's the main thing that you kind of need to take advantage of. Oh, there's a base there? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, I'll queue my mutas there. I use my side mouse button, and a lot of pros do this to tab between units. So notice, it's Zergling, eggs, banelings, Zerglings, eggs, banelings. So that's just using my side mouse button. So I can just tab if the Zerglings are selected or something like that. If the banelings are selected and I want to morph more banes. So I just tab with the side mouse button, I hold down the baneling key. Now, if I'm worried about my APM, I'll just pull back. I'll pull back to the dead space, hold position. And what am I doing? 2-2. Now, one of the best things, whether you're very heavy on the muta harass or not, is when your opponent comes to your side of the map, if you've got good macro, you can just A-move them. But if you're ever in a bad situation where you're not confident to just A-move them, like I have here, what's something else that we can do? Well, to make this situation a little bit harder for our opponent, what we can do is standard. What do we do? Alt 3. Those guys are ready as a run by. We can also use our dumping key. Remember I use 0? I steal Alt 0. Obviously I use a special key for that, which is easier to reach. And they can just be literally queued to just run into a mineral line. The bigger your economy gets, the more you don't care about a few units dying. It's only the big army dying that could get you killed. Oh shit, my army's kind of small right now. So let's build 100 Zerglings and banelings here. And these guys are gonna run in. And these mutas are gonna fly in. I'm just gonna kill those depots and then fly back. Now, my opponents haven't really been defending mutas well. So I've had unlimited attempts or chances to do damage. But normally I like to actually use my mutas a bit more defensively. Unless they've got crazy opportunities, I'd like to focus more on just queuing banelings into mineral lines. Like I could just click those into a mineral line and use my Ling Bane to try and defend. And my mutas are there to stop him doing this sort of thing, where he picks up, you know? So you can even, if there's not too much splash damage, notice I've just got the mutas and I've gone shift right click on the medevacs, and that's gonna help that one out a little bit. I'm still not used to this new build I'm teaching, guys. So that is still not quite right. We were doing a lot of things correct, except we forgot to take the lair, the baneling nest, and the second gas at 4 minutes, and that meant we were both risky, greedy. It also just meant our spire was late. Things didn't line up as fast as we wanted them to, so things were a little bit messy there. Now, it still worked out, but we want to remember 4 minutes. So about when our two bases are saturated, we start extra queen production about 3:30, and we rally to our third. So that's about 3:30, 3:40 is when that should happen. You put back on gas with these guys, which you see, often you could do that as the eggs every game. So your first lava inject in your main, those eggs popping out are the ones that go back on gas. Okay? We're gonna go to 5 or 6 queens by default. That's part of the new build. And then at 4 minutes here, as we're rallying drones to our third, lair, second gas, and a bane nest. And you can see this queen pops out here. So it's kind of easy to remember because it's like, hey, when we're telling that queen to like spread creep or whatever, adding her to my creep defense key, that's going to become, oh, lair baneling nest. And if it's 10 seconds later, it doesn't matter. That's fine. We just want to make sure that that's kind of synced up. Yeah, so there's a lot of things where I batch things up in a really efficient manner. And definitely my mouse accuracy and stuff is there. And the usage of camera locations is super, super sick, guys. So yeah, don't get me wrong. You're not going to be able to execute as well as I am. At the same time, I'm not meant to be playing at a diamond level, am I? I'm meant to be showing the skills that are most important in order. That's essentially what this is. This is a gallery showcasing you what I think are the most important skills. Yeah, I used to be a pro player. The content that's really missing is how to deal with cheese, says Depressed Witch. Because there's so many timings. There's so many unlimited timings that can come out and so many different attacks and things. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've talked about it a bit in my Welcome to StarCraft series. There's still a lot of things. Obviously this was a bit too late into Zergling production. So what's something to remember here, guys? If your opponent's doing that 2 barracks starport build, normally from about 4 minutes 30, 4 minutes 40, you want to start building Zerglings nonstop so that you're nice and safe. I didn't start Zerglings because everything was delayed in the build and I was forgetting it all. I don't start Zerglings until almost 5 minutes, which is why this almost does massive damage. This was a really crisp attack, well done by my opponent, and they almost did massive damage here, but they ended up overcommitting. They were a little slow to stim there, and they were deep on creep, and they were overcommitted. So this ended up really amazing for me. You should make it a point that you get Overlord speed with this build, says Bullia. Yeah, probably like around the time 1-1 finishes or something like that. I guess we could do it. I mean, more mutas plus OV speed. Yeah. I think that's a decent way of doing it. Does he see the 2 medevacs coming? Whether I did or didn't, we were already meant to be building Zerglings because we'd seen the 2 barracks at that point, and I was already just a bit slow on it. Yeah. The stuff you do isn't attainable for me. Neither are the hands fast enough, nor the practice muscle memory, as sure as with you. Something nice for me to know is when you check the minimap and which alerts you react to. So I check the minimap when I'm doing things that I've practiced to become subconscious. And I don't think there's any level, like you're not going to have everything as well practiced as me, don't get me wrong, but you will naturally, if you have more units on the minimap, you will get more warnings and you will get more vision and more chances to spot stuff. So the first trick is more map vision is going to make you better at looking at the minimap because you get more often rewarded for it. The second thing is basically if you're like when I'm doing my macro cycle, I'm watching the minimap. I'm glancing at my supply to see how many overlords I need, but I'm also glancing at the minimap. And if I'm just like just kind of spreading creep tumors, I'm not really looking at the creep tumors. Like I look at them and then I glance at the minimap while I'm spreading creep. So there's a lot of these moments where I'm kind of like, Jesus, kind of ascertaining what's going on. Yeah, in terms of alerts, I mean, it's not something I never jump to most recent alert. You shouldn't use that. I don't have the alert list on the side of the screen. What should you jump to? What shouldn't you jump to? I think the important thing is no matter what you're doing, make as much subconscious as possible. Make as much a set play as possible. In general, and that's why I guess I'll talk about it. This next game, we should be able to get the build down. And over the next few games, I'm going to keep talking about, okay, here's a problem. Here's a reaction list. Because that's something you never stop doing is whenever there's a situation in StarCraft, if you don't know how to react straight away, or if you don't know what you're meant to be doing at a point in the game, those are the points you need to always focus yourself on, okay, guys? Always focus yourself on. If there is a moment where you go, what do I do here? That's the problem. That is the problem. Is there a reason pros use box injects over an inject queen hotkey? Well, they swap to an inject queen hotkey later on when things get stable, but in the early game, your queens are rotating their roles. They often have to get pulled to the front to get your queens up front to defend Hellions and Adepts and that sort of thing, to defend Oracles. So what you're often doing is you're pulling a queen off injecting duty into fighting duty, and you're letting the new queen that pops out replace it. So that way, new queens that pop out automatically replace queens that are pulled. It gives you a more fluid ability to go between defense and macro, rather than having to redo your control groups over and over again. But as the game gets to the mid game onwards, they're more likely to use an injecting queen hotkey. Overlord positioning is really confusing for me, says Alyosius. Well, there's a system. It's the exact same way every game against Terran and Protoss, and it's slightly different against Zerg. So, against Zerg, we go one Overlord goes there, and then goes there. So, what is it doing? It's just checking when our opponent's expansion happened, and our second Overlord is going to go out front our natural, and then across to normally the sacrifice position, but in this case, it's just going to see when our opponent goes for a third. Our next Overlord will sit out front our base to give us warning of Banelings coming in, and then one or two Overlords in the middle of the map, just so we can see any Banelings or Zerglings and see what our opponent's kind of doing on the mini-map. Okay? The downhill base is really dangerous for lower leagues. When I stop taking it, I stop dying to air attacks. Yeah, well, I always take the more defended high ground base, basically on every map, right? Whereas you see pros often do the down lower one, because it is a little bit more standard. I usually take what I think is the easier base to defend. 17 pool, 17 hatch, 17 gas. And remember guys, this is ZVZ, so this is a very different game plan. We are entering the arcade of Zerg versus Zerg, which is learning how to fight with Ling Bane. And remember, oh, one big Baneling hit ruined it. If one big Baneling hit's ruining it and winning or losing you the game, it's for a very clear and simple reason. And it's you're fucking up the game. You're not playing good. The whole point is we're trying to develop systems here. So remember guys, third overlord, what's it doing? It's going to check our pillar just to make sure he's not there, and then just sit out front of our base. Super chill. 2 Zerglings are going to come over. What's their job? They're going to try to scout. Actually, you know what? They're just going to try and jump straight into the base. Queue up our extra queen. I think our main is saturated. 3 on gas, 16 on minerals. So what do? We rally to the natural. Inject, move to the natural. Some of you guys are saying, okay, I just get discouraged because the speed Pig's moving, as he goes past my level of skill, I get discouraged. Yeah, I think that happens to a lot of people. I get that, guys. We're gonna A move, Q, A move. Just in case there's an overlord there, we'll hit it a few times and tell it to piss off. Third base, and remember guys, right after that, we're gonna build a Baneling nest. Now we're gonna build, not for a wall out front, but just for a little pocket, so that queen is protected. At least partially by that. We just saw a spine crawler, big sign of defense. All I'm doing is building drones behind this. And remember, what are we looking for? Ling speed. So you look for the wobbles. Yep, our opponent's making ling speed and they're mining gas. Cool, no worries. Let's build another overlord, put it in the middle of the map. And 2 more drones maybe. Well, that's a lot of drones actually. That's probably more than we need, eh? Oh well. All we're doing is making Zerglings from here anyway. Let's sync our injects up. Should have done it on the previous cycle. Inject. And let's get 1 more overlord. Which I guess I can just put there. Oh shit, I accidentally just built drones. Oh no. Oh, wrong unit, guys. Oh. Well, anyways, these guys are going to be our forward Banelings. I just built like 3 drones. Oh. Well, this Ling Bane attack is going to be very delayed, which means it's really going to rely on us kind of setting up systems to make it work. Inject. So remember, the Banelings click right into the mineral line. The Lings are clicking in over here. And all we're doing is just rallying Lings and Banes. So we got plenty of supply free. We're going to be losing units soon. Let's run up. I'm running to the right just so I can get high ground vision. And oh, look at that. Now I don't have a lot of guys here yet, so I actually don't want to take any damage. I'm just going to take a little look-see. The spine in the wall is incredibly vulnerable. And notice we're just not entering the micro situation. 1 more overlord, lots of Zerglings, and now we can do it. So I've clicked on the spine and then into the mineral line, and the Zerglings back off to let them in, and then the Zerglings go for the surround. Now this is something, I'm going to blow up the Banelings. It takes 3 Banelings to kill enemy Baneling cocoons, but we don't have anything for those ones. So what do? We're just going to spread these guys, make more guys, and those guys can go up in there. And what we can do is really cool. We can just kind of run around, keep making Banelings. And what we're going to do is get called names. So the problem our opponent had there is exactly what we talked about earlier. Someone said, how do you defend Ling Bane aggression? And someone in chat immediately said, well, you wall off with Evo chambers and queens. Now, that is actually a decent way to do it. The problem my opponent's having here is twofold. Number 1, their wall off sucks balls. If you want to wall off, you need to make sure you put an Evo chamber up there and you leave just a space gap for the queen, because a spine crawler dies to just 4 Banelings, okay? A queen takes about 9 Banelings to kill a queen. Also, look at my opponent has really good vision in this game. They saw me rallying and making Banelings, so they had plenty of time to actually, they could have even uprooted the spine. Obviously it's dangerous, but to build, it's hard on this map because it's hard to build a wall off behind. But basically if they had, say, an Evo chamber there, and then a queen here in the wall. They could build an Evo chamber behind it and do a full wall. Easy peasy. But what's the problem? What's the problem? They've gone Baneling Nest and Ling Speed. The benefit of Ling Speed and Baneling Nest, whether used for a huge attack or used for me, what I'm doing, or used just as a defensive tool to get up a third and go to macro, is it's all about map control and being out there. Now, my opponent technically did cancel their Ling Speed, which was kind of cute, so they could start double upgrades, and they were trying to do a mass upgraded Zergling build, which is kind of cute. But the point of going Baneling Nest and Ling Speed is to actually use those to defend. So there's 3 queens. Why aren't they at the front? They do pull down here eventually, but they're a bit slow. And the Baneling Nest is not in time to actually defend any sort of normal Ling Bane attack. So this is useless tech. Useless tech. Yeah. And the wall off sucks. So there's no point. If you're going to build a wall, use the wall. Do a gasless roach build. Do a different build. If you're going to use Banelings, maybe a spine crawler, but you don't need to bother with the wall off. This is just an overinvestment. So our opponent's build is just not very solid here, and we get ourselves a very clean and easy win. Our opponent calls us a name, and you should get called that name a lot. A lot of people say, I don't like ZVZ. And I always say, look, you can win 90% of your games just doing Ling Bane aggression, and you can get better at microing that Ling Bane aggression, better at control grouping those units as you go. And it's such a good launching pad, because this is something I still use all the time on the ladder in high level games. You see it in tournament play. People do a big Ling Bane pressure and they either kill the opponent or they use it as a launching pad to then go up into the Roach play or the Muta play behind it. The game gets much more complicated in Diamond. Maxan says, I think a lot of people in Diamond 2, they get stuck because this is the league where the multifaceted aspect of the game starts to matter. Starting in Diamond 2, smaller concepts start to matter more. Tension management, macro cycles, proper scouting, reacting to scouting info, understanding comeback mechanics. Yeah, there's so many different things that can start to become more important. Yeah, the game gets more complicated, and you don't need, the thing is,
thanks for the Bezos
you don't need to digest everything at once, but you do need to give yourself a consistent launching pad for engaging with those concepts. And that all comes from having a clear game plan before the match starts. So remember, what's our game plan at the moment, guys? Well, we've got an opening that's very well defined. We do the same opening every game. It's a little different for each matchup now that we're in Diamond League, but that's okay. It's pretty similar. Okay, so the opening is that's not a whole strategy. That's not a whole game plan though, is it, guys? That's not. So what is the next part? The next part is I have a composition. Zergling, Baneling into Muta, Ling Bane, Muta, or die trying. That's essentially my composition. And I have a set order, not just my opening, but kind of like the next minute or few minutes of the game, there's a gas spending order, there's definition. And then what we do is we build upon that and we take, okay, cool. So you've got this knowledge of kind of those generalities, but what about in this situation? What about in that situation? And people have this understanding of, well, if my opponent does this, none of that other stuff helps because it's a different scenario. So the classic stuck in Diamond player, never improving mentality is they see every different situation as a completely separate thing. And they don't have enough shared knowledge or understanding between the builds to really kind of get better and learn from all these things. Remember, it's a probe, so we always attack a probe to make sure he can't cannon rush us, or at least we have a heads up if he does. 2 on minerals, 1 on gas. This guy will go back on gas when he goes back there. Build more drone, click on gas. And this guy can go on gas as well. Get a queen started. Overlord goes out front our base. Then 1 there, then 1 there. So remember, guys, someone was asking about overlords before. I get so confused. 1 scouts the natural, sits on the pillar. 1 scouts our natural for cannons or bunkers, and then goes across to here so it can sacrifice through the main about 3:45, 4 minutes. Our next overlords create a ring of vision out front our bases. That's it. Every game versus Terran or Protoss, exact same way, okay, guys? That's really important. Now we've got some lings on the way. Looks like my opponent's building something. We're gonna just send these lings over there. You go there. There we go. Okay, guys, so ling speed, pull 2 guys off gas, and what do we do at that same time? We send a drone down to take the 3rd. We're gonna control group that, so I can go Zerglings, building drone. So even if you don't use camera locations, you can still very easily, I don't want to see any of this. I'm gonna take a third. Look at me scrolling around. Don't do it. It's bad. Even if you're too lazy to learn camera locations, you can still be a lot better than that, guys. So if you're sending a building drone down to a base, there's techniques. There's techniques to make everything a lot quicker, smoother, more consistent. So we see a shield battery. Let's just see what else is up here. Is there tech? What's going on? 3 pylons, 2 gateways. So they can't have any tech right now. Advanced scouting info. Doesn't matter, guys. Doesn't matter. Keep droning. Oh, I forgot my 3rd queen. So my 3rd queen's kind of late. So I'm going to skip and inject to get my creep started. Okay, guys? So we'll just inject the main this cycle. I just feel like getting my creep started. That's fine. If you don't do that, it doesn't really matter. Now remember, it's that first inject where 2 of those drones should replace the gas. And then we should start rallying to our 3rd in a little bit. We should also start building more queens. Extra overlord out here, extra overlord here. So check it out. Yeah, it's all saturated. So let's queue 2 queens there. About 3:45 is when that happens. Beautiful. Now let's send this overlord through. It's 3:45. So let's see what we're up against. Now I'm a little bit antsy, so I'm going to build some zerglings and use those to look for proxies in a little bit. More drones, more drones. Let's go down, spread creep. And guess what, guys? It's lair time. So I'm going to make the lair on my 3rd. Make the lair, baneling nest, 2nd gas. And check it out. We can grab 3 of these drones and just click them on that. And those 2 drones I can actually grab there. So my main's really nicely saturated. So because my opponent hasn't shown anything, I'm just sending some Zergling scouts out, just making sure we have lots of map vision, don't get surprised by a proxy, and we see a double forge. So my opponent is upgrading like crazy. Inject, 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 drones, drones, drones. Spread some creep. So this is going to be a big ground army with lots of upgrades. Okay, guys, let's pull this overlord back. Since it looks like that was getting shot, let's build lots of these. My baneling nest is almost done. Let's start taking the gases. My 3rd's not fully saturated yet, so let's not. Let's stick to the build. Remember, we want to wait for that 3rd to be fully saturated before we do it, okay? And it's important because if you rush your gas too fast, it means you don't get your hatcheries up and then you can't build Ling Bane. And let's be real, if our opponent pushes us, it's the Ling Bane that'll keep us alive. Now, because they've got double upgrades, I'm going to build a Roach Warren as well. Because they're on 2 base committing to a giant army. If they move out, I'm going to need to make Ravagers, okay? Now that we're oversaturated, we can take the gases on all the bases. And remember, change the rally points, change the rally points. Build more drones. And we need a 4th base, a 5th base, and a macro hatch all at once. So that's going to give me an insane amount of production. Now at this point, my opponent's on 2 base, I'm on 3. I've got a baneling nest, a roach warren, a spy. Oh, have we been greedy? Have we gone past the stage of greed? No, because I've seen double forge. I know my opponent can't attack me too early, okay? So while I am pushing my greed, I am pushing it in a way where I'm like, I think as long as I don't drone these bases and I just use these, we get the Bane speed. Should have started with the Spire, but I forgot to. And as long as I build roaches now for safety, so we'll build maybe about 10 roaches, which I can make into Ravagers as needed. Because our opponent's all hitting us, right? Clearly, they have to be. Are they in here? What's going on? Nope, here they come. Here they come. So let's see what their army looks like. That's not many units at all. Okay, so Lings aren't that good in a fight. So I'm going to split these guys off onto number 7. And I built a few drones there. That's greedy. I said not to build drones, Piggy. So we've got a Ling run by. We're going to build 8 mutas now. And they're going to queue down here and get ready to go into the main. The Lings are going to see if they can see what's up. Behind this, I'm very worried about dying. So all I'm going to do is build roaches and we're going to make double upgrades, okay? I didn't have the money, so we'll make that double upgrade now. Trying to see what's up. Oh my god, that's a lot of units, guys. Inject, inject, inject. All I'm doing is making roaches. We've got the Evos there, roaches, and then I'm going to swap into Zerglings and turn these into Ravagers if he comes for me, which he's coming for me. Okay, so my mutas are flying in, my Lings are trying to do a run by. We're waiting. We're just going to pull way back. Okay. I'm actually going to click the production down. And all I'm doing is running away with my army. So this is really, really nasty. I forgot to make roach speed as well. But I think we have to fight. So we're just going to grab drones, army, go for a big engage. And if I can drop some transfuses, that's good. I'm rallying everything over here. Still trying to drop these transfuses. Because it's no zealots or adepts, I'm realizing that zerglings are actually better than roaches. The reason why we don't start with zerglings though, is because zerglings always end up being terrible if they just warp in like one round of adepts or zealots or an archon or two. Whereas roaches always perform reasonably well. So notice, what are we realizing? You're always vulnerable to a front-on fight playing a Zergling Muta style. It's a friggin' nightmare getting to mutas if your opponent's committing to an attack. It is super, super scary, right? So our opponent here went for a 1-1. Runs to GM stream. GG, well played. This army, I actually in hindsight could have fought that front on. Forgetting roach speed was really bad, and I actually planned to make more Ravager Ling here to defend. Now, why were we worried? Like I said, if Archons come in there, Zealots and Adepts, it could be scary. In hindsight, this army is actually not that great, and I could have taken this out with Muta Ling Bane. Thanks, mate. Because there's just not that many Zealots, and actually, how many gateways are there? See, only 4 gates. So my opponent actually had a lot more tech and very little production. So they should have had 8 gateways worth of production here. But they left their wall wide open. The mutas fly in. Initially, I wasn't going to build the mutas. I was just going to build Roachling. And we were going to see what's happening. Is it starting to feel like you're playing people that can play StarCraft yet? It's felt like that since day one. I lost my first couple of games to silver players, guys, on Bronze to GM. I was explaining how hotkeys work at the time and stuff, but my first few games in Bronze to GM I lost. And I don't think there's any point where people don't know how to play StarCraft. Dude, I've been playing Age of Empires 2 for the first time recently, and I don't know what anything does. I still consider it playing the game, and I'm like literally reading tooltips while I'm playing. I ain't no elitist, okay, guys? So this is a situation though where we said, hey, if my opponent takes a third and goes down that branch, that's comfortable. That's our baseline scenario. So let's talk about how we map this game out. And you guys need to be able to visualize, you need to stress your brain. I know some of you have pea brains, some of you have big brains, some of you have glassy brains, some are textured and have all grooves in them. Whatever sort of brain you have, I need you to put it to effort now, okay guys? Blackburn's EVP analysis. Okay, guys, so what are we looking at here? So the standard branch of our build, what is kind of goes versus a player who takes a third and plays a macro game. No safety spalls, says Logan. No. If I had no information about what my opponent was doing, yeah, I would drop safety spalls like sometime, depending on the matchup. Kind of varies. We're in Diamond. We can't be trying to be safe versus everything. You got to kind of use your information a little bit better. So I saw 2 gateways and a shield battery at the front. Lots of gateway units. Very early, so they can't rush DTs or oracles. I know that because they're not investing straight in tech. I then saw 2 forges spinning. No DTs, no oracles coming. My opponent was going full ground, so we knew we didn't need spores, guys. So anyway, Blackburn's EVP analysis. Standard branch goes versus a player who takes a third and plays a macro game. The standard trunk of our build. But in this game, the opponent stayed on 2 base and went for a big attack. So what the fuck do we do here? So this is exactly what we saw here. So we stop at 3 base workers, Roach Warren in case needed. So if you're playing against, say, Bio Terran, you probably don't need anything but Ling Bane. But against a Protoss player, there's a good chance you might need roaches. Now, I should have done a bit of a better job of looking at his army, and I think I could have just stayed Ling Bane that game, and it would have been simpler and cleaner for us, right? But we're going to get a Roach Warren, so we're going to go stop at 3 base workers and pump lings. Pump, let's say units, because it depends how quick you kind of realize what's on. So Roach Warren. What else do we do, guys? Extra map control. So why? We don't want to get caught building mutas as they attack. We only want mutas out if we think we can get them across the map before they hit us. So why is that? Chat, why do we not want to build mutas if their attack is coming across the map? Why do we not want to build mutas? Why? Mutas suck in a front-on fight. They are a harassment unit. That's their job. They're not good at fighting. We don't want to build them. Roaches, we don't want for a longer game. But we're going to build them to survive. Hopefully not too many. Should you always set up the ling counter? If not, explain when and why. Send lings ready to backstab. Why? Lings suck in a big fight. Unless you get like lings surrounding just stalkers or just immortals and stalkers, just units that are bad against them. Lings suck in a big fight as well. Lings are a mobility unit. They're a backstab unit. So if you just keep your lings in a ball, you wait for them to attack and then you A-move into them, why is that bad? Because you are relying on your opponent having a P-brain and giving you that engagement. What if your opponent actually has some vision on the map? My opponent had an observer at my base, by the way. I forgot to make an overseer and get rid of it. They had an observer seeing a lot in that game. Well, what if they just warp in 10 zealots there and then your zerglings are engaging 10 zealots? Or they make 3 archons. Your zerglings are almost worthless. What if they get in a choke point and your zerglings are all stuck behind each other? What if they force field you back? So in general, the job of Muta Ling is to open new fronts where your opponent isn't prepared. So should you always get ready for a ling backstab? Probably always, once you're building a decent pack of lings. Now, why don't we just have them there from 4 minutes into the game? Well, what if our opponent surprises us with a few sneaky adepts? We don't want our zerglings to be on the other side of the map. What if a warp prism comes in and drops some archons in our base? We don't want our zerglings on the other side of the map. But at that stage, I had overlords and lings everywhere. I knew I was solid on my side of the map. I knew I could send my zerglings. Steal onto backstab key. Yeah, lings suck in a big fight, essentially. So in general, it's an issue. Does that change with Adrenal? No, because zerglings are still 35 hit point units that crumble to any splash damage unit, and they need surface area to kill units. So I say a front-on fight, I'm talking about big battles. If your opponent has 2 archons and you surround them with 40 lings, you're going to kill the archons really quick. But if those archons are in a choke point next to a shield battery, your lings can't get at it. And the archons will kill like a billion zerglings as they clump up. So it's very situational with melee units. It's kind of the same with zealots. If zealots can surround a Terran bio army and hit it from all sides, they're the best unit in the game. But if the Terran can pull back into a choke point, every bio unit is gunning down. And it's like, do you guys ever watch Zulu? It's like that movie. Young Michael Caine. It's just like, it's just unfair. The guys are throwing, the Zulu warriors who are throwing spears just have to get way closer than the dudes with their muskets and rifles and whatever they are. It's a totally unfair fight, which is why like 100 dudes can defend this fort against like thousands of Zulu warriors. It's bullshit, you know? It's just range advantage is huge. So let's go take a look and kind of look at this replay a bit. Now that we've kind of mapped out that this is the situation where it's like, hey, even taking these hatcheries is not as big a priority as like getting safety units out. Now, I would say still rush these hatcheries out because they give you more production, more ability to bounce back. And definitely, we still want to hit our injects. We still want to, you know, is this 3 hatchery explosion going to kick in time for an attack in a 6-7 minute range? No. So arguably, it's not the highest priority, right? We could scrap that if we wanted to. But you can see at this point, my vision's pretty sick. I was missing an overlord down here. And if I had an overlord down over here, it would have given me a bit more kind of comfortable absolute vision. But yeah, we kind of just set up the lings for the run by. And my Spire was done for a bit, and I wasn't building mutas because I kept expecting, I'm like, nah, he's going to come. Nah, he's going to come. If I actually immediately just went into mutas the moment the Spire finished, probably would have been even better for me. Instead, I wait a few seconds. How long do we wait? 10 seconds? 20 seconds? It's a bit of time here. And then yeah, about 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds from my Spire finishing to building the mutas because I was so cautious. And I said extra map control. What's that mean, guys? I had a Zergling here. It died, but I already had another Zergling here and a Zergling here. So I've got all this backup vision. My Overlord's there. I've got a Zergling spot. So we've got all this backup vision. And basically, a lot of people, when they play these styles, they go, oh, Ling mutas for backstab. So what do? They just run their Zerglings in, throw them all away, and then the opponent pushes across the map, kills them. Wait for your opponent to move out. Wait for your opponent to at least move his army out to defend the third, and then try to run in the natural, if you can. Do something like that. There's a lot of different moves that you can do here. Now, obviously, we forgot roach speed. I had a lair, of course. I could have gone. I was making double evo in case the game went longer. This is not a priority in this scenario. He's on 2 base. I'm on 5 bases. Evo's not important at all here. This was me doing a bit of extra. Scrap that shit from your brain. Don't fucking do that. That's so dumb to make evos here. For me, it was like, well, I was like, if he makes 2-2 straight away and he doesn't move out and just takes a third, I don't want to be too far behind on upgrades. Doesn't matter. Your 5 base, he could have every upgrade in the game. You could just make more banelings, blot out the screen with banelings, roaches, whatever the hell mutas. He's not gonna be able to handle it. Yeah. So let's go back to the early game scouting and talk about a few little tidbits, because we want to start identifying what does a normal Protoss opening look like and why was this opening different. Our opponent, like many opponents who aren't super duper duper high level, they're going for extra gateways to fully wall off really early, and that's because they're not confident in their scouting. Notice he's chrono boosting a Zealot. So what has our Protoss opponent done wrong here? Our Protoss opponent went for a probe scout, but having seen a pull first is kind of panicking a little bit. Now, you could argue this is actually okay, because some people off a pull first will build like 8 or 10 Zerglings, run straight across the map. So I don't mind a Zealot. Even chronoing it's not the worst thing in the world, though he's very slow to start the Zealot. I think this is acceptable. It's not the end of the world. But I think after that, because they didn't leave a probe hidden on the map to check my third base timing or anything, like they could have come in, seen the third and said, oh, this is a totally normal game. So instead, they've also gone 2 gateways and a shield battery. That's the first tech structure. It went down at 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Well, Pig, when does a tech structure normally go down? I'm talking pro timings. Obviously, things get delayed for your league a little bit. But does anyone guess? When does Protoss tech? Not if you're a Protoss player, it doesn't matter. Only non-Protoss players in chat. Go. What timing? Shout it out. What timing does Protoss tech normally go down? Jackson reckons 2:30. Magical says 2:20. Everyone's afraid to guess. Just guess. Guys, put your thoughts out there. The only way you're going to get better, doesn't matter if you know or not. 2:15, 2:20, 2:45. I have no idea. Take a guess, Captain Fox. Take a guess. There is no better way to learn than to put a little bit of your ego on the line, because then you're going to remember when you were wrong and go, okay, I know for next. Put your ego on the line, gang. Take a guess, everybody. Go. 2:35, 2:13, 8:30. I like 8:30 from Udir. So in an optimal Protoss build, yeah, be about 2:20 to 2:30, something like that, somewhere in that range. So this is, Robo was 308 this game. And why? Because scared from pool first. So that's kind of crazy. Just by going pool first, we totally dicked our opponent's opening, because they're like, duh, it's an earlier sporting pool than normal. Duh! So that was the first thing, is that. Number 2, because they built both pylons at the front, they can't build their tech anywhere but near the front of the base. They build it under the Overlord. I actually didn't even pay attention to that this game. But I know either way, even if they go Oracle or DTs, it's not going to be as fast as normal. So there could have been a Stargate, there could have been something else. But remember, guys, we went for our scout at 3:45 is normally when we send that in. Now, but Pig, what if you got hit by an Oracle? Check it out, guys. Technically, that's the most exposed area, but I happen to have my queens popping. I've got at least one queen in a mineral line. If we lose one, it's not the end of the world. Look at that. Is there a document where it writes seeing what means what? No, there's too many things that mean a lot of different things. You gotta just learn to start understanding the fundamentals a little bit and you'll be able to put it together. Anyway, guys, so we scout double forge. Now, forges are signs of greed, a big sign of greed, okay? So the problem is, that's why we see, this is where things get complicated. So we've seen a robo first, which is normally a bit of a sign of, it's a more aggressive tech structure. It doesn't have to be, but it could be more aggressive. Double forge is a big sign of greed. But the thing is, the double forge is not tied with the most important sign of greed, which is a third base. It's 5 minutes, there's still no third base. It's 5:30, there's still no third base. It's 6 minutes, there's still no third base. Now, the reason why upgrades are a sign of greed is because right now, having 1-1, you might be like, that makes these units stronger. Trust me, you're better off of having made a few more gateways and actually having more army out. Plus 10% is roughly, it's like 10 to 20% per upgrade, right? Roughly, having that per unit with such small armies, it's not worth shit. So in general, that is a sign of greed. It means they're not going to attack you for a while. It also means they're very ground focused, right? So if you've seen Robo and Forges, you're very happy about your Mutatech. You're like, oh shit, yeah, this player is going to struggle really hard. They even went double Robo. So they didn't have Twilight for Blink, which is an okay response to Mutas, and they didn't have Stargate for Phoenix, which is the hard counter to Mutalisks. So in this matchup, if my opponent had 2 Stargates and was already building Phoenix, I would not be building Mutas at all. I might go for a round of Corruptors, which is what we'll do with the star. We're gonna stick to the fun air star. We'd go for like enough Corruptors to beat the Phoenix and then go into Mutas. But we'd also in that scenario be saying, oh, we're playing an air war game. Let's get gases on our 4th and 5th and build a bunch more drones for that straight away, which is cool. But yeah, generally you break your scouting down into signs of aggression and signs of greed, guys. Now, the shield battery is like, and the extra gateway, this was just extra safety early on. The shield battery was like a mini sign of greed. The double forge was a pretty big sign of greed. I didn't really have any scouting past that. So that's where I messed up. What do we normally do when our lair finishes? Spire, Bane speed, and make an overseer and queue it through. If we had an extra scout coming through at this time, we'd have even more information to work off. We'd say, oh, double robo, which doesn't really lead into an attack anytime soon because it's extra tech. It's extra things that lead into a longer game. It's extra greed. Minutes from now, all these upgrades and robo units will be scary, but it's not right now. So what, chat, go. What are signs of aggression? If I came in right now, what in this base could I see that would be scaring me into making a lot more units and just focusing on roaches, zerglings, ravages, maybe even building some spines to survive? So what are some Protoss things that you spot in the base that make you go, alarm bells ringing? And there's not that many, to be honest, but we've got 7 gates equals aggression, 8 gates, lots of gateways, yep. Bunch of starports and gateways. Starports usually not really used for aggression. I mean, you can absolutely attack with Stargate units, but they don't really pair up with a ground attack very well. It can eventually, I mean, it can become an attack, right? Like we've seen like Grim Reaper, who's a massive cheesy troller. What does he do? He makes Void Rays 2 at a time or whatever, and then he tries to snipe your queens with his charge lots and the Void Rays kill everything else. And I'm like, but generally speaking, if the Zergs actually stopped throwing their queens away against him, they'd be fine. They'd stop losing those games. Just a lot of gateways. Yeah. And then upgrades, multiple tech structures. So if we see Robo, Stargate, Twilight, lots of tech equals greed, longer game. Third base, longer game. Fourth base, longer game, greed. So basically you split it into lots of gateways, lots of production, and lots of army equals aggression. Lots of upgrades, lots of tech, lots of expansions equals greed. And there's many gradations between, but if you can split that up between them, then it's all good. All right, so you can see we're going deep on trying to understand what we're looking at. And why is this so important? It's because we're in Diamond 2, and we are playing a style that is more flexible. So we now have 2 branches, right? We now have 2 branches. We have one branch, which is we make 3 base workers, we make a round of mutas, and then we make Ling Bane while droning up our 4th base, and so on and so forth, right? So what is the general list of things that we do in that scenarios? 3 base saturation, 4th plus 5th base, plus macro hatch, mutas, Ling Bane, drone 4th, 4th base, 4th base up, non-stop Muta Ling Bane off, let's say 70 to 80 workers. Let's say 66 to 70 to 80 workers. Non-stop Muta Ling Bane. And you know what? Let's keep it lower. Actually, let's keep it lower. Let's keep the worker count lower. Let's say 72. Let's make it a rule, because I've had a lot of money, that I only drone at most 6 extra workers for the gases on the 4th base, and that's about it. Gases on 4th and 5th are a priority. So that's the standard trunk, whereas with the other one, it's like, ooh, so it's basically get a lot more map vision and be a bit more discerning about when we build those mutas. If our opponent attacks us, so basically, if our opponent attacks us, we just mass, roach, ravager, ling, defend, and only make mutas once we crush a fight. Now, obviously, there's uncomfortable situations that can arise if you think they're attacking and they don't commit, and then you end up maxing on roach zergling and being like, shit, I didn't want to be here. And then you end up kind of just doing a big roach zergling one. And there's niche situations where you can't quite find your way towards the mutas or whatever, where you need to be very flexible in StarCraft. But essentially, if they attack into us, we just make roach ravager ling and we just defend. It swaps from being a muta game to a I made more economy, now I'm going to make units and kill you. That's it. Pig, what if there's a couple dozen zealots and adepts rubbing butter on each other? Oh, I think that's a time to definitely not even bother with the roaches. Just build Ling Bane, Rude Lords. I mean, you could build some roaches still, but definitely get some Banelings out. They're rubbing butter together. I think they need a bit of acid. Bit of an acid bath. It's very good for exfoliation. What Protoss build qualifies as normal? Normal Protoss build order. Great question, guys. Basically what they do, 14 pylon. Ah! I really should unbind the back on the side mouse button. 16 gate, 17 gas, 20 nexus, 20 cybercore, 21 second gas, 22 second pylon. Optimal PVZ opening. Okay. And then warp gate, adept, stalker, whatever they go for. Warp gate plus adept. And then the tech goes down. At 220 to 230. Let's just say 220. Something like that. Yeah. Cool. But yeah. So why are we going so deep on all these details in these games? A lot of people get stuck in StarCraft, and the big problem for them is they can't read the game. They just and the main obstacle is not them being dumb, it's them being inexperienced, but it's also their unwillingness to grind through that inexperience. What I mean is they'll click find batch, they'll click play game, play again, but they won't rewind and they won't look at those replays. And even when they do die to something that seems unfair, they do this build. Rather than watch replay, they do this one, which is very dangerous. Reddit, StarCraft. Actually, wait, they might even go BattleNet for him. We're gonna post a new thread. Is this? How's this even real? that energy, your biggest trick here is finding a way, if you can redirect that energy into looking at the replay and saying, why was that unfair? Instead of getting really angry. And everyone gets angry because there's a lot of things in strategy games that you don't understand that feel unfair. Even non-competitive single-player strategy games, there's always hidden mechanics or things that don't make sense at first, and I always get a bit angry when something doesn't make sense because I'm like, it doesn't feel fair. My point would be that if something doesn't feel fair in StarCraft, remember that there is always a cost. There's something missing. That player has to, if they're hitting you with 30 zealots at the 5-minute mark, well, fuck me, mate. I don't know. American 30s. They're hitting you with 20 zealots at the 5-minute mark. Like, they're on 24 probes. This is like a 1.3 base all in. Why are you on 50 drones and wondering why you're dead to a guy who's on 24 probes killing you? You're at more than double the workers. I mean, that seems unfair. Until you go back and say, okay, why did I not realize that I had more than double my opponent's economy? Surely there was some tells here. So, and the thing is, people say, oh, cool, well, surely there's a list of things I need to look for. StarCraft is too vast. Even if we gave you a list, you would forget everything immediately. I wish there was someone who could organize it all, but because there's been so many changes to StarCraft over the years, the timings change and so on, so old information gets cycled out. You want to kind of deal with things as they pop up, and once you develop some fundamental analysis, tech, economy, army, signs of aggression, signs of greed, once you can put things in these categories, you can start to solve these problems on your own. So what we're pointing out here is this is an ongoing process as a StarCraft player where you're basically developing the ability to solve every problem, because there is an unlimited number of problems that StarCraft can throw at you, and there is always some way your opponent can change a Zealot Rush, so the other response that you're used to doesn't work anymore. Because something has changed. It's hitting earlier, or it's hitting later with more upgrades, or it's hitting in two places at once and you can't defend them with your immobile defense. There's so many things that can change in a game of StarCraft. So I guess that's what I'm getting at. The next few games though, we want to keep getting through. We want to work on this build, this structure. When can we safely go straight to mutas? How do we divvy up our multitasking? We're going to continue Diamond 2 onwards muta play in just a sec. We'll be right back, fam. All right, guys, one last game here for the Muta Ling Bane play today. So much more dynamic, and we're really jumping in the deep end. You can tell that with the Roach Hydra, like, you guys could absolutely go GM with Roach Hydra and, you know, focus on more details and have a slower composition that builds in a more solid, easy to defend mana. But Muta Ling Bane's bloody fun, right? And it is cool. So I wanted to make sure we didn't just do Bronze to GM teaching one style, because it's kind of like mech versus bio. It's like I'm Roach Hydra versus player versus I'm a Roach, I'm a Muta Ling Bane player. It's kind of the same as mech versus bio. Protoss who plays like a fun active style versus Protoss who plays, you know, I just make Void Rays and carriers, like two very different ways of playing. So it's kind of cool that we're delving into this. I'm also finding this much harder to teach because there's so much more going on in these games. I'm just like, shit, man, this is like actually really hard. There's a lot happening. There's a lot of things that are deeply trained into my subconscious that I'm trying to like bring out and explain. It's difficult. So once again, at the end of this game, point out any difficult moments in the game where I did shit too quick to be fair. And yeah, that's gonna be good because I'm gonna tell you guys what I did there and kind of give you a little write-up of what I kind of wrote down the first times I encountered that to make myself get to that point. Anti-tilt routine. Yeah, watch Artosis clips. I'm like not even kidding. If I'm super tilted, if I play some Artosis lines on my soundboard, it makes me feel so happy. It's like, I don't know if there's something wrong with me or what, but, okay. So that's gonna go there, and we're gonna send that one there. So I like to send 2 drones out immediately if they are here. And what we're gonna do is notice we're cutting them off on the inside. So if they do a ring, you always cut them off on the inside. And that goes there, and that's fine. It looks like he's just leaving. So that goes there. Okay, we can get that. And it looks like he's letting the pylon finish. Oh, he's not. Never mind. So that's going to be 3 guys there. We can build the 2 Zerglings. Should go across the map. And Overlord next. It's important in these scenarios to not get kind of thrown off your game plan. Overlord out there. So this Overlord, yeah, we'll just put it way out front to see Adepts ahead of time because this base is kind of separate. Hard to defend, right? And other than that, we're still going to follow the build as normal. We see the Cybercore is not quite done. What does that tell us? It tells us, send that Queen straight down to the 3rd, that our opponent can't have really early Adepts. It's been, you know, very standard-ish opening. Looks pretty chill. One problem is I didn't actually send the Overlord across the map though for the sacrifice. So that is an issue. Pull 2 guys off gas. Cool. Let's see if we can get these Zerglings in. Actually, I don't think we need to. Why bother? Just keep it consistent. If you don't have a reason to go scout this early, like why bother? Just have 1 at the 3rd, 1 out front. Get the inject going. Ooh, we wanted to sync up the macro cycles actually. So we still get the Overlord out there, that can go there. The Adept is just chilling in the wall. It's tempting to just make sure this guy's properly positioned. He is. Yeah, we can get that 3rd Queen up. Sorry, it's meant to be Hatchery, then 3rd Queen. Hatchery getting blocked is a little bit annoying. It's really important to focus on your basics in this scenario, guys. You can see I'm letting myself get a little bit distracted. And that's pretty nasty. It's nasty. What's that? Gateway? Yeah, so I think I'm just going to send this Overlord straight through. And the reason is that my other Overlord's just a little bit late. But, oh no. Okay. We're just going to have our scouting a little bit late is all. Overlord on the edge. And 2 guys back on gas, remember? And because we're saturated on 2 bases, what do? Rally to our 3rd. Which of course is in a different location. Which can be very confusing. Let's not get confused. I'm going to build 6 Zerglings just in case Adepts come out. Have a little poke around with those. We're not worried. If an Oracle comes, I will try to react quickly. But in the meantime, I mean, I've got Queens nearby and we've got extra Queens popping out at these bases. So the 5 Queen opening by default, if you want to be really safe against it, just leave him in the mineral line for a little bit. But we probably should have seen if there was an Oracle by now or not anyway. Cool. What are we gonna be playing against? Baneling Nest, 2nd gas, and Lair goes down. That was meant to go down about 25-30 seconds ago. And our opponent has what appears to be a War Prism. So what are we doing, guys? Well, let's build an extra Queen here, since my Baneling Nest is a little bit late. It's a lot of gateways, so we're gonna build a Spine and another Spine. And we're just gonna try and, yeah, I don't know. Defend this with just Zergling Baneling. Let's see how well it does. So we're building these Queens that'll replace them. So we've got 4 Queens up front. Lots of Overlords on the way. Let's try and build a macro hatch. And it looks like a big all-in. So let's pull these Overlords back. That one, that one. All I'm doing is building Zerglings here. Inject, inject. Try to go for the Stalkers if we can, because those are the really expensive units, and our Queens killed the Prism. So once again, go for the Stalkers if possible. Let the Queens tank. And yeah, kill those expensive Stalkers. So what's kind of cool here is we just defended with a classic rule of 2 gas build. With just Queens and Lings. We didn't even need Banelings. And to be fair, that's actually correct. Our Baneling Nest being late is bad. I normally would have made a few Banes just for safety. But having seen that it was just Stalkers from my opponent, I was like, hey, wait a second. Actually, I don't even think there's anything else we should be doing here. Anyway, Spire, Bane Nest, double Evo Chamber. Let's go back to a normal game now. And let's take a 4th base. So I've got more lings than I could possibly ever need. What else do we make when we make those things? Overseer goes through. Okay, fantastic. Spread creep, spread creep, spread creep. I don't like this here, so let's just open that up with one drone slowly. And let's just break these rocks down. I'm gonna make the upgrades just because my spy is so late. I'm already on kind of this mass ling army, so I'm like, well, we're already on mass ling. And let's just try and do that. Get the 5th base. So we're trying to get that 5 base production up. Why? You guys know why. It's because Ling Bane is very lava intensive. So what are we doing? We're spreading creep. Let's keep doing our macro cycles in order. Let's make sure we don't get messy with that. And notice, inject, inject, inject. More lings. +1 on the way. Now I don't have any mutas coming in yet, but we will try to build some. It looks like it's just going to be mass charge lot. Our overlord on the high ground gets to see everything. So what's going to be really good is we're actually going to prioritize our banelings getting their own hotkey just so that it can go in the center. Now check it out. Inject, 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 inject. Inject, 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 inject. So my creep queens are outside of the macro cycle going to do a one-off mega inject. And they're going to use that just to make sure my hatcheries are going. My separate macro cycle is a thing. So whenever you get a moment of calm and your 4th base, your macro hatches are up, that is when you go for this, okay? Now my opponent's coming. Gonna make some more banelings. And notice we want to click the banelings in the middle. So I'm moving my zerglings past to try to get this around. And my banelings were all clicked on the zealots. So they all kind of just blew up there, getting pretty good hits. I could have tried to move command through. Notice I've got more banelings morphing as well. And now, whenever they're in the middle of the zealots, you can do it. GG's. So, the mutas never came out because our opponent did a 2-base attack. Now, our opponent actually did a very fast attack there. That was a really well-timed one, guys. So, what did we screw up in the early game? We did not queue our 2nd overlord out. We queued it out front the 3rd base, and that meant this overlord was not in position. It should have been up here at 345. If it was at 345, started going in towards the main, 4 minutes, 4:10, 4:15, this point is when we would have seen Prism coming out, gateways finishing. Ah, okay, got to watch out for a potential attack, and so on. But if my Baneling Nest was already on time anyway, we would have been good. Now, obviously, a Roachhorn is the safer building, but it is what it is. Your macro hatch was before the 4th and 5th, and the 4th and 5th weren't down for 30 seconds after. Is that choice, or was it a chaotic with the build order? That was a choice, guys. That was absolutely a choice. A really good question. So my Baneling Nest, 2nd gas, and lair were a bit late. These went down 4:30. See? So a little slow on that, but whatevs. So basically, we were just stuck here at this point saying, look, I'm not even going to bother with a Roachhorn. We're just going to try and defend this with just the tech that we always have with the build, Lings, Banes. And I was like, you know what? I'll build an extra queen or 2 so that I can pull more queens. So normally we have 5 queens. Notice I built 2 more this game so that I could pull all 4 queens, everything except the main one, into my defense key. And the new queens that pop out will be the new injecting queens. So whenever you're under a big fierce push, did I know it was going to be really scary? No. I was pretty sure because I saw Stalkers leave the wall. My Overlord saw units move out. My Zergling saw units move out. And then once I actually saw that the Stalkers, I knew for sure at this point, oh, you're really serious. But because I already saw units coming across the map, a very early Prism, it just felt very aggressive. I think I saw 5 gates as well. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, if they're on 5 gateways on 2 base, that's already like, and I saw that at 4 minutes 30 or something with the Overlord. I already saw there was a lot of gateways finished very fast. So I knew there was a pretty fierce attack coming my way. Keep in mind, I was already up at 50 workers as well. I built a few spines here. So why did we put down a macro hatch? The reason is injecting 3 hatcheries, building only Zerglings, it's going to be hard to spend my money. The spines and the queens are keeping my money low here, just building 1 spine at each base, a couple of extra queens. But if you're just building Zerglings, they're the cheapest unit in the game. So if you've only got 3 hatcheries, 3 mineral lines, even with a few workers missing here, I was like, oh, I'm going to run out of money. So I'm not at the point in the build where I'm taking all the extra hatcheries, taking the gases yet. I'm not quite there in terms of drones. I'm still a few drones short, but I felt that I could squeeze this in, and I kind of needed to, just so that I'd have some production. Even though it's not going to be down right now, if this fight goes on for a long time, it's going to be for the future. Did I need to do this? No. I could have gotten away without it, but it is what it is. So, same thing as always, surprised by an attack. I pulled back a little bit. I could have pulled back further, to be honest. Right? I could have pulled my queens back here, or split the queens between both sides. But I pulled back a bit, let him come deep on creep, and then I went for the engage. Zealots and Adepts would have scared my Zerglings a lot more. Stalkers, if I'm like, oh sweet, if I can kill these Stalkers, that's amazing, because Stalkers are very fragile against just Zerglings. They're really bad at killing them. But if I let my opponent warp in a couple rounds of Adepts and Zealots to guard the Stalkers with their range are very good at poking in and out and picking off queens. Pig, sometimes they mirror oversaturated bases before taking gases. What's your thoughts? I think that's a really good habit, and I think most players should do that unless you're really, really crisp mechanically. We talked about in our first few sessions how anywhere up to about 19, at most 20 drones a base is totally fine, because they're still mining pretty efficiently, especially if you're not optimizing every single worker on the mineral patches to be perfectly doubled up. Going 19 workers is good. And as a Zerg, you're always pulling workers off to build structures. You're losing them to harassment. So I often advise people, unless you feel you're really in control of the game, yeah, maybe as standard, you just think of 18 out of 16 as good. Whereas I try to kind of hug very close to it, you see, right around 16. But I would say I would always rather you go 17, 18 than 14, 15. It's better to have a few more than a few less. So what Neuro does there is awesome. Why Banelings versus Toss? Banelings just mesh really well with Mutas, because you can roll Banelings into mineral lines really well, and you can make them at the last second. Technically, Roaches, Ravagers are the best defensive unit, but they're incredibly gas heavy. So if you're going Mutas, you're spending all your gas on Mutas, so you want most of your army to be Zerglings. The main weakness to Zerglings is either Marines in a big ball, or Zealots, Adepts in a big ball. What counters those is Banelings. Obviously, it's not as solid against Protoss because they do have easy access to Archons, which smash all of those units. Lings, Banes, and Mutas. Which is why if a Protoss player gets into a lot of Archons early, you need to do a lot of avoiding their army and kind of backstabbing. Yeah. What were you saying about aiming the Banelings at the center? I didn't quite get it. So, in this scenario, my opponent made it really easy for me to deal with this push. But essentially, when you're playing Ling Bane versus a Protoss army, you want to have the Banelings on a separate control group to your Lings. So if you can surround the army or come from multiple sides with the Zerglings, that's a bonus. But otherwise, I'm just going to click behind his army because he's in a big blob. I'm just going to click behind it with the Zerglings and then A-move once they get a good surround. And at the same time, my Banelings, all I'm going to do is either shift click them into the middle of the Zealot. So I say, hey, go for that Zealot because it's in the middle of the clump, and then maybe go for this Zealot because it's in the middle. Or you can just spam it kind of into the center of their army. So the Banelings, as they die, they're just blowing up right in the middle because you want to hit as many units as possible. If you A-move your Banelings, there could be a Stalker here. 8 Banelings, 9 Banelings will blow up on that one Stalker and hit nothing else. You want them to get right in the middle of your opponent's army. So at high level, you'll see the Protoss player control click their Zealots, and the Zealots will all be running away, letting the Archons and the Immortals tank the Banelings and gun them down while the Banelings chase after the Zealots and the High Templar. But you can see here, I got really lazy. Like, literally all I did with the Banelings was click them on a Zealot and let them just blow up themselves, so they weren't the most efficient. Yeah, you can see the Banelings were a bit derpy. I could have done a better job of clicking those Banelings into the middle of the units a bit better, but I had such an advantage it didn't matter in terms of unit numbers. And yeah, it's kind of interesting because it's kind of cool how, like, if you build your minerals early, you inject well, you can get a lot of these easy holds. My first hold was so easy. This hold was so easy. These sort of big mineral styles, if you get enough hatcheries up, you hit your early macro. Ling Bane can defend a lot of things, even though it technically can be really weak versus Colossus Archons and stuff later on. That tech's further down the line. So it's a really cool way of using kind of lots of Lings plus some Queens in the early stages, potentially Banelings where needed, and then you want to do that. So do you usually control click the Banelings? The only time I'd be control clicking the Banelings is if my army gets really big, it might already be split into 2 big halves, and then I'll, rather than having 4 control groups, 2 for Banelings, 2 for Zerglings, that gets too complicated. You want to kind of come from 2 sides A move them, and then I might control click the banelings and send them into the center. Yeah. Banes always attack the nearest unit. Yeah, absolutely. I almost never see Protoss split, says Samuel Flank. It happens. Yeah, it happens. People tend to pull back their zealots, but usually they're using splash damage to kill the banelings, relying on that rather than anything else. They might pull back their High Templar from their Archon Immortal ball, pull them back a bit, let the Archon Immortal just take it on the face, and the Storms and the Archon Splash kill it. Yeah. But that's why you move command your banelings into the middle, and then if they're in the middle, you can give them a quick attack move command, so they just blow up on whatever's near them, and let them just go for whatever they're next to. Cool. That's going to finish up Diamond 2 for today, guys. We'll be continuing Diamond 2 on my next stream.
It's fucking good. Are we ready to go? Do you want to learn how to bronze to GM? Except not really, it's Diamond 2 to GM now, because we're halfway through. Are you fucking ready?
I'm ready, Big Pig. Teach me how to StarCraft. Teach me how to StarCraft, Piggy, please.
All right, let's fucking go. All right, guys, we are back with Bronze to GM. We're continuing Diamond 2. We're at 3,800 MMR right now on our Pumbaa account. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? The last part of Diamond 2 was a bit convoluted. We swapped over into let's play Mutas, is what I kind of said. And what it ended up being more was Macro Ling Bane. We also did get a bit more Zerg vs Zerg, which of course we're following a different line for Zerg vs Zerg, because I really think the best way to learn Zerg vs Zerg is to learn that Ling Bane micro, get comfortable with it, and use that as your basis for developing your Zerg vs Zerg from there, whether you go Mutas or Roaches after that, which we'll talk about as we get closer to and into Masters League. We'll start trying to show you guys how to go off Ling Bane into Mutas, off Ling Bane into Roaches. We're going to show you that in Zerg vs Zerg, but sticking focused on ZVT and ZVP, as that's what we kind of, I think, struggled with, is there was too many concepts, too many moving pieces, and I think after rewatching parts of it and listening to it, I was like, it's a bit hard for you guys to digest it. And I'm not saying that's because I think you guys are dumb. I'm saying it's because I found it hard to digest myself. So it's not me being like, you guys are too stupid. I got to simplify this down for you guys. I was listening to it and I was like, okay, there's too many things being talked about at once. And I think one of the big features that makes Bronze to GM effective is it's reinforcing the same points a lot and really reminding us of that basis and that framework we're working off. So I kind of shifted the framework into this big macro Ling Bane focus. And I was saying, hey, it's Mutas, but it's not really Mutas because this is not fast Mutas. Mutas are more of a mid to late game kind of support unit on top of the Ling Bane. Essentially, this is just mass Ling Bane macro with the Mutas coming in a little bit later. So the main thing here is, number one, how do we play Ling Bane? How does it vary from Roaches? And it's all about getting up the faster extra hatcheries, the macro hatch, the 4th base, the 5th base, hitting our injects really well, and also having a much more mobile composition, which performs really badly in some fights, like terribly, right? Mass Zealot fighting just Zerglings? Fuck, you need Banelings, or you're going to get just absolutely destroyed. Archons versus both of them? Don't fight base trade. When they come base trade, don't fight Archons front on unless you've got overwhelming numbers and a full surround, right? So these are the sort of things that we need to be engaging in, and we're not really getting any Muta practice. So just to kind of vibe with that with you guys, let's get straight into the games as I keep talking about this. So let's start queuing. Number one, I'm going to try and just reinforce what the build is for you guys. Of course, we're doing a very kind of standard rule of 2 gas. We're going up to 5, potentially 6 queens every game. Getting a quick 3rd hatch. We're droning really hard. What's a rule of 2 gas? Well, it means because we're going 4 minutes, lair, 2nd gas, Bane Nest. That's our kind of general timing, which I'm going to try and give you guys a sort of supply count for as well and that sort of stuff. I don't know if I wrote one down, actually. Let's go back into our document here and take a little look-see. Did we write down a timing? So, so many notes, so many breaking downs of these games, eh? So we were using the new opening, 32 3rd hatch, 31 3rd queen, 33 overlord, 330 we put back on gas, 4-minute defensive tech. So I just want to add a supply count for that as well. So what do we think that would be? 44 minutes, you're going to have 2 bases full of workers, you're going to have 3 queens out. That's somewhere in the range of like, I don't know, 42 supply? Question mark. Basically, / as 2 base full. So if the game's messy, 4 minutes doesn't mean anything. Like if you've been proxy barracks, game timer doesn't help you, supply doesn't help you. Full 1 gas, some drones going to 3rd base. So those are 2 ways of defining that. I'll come back and touch on that again. So we're still doing the same opening, guys. And we're really going to try and just continue that focus of trying to make sure the build order is very solid. We're also going to simplify the build a little bit. Okay, so yeah, as I said, we're going to try and just kind of focus on the build order here, get to a nice solid position, and we're going to build a section of safety Zerglings at about 4 minutes to 4 minutes 30. Now, you'll notice, well, why do you do that? Because there were some games where I was getting away with being very greedy and not building those. And I was kind of doing that. If I saw no Hellions from my opponent, I would be like, ha, I don't need any extra units. Whoa, this is awesome. Let's be nice and greedy. But I think I was looking at my scouting too much, and that's a little bit unreasonable for even a diamond player, in my opinion. It's also something where I think I want to reinforce a base build order that's repeatable before trying to give you guys this kind of next step of like, hey, let's also add these reactions. Basically, I think the sum of it was, I always talk about how diamond players' biggest problem in StarCraft is that they are too reactive. They try to be too flexible and adapt in too many different ways. And I was doing the exact same thing and kind of teaching it there. So a lot of diamond players, they've gotten very good at intuitively figuring things out, but their build orders are just too loose. So what ends up happening is they end up not being consistent enough in their play because they're always trying to make all these little adjustments and bend over backwards for every situation. And you actually realize that a GM player will often just chill in a scenario where a diamond player will try to completely change their composition, their build order, everything to their opponent. So we're going to try and simplify that down a little bit and hopefully make things a little bit easier for ourselves. For now, guys, let's just talk about the build as we do it, and we'll revisit these concepts in the replay, okay? For now, 2 Zerglings are coming out. Normally I'd go across the map, and I will still try to do that. There's an SCV here, so if we can kill that, that would be great. However, we do want to get across the map. Now there's... Ooh. Oh my. Extra queen coming out. There's no expansion from our opponent, so we're just going to poke forward and then go there. Now, that's just to see if the command center is kind of like right on the edge, because this has been really common in Diamond League, I've noticed. A lot of players doing that. Let's get Ling Speed, pull 2 off gas, keep building drones, and we should already have that drone going towards the 3rd base, guys, because remember, about 31, we want to be building that 3rd hatchery. So don't start the 3rd queen yet. It's more important to start the hatchery. There we go. And these lings are just going to chill outside the base. The reason I'm not going in with the lings is because he's already got a wall off, so no point. So there we go. We just did our first macro cycle. We built drones, but look, we've only got 1 overlord out front. So let's build 2nd overlord, 3rd overlord, and 3rd queen. So it should be queen, then overlord is the build order. So a little bit out of order, but fair enough. And let's just talk you guys through the basics of the build, okay? Which I think I didn't do enough of in the last session, so that's why I'm going to be really trying to fix here, okay? It's a struggle. Stop talking about scouting. Let's talk about the build order. What do we do, guys? Inject, a macro cycle, hold down the drone key. Now notice with that first inject, this is 3 minutes 30. So just grab 2 of those drones and just click them there. Awesome. Now, once you get to here, we also want Overlord up there, Overlord down there to spot the edge paths. Now you can also, 345, you should have 2 bases full of workers, build 2 more queens. Now we can also see this base is saturated, so let's send those guys there and rally. And you can do this even if this hatchery is only halfway done. Nothing wrong with rallying there ahead of time. So more drones, but guys, look, it's 4 minutes. So I'm actually going to build some Zerglings. Remember I said let's build some Lings for safety. And we're also going to send this Overlord through the base to see what we're up against. So we're going to build 12 Zerglings in total, and then we'll go back into drone production, okay? Now you can see I'm pretty close to being supply blocked here, so we're building a few extra Overlords in between the cycles. Now that, we're spreading creep, moving to the front, we're adding it to our creep defense squad. We're adding this one to our creep defense squad. And we're going to tell them to A move, shift inject, shift, creep. Inject, inject, inject. More drones. Oh, we forgot our lair, our baneling nest, and our second gas. So, getting used to this build order. Like I said, first game. It's my warm-up game for today. Let's do this. Select those drones. Click them on the gas straight away. And select the hatchery. Build 2 drones. Notice I'm seeing that this rounds up nicely. And then we can just rally to the next bases. Keep building drones. And it looks like that's interesting. That's a cyclone. What do we see here, guys? Ooh, now mech is normally a sign of greed, but there's no third command center or armories. So we're going to see lots of mech units built here. So far, off 2 bases, we don't see a third command center. Now, what's good against mech is roaches. So we're going to make a roach warren immediately, even though we weren't planning to. And now that our bases are saturated, we're going to take all of our gases and these 2 hatcheries. So that's a very special thing, right? That's a very special reaction. Might be like, Pig, you're meant to be playing Ling Bane. There is one time we don't really want to... That guy, I'm taking off my creep defense key. There's one time we don't want to play Ling Bane, and I could still make it work, don't get me wrong. And I've even lost some mech games to Ling Bane recently, and I've really embarrassed myself. Build drones, build drones, put on the gas. See, I just did it lazy that time. I just built 3 drones, clicked on the gas. Because what's important is we've got a lot of things to do right now. And I've just gone around and added all of these hatcheries. So now I've got 6 hatcheries up. What do we do next, guys? Spire, Bane speed. Double Evo chamber. Build a few more drones. And what are we going to do now? Well, we saw some units coming, so we're going to make some banelings. We're going to have our queens up front. Inject, inject, inject. This is my 4th base, so all my hatcheries are rallied there. And let's bring our lings and queens down here. And notice with the lock-on, if you can pull back the locked-on unit, that's going to be really good. Now, we are not ready to fight that at all, are we? So what are we going to do, guys? We are going to run away and just click them over there. Always run away. Keep injecting, and we're building those roaches that I was talking about. Now, banelings are good versus hellbats. They're not good versus anything else, okay? I'm still building mostly zerglings here. But basically, I'm going to put the banelings on a separate key so I can click them in the hellbats. And let's go for it. So we're just aim moving, and I'm clicking the banelings into the hellbats, and then into the middle of those tanks. And all I'm building behind it is more zerglings, and I'm aim moving. Inject, inject, inject. So once the hellbats are gone, zerglings beat every mech unit really well, except hellbats. So if those hellbats were all spread out, we would have been in big trouble there. If he set up a really good spread, I would have had to counterattack and cut off his reinforcement. Now, whenever you hold off an attack, if you're worried, put some zergling spotters out. Notice I'm using that deselecting trick we've used many times. Pull back, and then what do we do? Deep breath, macro cycle. Oh, that base is done. Oh no, so let's rebuild it, but let's make this our 3rd base. I'll make that our 4th. Inject that. Let's get these gases. So look at how much lava I have, guys. And that's because I got these hatcheries up early. You will tend to just get your ass kicked if you don't actually get those hatcheries up because of your lava limitations. So we're going to build 10 mutas. I'm actually going to cancel 1, just 9 mutas, and we're going to queue those down here. Notice I'm not queuing them in the base because then I might not be looking when they go in. Now, we're going to do a different thing here. Because it's mech, we actually want all attack upgrades, not armor upgrades. We also want to add roach speed. So this is a great way to make yourself more solid versus mech. And notice I'm almost supply block, but we have so much money. So I'm going to build 10 overlords, click them all to the back. If you want to be really pro, here's actually a cute tip. So that you don't get surprised by Hellion run-bys, we're going to just put these overlords all over the edges of the map. And we're also going to take a squad of units, and these guys are going to defend up here, because I think this is the most exposed angle for, like, Hellions to come. So notice they're on that drop defense key. So their job is to defend here from any Hellion run-bys. Inject, inject, inject. And what are we building, guys? Well, we've already got some mutas out. We don't want to overcommit to those. And we're not putting banelings on a separate key anymore. All we're doing is building lots of roaches, lots of zerglings, and just having roach bane is a very solid composition versus mech. Now let's fly the mutas in, and we only want to micro this for about 20 seconds. And remember, the way you can do it is you click underneath them and they clump up like that. But there's missile turrets, we don't really want to fight into that. There's a bunker there. Oh, he's got doors. Just click the mutas back. Shift click. Shift click. Inject, inject, inject. Let's think about maybe building a few more drones. The only really thing you want, though, is the gases on these bases. Other than that, we can just transfer to these new bases. And if you're worried about air harass, you can build a spore. Otherwise, you can just build a spine in each base, and it's just going to help you a little bit. But 72 drones, that's as many as we ever want, okay? What are we building? Roaches? Zerglings? And let's break these rocks down. Now, those mutas, let's go back in. And obviously turrets are kind of dangerous. Let's see if we can get past the turrets. And we can. So let's go, and we're just going to shift click on those add-ons. Hopefully the Thor doesn't turn and fight us. It does. Oh no. So, cue them back out again. Inject, inject, inject. Build Zerglings. And oh my god, I'm maxed out. So let's get two upgrades. If you're maxed out, it's really important to trade. But that there is tank fodder. How can we make this a bit better for ourselves? Well, our opponent hasn't done any run-bys. So let's take about half this army. Add that to the run-by squad. They're going to go on the north. And then these guys are going to go on the south. So remember, we can use our side mouse button to tab when we've got these guys selected. Hold down that key, morph a shitload of banelings. And let's try and use the banelings, the mutas, as well as some Zergling scouts to scope out. Where's our opponent? So he's out front. Okay, so we want to attack from here, up here, and here if we can. So if you can do this, super awesome. Spread your units out. And let's take maybe some of those up there. Now, if you want to be super awesome, you can spread individual units out front. You can do all this. We don't really need to. The important thing is they're all about equidistant from here. And then we want to F2, A move. And I'm going to control click the banelings and click those into the middle of the army. Okay? So we're making sure the banelings try to get right in the middle where they can kill all the hellbats. They're not going to be that useful versus the other units, so I'm just going to blow up the SCVs. Maybe the command center with them now. Select the roaches, kill that command center. Now, there's tanks on that high ground, right? Yes, there are. But we're just going to move in, A move. Move in, A move. Move in, A move. Now, this was cool because this is, I think, our first game that's really gone so long. That's gone versus mech with Muta play. So we had to swap styles by adding the roaches. It was still mostly the same. Notice I'm going to queue injects, by the way, now. And I'm getting my creep queens and I'm queuing injects. A lot of injects on these bases. Tons of injects, okay? Now we also want to put those guys on gas, which we never put on. So whenever your fight's done, you know, there's not much more you can do. Build a few more drones. And it looks like, oh, we didn't actually win the game. We actually managed to get some units out. So anyway, what do we want to build next? Don't overthink it. Roaches and banelings is just a very good composition. Enough roaches and ravagers potentially to fight tanks and Thors, bile them down. Zerglings, as long as you have some Zerglings in your mix, that's actually amazing. The more tanks they have, the more Zerglings, the better. Because Zerglings are really good versus that. But if they're really heavy on Widow Mines and Hellbats, those are very good versus banelings. But I don't know which one he's building. Doesn't matter, just do about half and half. I probably want to have no more than about 15, at most 20 roaches in my army. Roaches and ravagers. Because any more than that is a bit overkill. Right now I've got, how many is that? 11. I got 11 roaches. And we're just going to make banelings with it. And what are we doing? Guys, I just queued up injects. So I don't really need to keep spamming injects at this point and going between the bases. Instead, we can spend our APM and our time doing other things. Now, I haven't really been spreading creep this game. It's not the most important, right? But let's just keep building mass Zergling to go with these roaches and whatnot. And let's set up the exact same sort of attack as before. Those guys there, these guys here. And, oh, it looks like actually he's,
Under attack. Mineral field.
Oh, he's just on 2 base, isn't he? Okay. So, lots more Zerglings. It's just going to be a nice, easy way of finishing it. Might as well add carapace upgrades. They're not terrible. So we're going to send these guys here, these guys here, and what do we do? Cool, we're on 2 sides, F2, A move in the back of the base. If we want to do any micro, it's going to be spreading units out. Moving them forward, that sort of thing. But the whole point there is that's going to be low risk. If I mess something up with that sort of micro, it's not the end of the world. I'm trying to move the roaches in, because I'm only selecting a few of the units. Yeah, GG's. Cool. So this was really, this was actually an interesting build. So what happened in this game Why did my opponent have such a scary push that killed one of my bases, guys? And was I behind? First question for Twitch chat, or was I behind when that base died? So when my third base got killed by the tank push, was I behind, ahead? Was I good? Chat says no, F no. No, lol. No, he was only on 2 base. So real Lil Petite actually touches on the most important point. So the trick is, if we go back to that push, it was a 2 base push. And remember, I scouted that with my Overlord. So if we go back to like, what, 4:45 minutes, whenever that Overlord was in there, right? We saw 3 production facilities, but we didn't see any 3rd command center, no armories, no engineering bays, none of those signs of a longer game here. Oops, sorry, wrong button. Did I research Overlord speed? I did not. And I didn't need to either. If I was up against Widowmines, Overlord speed for Overseers would have been much more important. If there was Banshees running around with Cloak, lots of Banshees, like if my opponent kept building more than 2 Banshees, Overlord speed would have been really important. So I saw 3 factories. So the thing is, he could have just been delaying his 3rd command center a little bit, and maybe he drops a 3rd command center and double armory now, right? But he could also, as you see, has very quick 3 factory production. So the 2 tech labs build tanks, maybe cyclones, but mostly tanks. Hellions out of that. And that's a really good army, because tanks just kill everything except Zerglings, and Hellions kill Zerglings. And it's a very scary army, right? So it's a good thing I built the Roaches, the Roach Warren, that really helps out. Because like I said, if I've got to deal with that with just Zergling Baneling, but he spreads the Hellbats out, Banelings can't kill them very efficiently. It would have been really awkward. Zerglings aren't the worst thing in the world versus Hellbats if the Hellbats are super spread out. Obviously, Hellbats want to be clumped up in that scenario. But yeah. So I actually didn't even notice him move out, I don't think, there. Yeah, so I didn't even pay attention to my map control because I'm trying to explain the build order and focus on the basics, which is really cool. I was just building Banelings generally for safety. I was like, oh, because actually I saw him move out, but on the mini-map, but I assumed it was just a couple of Hellions. I didn't realize it was a proper army coming my way. That's why I was like, oh, I'll make a few Banelings just in case and stuff. So notice I run away, and I just pull all the drones. Now, this ends up being basically all in for my opponent because there's no big batched up follow-up. Keep in mind, my opponent's doing a 39 SCV attack. I'm on 66 drones. I'm 27 workers ahead. And I'm up on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hatcheries, guys. 6 hatcheries. So even if I lose a base, I've still got 4 bases available and way more workers. Even if I lost this hatchery as well, it wouldn't be the end of the world because I can just rebuild them. I've still got 66 drones and 3 bases available, which means my workers all have places to mine from. So we're way ahead economically here, right? We are massively ahead. Now you might be like, well, isn't that an unsafe lead going that far ahead in drones? And I would say normally yes, but because remember what I said when I scouted, mech is normally a sign of greed. It's a slower composition. It doesn't, these units can't stim, dive into your natural and kill you in 10 seconds, right? This army needs to kind of siege and move forward little bit by little bit and spread its units out. It's not as agile as a bio army or a pack of Archons and Zealots or something like that. And that's why, against this composition, generally you will be in a greedier mode. Now that's a kind of advanced sort of thing that shifts it, but in general, I'm never really, other than the harassment defense, which was what? Some Zerglings, some Queens. If I saw a Starport or I was worried about Starport, I would have dropped Spores. As well, other than that, you're not really worried about actual army defense until you hit 66 drones versus mech. And I've also often talked about how that's kind of greedy versus like, what if they're doing a fast Zealot all-in or a 2-base Marine tank all-in that's executed really well. And I've said, technically you should stop lower on workers versus those, and as you get better, you'll get that better game sense. But you'd be surprised how often even those harder hitting all-ins you can defend with such a low worker count. Remember, guys, I want you all to try and spam out your questions in chat. If there is anything that doesn't make sense, if there's anything you want clarification, and the stupider the question, the more I'm encouraging it, because I am not a beginner at this game. I don't know if you guys have clued onto that. It's really hard for me to remember exactly what it's like. So, basically, if my opponent was really spread out and stuff, I probably would have waited a bit more. I was building way more units. There's no need for me to fight here, but I saw a lot of his tanks were unsieged, but I also saw his Hellbats were all super clumped up. I knew I'd morphed a lot of Banelings. So I was like, oh, let's just go. Now, you could argue if there wasn't an opportunity here, there's no reason for me to fight. And I did not need to fight. So if I was being cautious, I would have just pulled further back. He's still not in range of the mineral line. Even if he is, we can pull the drones back. Baneling speed is 20 seconds from finishing. That's going to make things way easier. Also, the more roaches I get out, that's just a good general purpose unit here that's going to help out a lot. And the more army I build is just generally good here. Why is it better to delay a fight? Look at those two numbers. I'm going to damn well be making a few more units every minute than my opponent is. If I can delay the fight a minute, I'm going to be making way more than that. Not only that, what's he actually got? Thors and Hellbats. They're not exactly going to rally across the map at lightning pace, are they? So even if he's reinforcing his army, there's that. And as I said, I didn't really need to fight here. So if I pulled back and delayed, I probably would have sent all my Zerglings to sit in the middle of the map so that his units rallying across just automatically get killed by my units. And what's really cool about that is then I could also set those units up to come down here and flank his army from below with, say, 20 Zerglings. And that would be really sick. Now, obviously, he made a huge mistake. 6 or 7 Hellbats all in a big clump. And the Banelings even did a fair amount of damage to the tanks, which I was not banking on them doing. This Roach pops out of its egg right next to the siege tank and does a fantastic job as well. Now, if I was... Yeah, and basically, whenever their army gets really small, Zerglings become the easiest unit to just rally out and overwhelm. But definitely just a mix of Lings and Roaches half-half is a good way to think of it. Baneling is a risky unit to utilize compared to investing gas into Roaches. Why would you emphasize on Banelings? So the thing is, my Roach Horn just finished. We don't have Roach speed. Roaches really suck without Roach speed. If I wanted to make Ravages, that would be good, but Ravages are even more gas-heavy, expensive, and micro-intensive. And I'm trying to stay away from the Ravager because it is a unit where it's too easy to leverage my skill. I would love you guys to get good with Ravages. It's one of the best units in the game, but I've seen a lot of players in Masters League fumble with their Ravages really hard, so I think it's a little unfair. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Raynor, but Raynor makes ugly comebacks all the time with Ravager. So I'm trying to steer clear of the Ravager. Now, for those who don't know, the Ravager is basically as fast as a Roach speed Roach. So even if you don't have that Roach speed upgrade ready yet, if you make Ravagers, it kind of fills that gap for you, where it's basically like making Roach speed Roaches on demand. Ravagers are the best unit in the game to defend all-in attacks because they're so accessible. You can have, say, 6 Roaches, which is a pretty shit force, but you see an attack coming, you morph them all into Ravagers, bam, it's amazing. So why were we making Banelings? Remember that I was playing a Ling Bane style and I already had a lot of Zerglings out. The Banelings need to be in there to clear the Hellbats to allow the Zerglings to do their job, number one. Number two, Zerglings are just great versus tanks, and especially in these smaller pushes. And the more you surround or flank or come from multiple angles, the more points you get there. So I think what's really important though is, yeah, definitely my opponent did a big attack, and this is honestly the thing which has won me almost all my games so far. I haven't lost a game since Silver League, I don't think. And there's been so many times where I'm surprised by a big attack and I go, oh shit. The number of times, I think we're at like 10 times now, where I've been surprised by an attack and gone, oh shit. And I've just ran away from it, lost a hatchery or two, then fought it, won the fight, and won the game. And it's just, it's awesome. Xmas has a great question. Why would you put a macro hatch down rather than use it to expand? Well, I already took 5 bases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the macro hatch is, I mean, I could take a 6th as well. So number one, it's harder to inject. It's further away. Number two, it's easier for my opponent to snipe. Gives them an easier target. The macro hatch is much more reliable. So there's players out there who will, like Dark, will sometimes build 2 or 3 macro hatches just on 4 bases. Maybe taking a 5th base. Because he's like, no, I want the reliable production all centered in the middle of the map. So if my opponent pushes into me, it can come together. It's easy to inject the hatcheries there as well and so on. But it's real personal preference. Like some people will only take a 4th base and they'll build 2 macro hatches. But I'm a big fan of taking extra bases. So I like that attitude of like, hey, it's a hatchery. It's only 300 minerals. And remember, you don't have to defend these areas. I think a lot of people with this sort of build, they get really nervous with building these extra hatcheries. But remember, these are your production facilities as Zerg. And they only cost 300 minerals. And they give you a bunch of supply as well, almost as much as an Overlord. It's not a big investment. What's a big investment is losing a full line of drones at a base. That's big damage. Losing a hatchery is not great, but you don't mind anywhere near as much. You lose 22 drones on a base and a hatchery. That's real damage. That's hard to recover from. Do you put a queen on each hatchery for inject? No, we only have 3 injecting queens ever, and this is something which never changes, even with Ling Bane. you'll notice that whenever I pointed this out in the last session, I want to keep hitting this home. Whenever there is a moment of calm, that is when you want to say to yourself, okay, cool, I've got map control. Remember, after I defended this, what did we do, guys? Just to review that, I put Ling Scouts all over the map. Watch this on my camera. So I put Ling Spotters, just to make sure, because I was nervous. Is there another wave coming? What else is out there? And then once I did that, I said, okay, now I've got map vision. I could take a deep breath, macro cycles, inject, inject, inject. Oh, my third base isn't there anymore. Okay, let's replace that. Keep injecting. Finish the macro cycle, though. Come on, finish the macro cycle. Bad pig. I should spend your lava. Why are you taking gases right now? Pig! So because I was talking a lot there, I didn't follow a full macro cycle. Look, I got 20 lava and I'm not spending it. I should be building army. Obviously, I'm fixing the drones to get back to my 66 drones, but I didn't produce units there. I'm like, oh, sometimes you'll delay there, but you really want to get back to that macro cycle. So I'm going to build 9 mutas, then I'm going to go into nothing but lings and roaches from there. And I'm just going to try and get back in that rhythm of proper production cycles, right? But so at this point, I haven't injected any extra hatcheries. Look how much money I have. Part of that's because I'm not spending it. Part of it's because I lost a hatchery. There's a disruption. I build 10 overlords, making sure I never get supply blocked again. So that'll get us to 200 supply. And in a moment, at some point here, I'm actually going to remember to do what I should have done much earlier, but I'm not used to talking while I play, as you guys can tell. Jesus, when do I do it? Was it after my first wave of Muta harass? And that is, you're meant to queue up injects on your extra hatcheries. So you've got 1, 2, 3 hatcheries that inject non-stop, but at some point, you're creep queens, right? Which for me, I don't know which queens they are. I think it's these 2. I've got 3 queens on that key right now. I don't know where the third one is. She's somewhere. The control groups aren't clickable for me right now. Let me change that so it's clickable. I don't normally like that because then if you're playing, you might accidentally click down here. Oh, okay, so I did lose some queens in my push, right? Yeah, I need to replace my queens. But basically, normally these queens are separate from your injecting queens, and at some point, maybe 6-7 minutes, varies game to game, they stack up a lot of energy. So that's 4 injects, that's 4 injects. So what you can do is at that point, you go to your macro hatch, you queue 4 injects on that, 4 injects on your 4th base. And that basically means for the next 2 minutes non-stop, those hatcheries are going to just spawn lava, spawn lava, spawn lava. The way injecting works with queuing it, you use shift, you tell it to just cast it multiple times, the queen will go up to that tree, inject, 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 inject. She doesn't have to hang around. What she does is she queues them. So basically the hatchery just remembers. It's like, oh, I have 4 lava injects on me. When one finishes, the next starts. When one finishes, the next starts. When one finishes, the next starts. So and it's 30 seconds a cycle, right? So it's just going to keep going automatically for you. So it kind of creates like this just automatic lava boom without changing that underlying automated cycle of injects, which makes things nice and easy. What questions did I miss, guys? At some point in the game, you're at 2 to 3,000 minerals. Is that bad? So it's really bad if you never get on top of your spending. I didn't want to just build units without explaining what I was doing, which is part of why I did it. But you'll notice here, I start spending my money. So if I never got on top of spending my money, that would be bad. So if you float minerals because you've got better things to do, the thing is, you're all trash players. We are all trash players. In RTS games in general, people have figured out that spending your money is good and important. What's also happened is a large portion of the RTS population across all RTS games, they see money in the bank, they're just like, you do bad, you do bad. Think critically about what you should be doing with your money, refine your game plan, be better at injecting those hatcheries. Why do I have all that money? 2 reasons. Number 1, I didn't do clean macro cycles after the fight hit me. I was too busy explaining the order of priorities of what I was doing. And I did a macro cycle, and then I did the inject. I didn't spend the lava. So number 1, I broke my own rule. Number 2, I did not queue those extra injects on the hatcheries for about 2 minutes after when I should have done it. Those 2 things led to me having a big bang. The thing is, look at later in this game, you can see my minerals and my gas is getting much lower. And you might be like, that's still 1,500 minerals, pig. I just want you guys to remember as well, especially for the people out there who talk like this, who are looking at a game with 80 or 90 workers. It's 1 minute of mining right now on 66 workers. If I was on 80 or 90, it would be like 35 seconds. So if you're one of these crazy guys who's done Vibes Bronze to GM, and you've always got 80 workers, and you're getting upset about floating 1,500 minerals, you are completely missing the fucking point. You're mining 2.5... Oh, sorry, that's the resources tab. That's why that looked a bit wrong. I was like, yeah, that seems wrong for 3 base. Maybe I'm transferring workers. Okay, so even on just 66, 70 workers, what is 1,500 minerals? It's basically 20... It's 30 seconds. It's 30 seconds of mining. So I get super triggered because the number of people who backseat, even high-level players in chat, are like, you floated money 14 minutes into the game. And you're like, I was microing mutas to kill 35 workers. My banelings caught every worker in his third base. And they're like, but you didn't spend your money. And I go, yeah, and that's fine. Who cares? I was ravaging my opponent's face. Now, if I was staring at Mutalisks to pick off a single marine or damage a depot, and I was not spending my money, that's probably not a good usage of my attention, right? If I'm floating 5,000 resource, that's kind of bad. But what is... So the point is, if I had 1,500 minerals, right? Is this a bit too much bank right now? Yes, but I'm maxed right now. But if you think about it, if you're on 3 base economy, fully mining, you're mining 2,800 minerals, you float 1,500, guess what? You should naturally float 1,500 because you're meant to be only building units basically every macro cycle. Can you build in between as a bonus point? Yes. But if you've got more important things to do, micro, harassment, creep spread, upgrades, all sorts of other things that go on in a game of StarCraft, you don't spend money. As long as when your macro cycle comes, you can spend 1,500 minerals all at once, as long as you're hitting those macro cycles. And this is what people never clue onto, is they see minerals and gas floating and they go, oh, I need to spend money. And what do? They select their hatcheries and they hold down the unit key. What does that do? You've broken your macro cycle. They then forget to inject their hatcheries and they shit the bed right afterwards. Right? Because then they're not injecting on cycle. They're just like, I hold down button, that'll solve the solution. The whole point is this is a well-oiled machine that keeps production, that keeps injects, that keeps overlords, that keeps everything going. And it allows you to have that really sweet rhythm that we always go back to, which is every 30 seconds, and we're not perfect on it, but we try to be as good as we can. We go back, inject, build units, build overlords. Then we go do everything else. Micro our units, spread some creep, make some upgrades, whatever takes the priorities there based on where we are in the game. Macro, inject, build units, build overlords, right? And we keep going back to those over and over and over again. And that's actually huge. So yeah, you mentioned that you'd defend a starport with spores. Why would you choose those instead of a mobile unit like Corruptors? I mean, if your opponent's going mass starport, that's a different thing. But we're talking about just a starport opening. Just means there might be one Liberator. Or a medevac comes in. Or a Banshee, or a battlecruiser. We're talking about a 1 to 3 harassment units at most. So you don't need to build a whole composition to defend 1 or 2 units, right? So why would you build a mobile unit? Number 1, spy is really expensive. Number 2, those units are expensive. Number 3, you've already got queens. You drop a spore in each base for detection, a bit of extra anti-8, you've defended it. So the whole point is you shouldn't change your composition for no good reason. If your opponent's massing Banshees, they're making 2-port Banshee with their mech all game, or they're building up 6, 7, 8 Banshees off one sub. Okay, maybe we add some Corruptors or some Hydras in. That's when it makes sense. But just seeing a starport, which is very standard in most openings, that's a completely different thing, right? That's a different strategic line. So you want to try and separate those in your mind. Can you talk about having only 3 injecting queens? Why not have 1 per base? What's the purpose of your 4th base then? Number 1, it's production. Number 2, it's so you can mine from it. It still does give you production. Do you know lava? Hatcheries produce lava on their own, guys. So you don't actually need to be injecting hatcheries. It just adds, basically it doubles the lava. If you're perfect with your injects, it essentially roughly doubles the production is what that does. So my second overlord is going to go straight over to the 3rd because, guys, we're playing a Zerg versus Zerg. So different strategic line. We're going to do that. The reason we only want 3 injecting queens is because we're building a repeatable system that is automatic. So a lot of players try to inject every hatchery, and what that means is they waste too much APM actions and time trying to adapt to a scenario that's so different from their normal. You want injecting to be something that is almost completely subconscious. So you don't want it to change based on the situation in the game, or at least not very much. You want it to be something that you can just go back to. That macro cycle that we go back to... Oh, why am I making a gas? That's a mistake. But yeah, that macro cycle that we go back to, that's meant to be automatic. So the whole point is we don't want to be kind of sitting in that scenario where we're like, Oh, I have 7 bases. Let's go inject every base. It also ends up wasting too much supply on queens. At maxed out, if you end up with, say, 3 creep queens, if you end up with 3 creep queens, and you've also got 7 injecting queens, I'll tell you what, your army's effing small. That's 14 supply in units that are absolute trash in late game fights, guys. My gas is a little bit late here, guys. Not my favorite. Notice I've got 3 drones on that patch, so we're going to fix that up. We're going to send 2 Zerglings over. And let's talk about this game. If you guys have more questions from the last game or this one, save them, copy-paste it, repost it at the end of this game. I absolutely will get to them, guys. I really appreciate it. Your questions are amazing. These are really helping me out. Thank you very much, everybody. So, the spawning pool is 1 square lower than it should be. Notice that slowing down my drone mining slightly. That's a little bit awkward, and that's an unnecessary mistake. Now notice I had my overlord queued to go forward, but then back. Now the reason we had that is because we wanted to see the hatchery timing, which obviously the creep already told us, but then we also want to run it away so that it doesn't just die to, we don't want it to just die to what do you call it? The queen popping out. So that's the 3rd base. This will be our 4th down there. We can take our 5th, probably up the top. And these lings have just been queued to do a circuit. And what do we always look for when we go in? Number 1, is there a 3rd hatch? There is. That's very similar to me. Number 2, is that spinning? Yep. Yep, there's hot gas above the baneling nest. Inject, build drones, build another overlord. Looks like our lings died. That's fine. I just saw a lot of Zerglings, so I'm going to build a spine crawler, guys. Oops. And I'm going to get my queens there. And we're doing nothing but building Zerglings right now. So what do we do, guys? Right-click, shift, hold position. Whatever your hold position key is, we do that. I forgot to build my baneling nest. Shit, that's meant to go down right after that 3rd base. So I need to do more focus, guys. This is so different to my normal play. So we're going to try and squeeze and inject and then shift, right-click, hold position. And, okay, let's go back to injecting. He's going to try and kill my 3rd base. Now, if that dies, it really is not the end of the world, guys. We're going to build 1 more overlord during this because I'm about to be supply blocked anyway. And our ling speed kicked in. All right. So what are we going to do, guys? We're going to chase these lings for a little bit, and then we're going to go across the map. So let's go across the map now. Inject. Inject. Let's move that spine crawler to the front. Build more lings. What do we do with our banelings, guys? We've already stolen them off the group and clicked them elsewhere. Do we have more lings? Yes, we do. Yes, more lings equals fight. As soon as the banelings finish, we will click away. Okay, we're pretty far from the banelings, so we can risk injecting here. Oop, run away. So we're just disengaging with the lings and microing the banelings. What are we going to do, guys? Just going to spam click. Oh, we'll take that one. Why not? Notice we're kind of blowing up on separate things right now. So this time we tried to not use that shift click micro. We've got more banelings, steal them on a different key, and we're going to click them into the main this time since we just killed all our opponent's stuff. And we're just A-moving and saying, hey, if the fight's good for us, we'll take it. Now, this is a good one. If you see them morph banelings and you have the numbers advantage, box some of your Zerglings and shift-click the baneling cocoons, and that will give you the win. Morph more banelings. Remember, click the banelings in the main. So those banelings automatically got some good hits, and that worked out really well. Baneling Nest was late once again, so that's a big mistake that I keep making with this build. But yeah, essentially we always go for this stage 1 Zerg vs Zerg. Aggression is the key. I've linked the video guide. You guys know about it. It is the best way to learn Zerg vs Zerg. A lot of people say Zerg vs Zerg is silly because of this or that. If you don't want to play this, don't worry, guys. When I get to Masters League, or at least for one game, maybe I will teach a Roach Wall-off build, because that's a different way of playing. But I think it's a really, for me, it reeks of running away. For me, I think StarCraft is all about embracing the most challenging situations and saying, oh, this situation's effing hard, let's do more of that. For me, that's the whole StarCraft mindset. So when I first played StarCraft 2, I could not micro banelings. And in early Wings of Liberty, every game was 1 base Ling Bane versus 1 base Ling Bane. And it was an effing nightmare. And I got so angry about the matchup at first, but thankfully I got addicted and obsessed enough with the game and competitive enough that I said, well, fuck this. I love the game. I want to get better at it. I can't have this one matchup ruin my day. And I asked my friend to play games with me, and we made a rule. We said no expanding, no roaches, no variation. You're only allowed to do one base Ling Bane. And I remember we played like 20 games in a row on the greatest map of all time. So check this one out. For those who don't remember the early days of SC2. Scrap station, scrap station. So you might be like, what the fuck is this map? Well, that corridor is blocked off. One player spawns here, one player spawns there. No, you cannot go across that. So to get to each other, you had to go around here. So we just did one base Ling Bane was me and my mate Ninja. Shout out to Ninja from the old days. Aussie. And basically we just had Ling Wars, one base versus one base, back and forth in this area, 20 games in a row until we just at least figured out some general rules for how to micro Ling Bane and just got a bit more comfortable. And we did it over and over. And obviously I'm pretty hardcore, don't get me wrong. But my point is that there's a gold base down there as well. There's other bases here blocked off by rocks. This whole thing was a shit show. All the maps were terrible back then. But we just embraced the hardship of that situation and said, well, let's repeat this over and over again until we figure out how to do it a little bit. And that's really going to help us out in the long run. And you know what? In hindsight, I didn't know. We didn't have stealing control groups back then. You couldn't steal units off to a key. I didn't have a good way of organizing the banelings on different keys. It was almost all manual control for me, which was pretty shit. I didn't even know you could control group eggs at that point. So I literally, for me, it was all kind of tactical and how to move unit around practice. These days, when I actually understand how the mechanics of the game work, because I was very fresh into competitive RTS back then, you got to remember. Obviously, I would develop much more set systems. Morph the banelings, steal them onto number 3 from number 2, click them in the mineral line. Click them in the mineral line. Now, I did do very different micro with those banelings this time, didn't I? Rather than shift clicking on the drones, I tried to just do like spamming click instead and just go for the money shots. And I think it's really whatever you find works for you. If you want to shift click every time on the drones, that's a decent way of doing it. You just got to make sure you obviously give them the extra orders before the first one goes off, or they're just going to blow up on whatever, right? Sometimes people give those shift click orders too late, so they already don't have an order, which means they'll just blow up on whatever's near them. But this time you'll notice I just spammed right click, spam right click, spam right click. And, you know, I almost let those drones get away. And then I just kind of started boxing them and just right clicking on the drones. I didn't actually use the manual detonate button, but I easily could have done it there as well. If I was going a bit more hardcore, I actually would have split those banelings as well. Game, I told you to rewind, bro. So I actually would have, so if I was hardcore microing this, what I actually would have done is I would have boxed these banelings at about here, and I would have just clicked them on that drone. Now, why that drone? You might think, well, that drone's not really in the center of the mineral line. But if I box those two banelings and tell them to click on that drone, think about when they'll come into contact with that drone. They're coming from this angle, which means they'll blow up there. And this is the center point of the mineral line. Here, this is, a lot of bases have even 2 sections like that. Like here in the main, 1, 2, 3 mineral patches. Anywhere in the middle of there, prime opportunity. Same with these 3 mineral patches. Obviously, there's not many drones on this base right now. They're not stacked up quite perfectly. Actually, there's quite a few stacked on top of each other. So right, anywhere like right there, you're going to hit at least 3 mineral patches worth of workers. So that's why this is such a juicy area. And otherwise, probably just like here, somewhere like there in the middle of them all, right? Could be there, could be over there, wherever. But if I click these 2 banelings on that drone, they're going to blow up there because that's when they're going to come into contact with it, right? Whereas if I was coming at it from, sorry guys, let's zoom out. If I was coming from down here with my banelings, I would have right-clicked on that drone, right? But what I would do if I was going super hardcore is I'd grab those 2 banelings, I'd click on that drone, and then I'd box the rest of my banelings, and I'd just like probably click them on maybe this drone returning here and just try to blow up generally in the middle. Yeah. What's a good way to micro lings versus lings? I never seem to get the hang of it, says Lundrill. Attack move, Lundrill. I wish I could say more. Zergling versus Zergling, it's attack move. Unless you're really good with your hands, you are going to hurt yourself by trying to micro your Zerglings most of the time. The micro, there's not micro, it's decision making. It's your ability to look and say, enemy has more Zerglings, run away. Oh, I have more Zerglings, fight. Me have more, thumbs up. Me have less, thumbs down. Me have more, thumbs up. Me have less, thumbs down. That's it. Technically, having more surface area is better. So if you can set up a concave, that's really nice, right? So you will see me in a small Zergling fight sometimes vie for angle a little bit. And do a little bit of that fancy setting up, but that really is bonus points. And it's not going to change a difference. If my opponent has even 10% more lings than me, unless I'm like in a choke point defending here and all their units are stuck behind each other or something, it's not going to matter. You know, lings are such a high damage unit as well that if you have a few more lings, why are these drones not building? What is going on here? Oh my lord. Sorry guys. Okay, we are on the Central US server and it's particularly laggy today. Spawning pool placement, guys. In Zerg vs. Zerg, you always want to have your structures placed as a little bit of a backup. Now that pool went down a little bit early. But the idea here is I can put a queen there and that creates a wall. Wait, this is not Zerg vs. Zerg. This is ZVP. Okay! Fantastic. Now remember, guys, what do? We fight the probe and we send a drone to the third. So if it keeps blocking, that's fine. I'll build another drone here as well. No worries. So there we go. Just take the third base. Always, remember that's the reaction we talked about in one of the earlier sessions. Now I'm a little worried, of course, that we do get cannoned. So we're just going to check that. Take the gas. Continue with the build as normal. So he's blocking that. We'll just check that one time. And then I think we should be fine because we've already got spawning pool done. So we can build our queen. We can build 2 Zerglings shortly. And you can go there. You can go there. Let's build a Zergling. So we've got these 2 guys on gas and then this guy on gas. We build the Overlord. We need the Overlord vision out front our base. And remember, what do we do here? That guy goes there. So my Overlords are kind of in the wrong pattern. So we're kind of going to shuffle these around a little bit. God damn it, Pig. Why make things so much more complicated than they need to be? Let's focus on the build order, okay? Makes it as hard for himself as goddamn possible. Inject, move to the third base, which of course is our natural. Make sure all my camera locations are good. Set the rally points over there. Let's take this one. We're pulling off gas a little bit early, but that's okay. Sending those drones over there. I clicked on the probe. Let's just run past that adept if we can. We're doing nothing but building drones. So that hatchery was a few supply early. So that's a bit of a mistake, guys. Now we see there's some adepts coming. So I'm going to need to build some Zerglings. Because we just saw an adept come, and I think that's the second adept, right? So we've got 8 Zerglings on the way, which is enough to kill 2 adepts. I'm going to make 10 though, just so I can surround. And we're going to be building more drones. Now we're just going to run away the drones, get the queen up there to defend. And he comes on creep, then our Zerglings can surround. So let's try and engage here, see if we can get a surround if possible. Let's run that drone back to mining. Now, if you want to be very fancy, you can do that and wall it off, but obviously most people aren't going to do that. You're cheating, Pig! Third queen never started. Man, why am I so sloppy on my builds today? Sorry, guys. I'm going to stop talking at the start other than explaining the build. No more scouting talk. I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy with my builds. Even at my level, I try to do a pool first, which I don't normally do. And I'm here and I'm just kind of like rambling about shit while we do it. So anyways, Overlord Scout's a little bit late. We're going to send him through like that, but there's a Stalker there. So no, we'll send that guy through. So the Zerglings are out. Let's go home. Back on gas. We're late for that. Let's get a Baneling Nest, second gas, and a lair. Let's get that to fully saturate. This one to fully saturate. And then rally to our third, which is in between. I just lost my Overlord Scout, so we're going to build a few more guys there. And that's a Void Ray, which is not too much of a problem. Okay, so what do we do, guys, against a Void Ray? We pull all of our Overlords right back. All we're going to do is hold down that drone key as soon as our Overlords pop, which they just did. We finally got that layer started. And notice 3 drones popping out. Click in there on the minerals. Inject, inject, inject. Hold down that drone key. Also, hold down that queen key, guys. What if there's an oracle coming behind the Void Ray? Well, let's build a spore at each base just to be safe. And remember, lots of queens. So lots of Overlords right now as well. Now we see he took a third, but we're just going to set up a few lings across the map. Now against air players, if you put some lings on the edges as well, that can be really nice. I'm going to build a few more lings as well, just in case some adepts come in. So it's a good idea to always have a few lings in that case. Oh. Okay, so notice we're doing something here, which is a frantic, oh my god, this guy is being aggressive. Every single queen is no longer an injecting queen, guys. We're going to tell them to do some injects, but then they're going to come to somewhere in the middle because we have just seen our opponent is going big old air units. That's very scary, right? So we've had to react. And these queens, we're rebuilding 3 new queens, which will be the new injecting queens. But in the meantime, we are going to group these queens up and try to defend these Void Rays. Now, this is a problem for me. Why is this such a problem? Because those Void Rays can, of course, deny my hatcheries. So we need to make sure we spread our creep a little bit better than normal. And the thing is, if we lose one of them, it's not the end of the world. But if we lose a lot of them, that's where things get kind of messy. So we're putting guys on gas. And let's send these queens out. Now, we don't really know if it's Sky Toss behind this or not. So if you're really blind and you don't know what they're doing, here's a really cool move. We're going to take an Overseer, queue it along the edge of the map. And we're going to take an Overseer, queue it along the edge of the map. Chances of them catching both of those, very low. Also, we're going to make even more Zerglings. And we're going to A-move them on this Stalker. And we're just going to start running in some more Zerglings to see what's up. I'm building lots of Overlords right now. Behind this, inject, inject, inject. Spread creep out. And what does this army look like, guys? Is that ground units? That looks like ground units, doesn't it? So we're going to lose that hatch. That's really annoying. That's okay. We're going to take gases over there. What's important, though, is if they've got ground units, that means they don't have the answer to mutas, do they? So what are we doing, guys? Our Zerglings are going to be set up on the left-hand side as a run-by. I'm building a few more Zerglings as my main army. We're making as many mutas as I can, and I'm queuing them to the very left and then down here. So we're hiding our muta tech. What do we do behind that? Bane speed, 1-1 upgrades for our lings. It's very important that we get these gases up. It's this style, remember, it's all about the gas, but no more drones than about 70, just the normal drone count. Now, because we're struggling with money and we lost the other base, we're just going to build 3 macro hatches here, okay? Now, because we're a little bit blind right now, we're going to pull those queens back because there could be an attack coming at any point. We really don't know. We're going to just queue our air units to try and defend over there, our anti-air units. We're going to go upgrades. We're going to make sure all those hatcheries on our key. And our mutas are going to fly in. Remember, what are we building on the ground, guys? Nothing but Ling Bane. And we're even making Banelings now just to make sure. And our mutas are going to fly in. And notice I'm just A-moving for now. But let's actually fight these Stalkers. And now I'm going to target the sentries. And I'm building more mutas behind this. Now, the reason I'm fighting is because I saw that he doesn't have his Void Rays here, and he only had a handful of Stalkers. But we're going to pull back now because my mutas are quite damaged. And guess what? We've got time to macro. So, what do we need? Gases, guys. Now, if your opponent's on ground, you can just keep massing Ling Bane. You don't need anything else. But if he goes Phoenix, that's when we need to change. Remember that our mutas always queue to a new angle. Oh, there's a Void Ray. Let's kill that. More mutas coming in. So, Void Rays on their own are obviously not very strong versus mutas. Now, he's got a ton of cannons on that base. So many. Oh my god. So we're just going to keep hitting this left angle then. Normally we'd rotate, but we're not going to be able to. Whoops. Macro cycle. So, I'm going to build more Overlords than we ever need. And we're also just going to max on Ling Bane now. Now, the next thing you want to do with Mutas, we're finally getting to a point with the next step. How do you finish a game? So, one of the best ways to do it is to get some different squads of Banelings ready. So what we're going to do is these guys are going to be down here, ready to run by. These guys, which I set up for a run by earlier and never got to use, they're also going to be just Banelings. And what we're going to do is we're going to take enough Banelings to literally blot out the sun, and then we're going to shove them down our opponent's throat. Now, because I've built so many buildings, my worker count's a bit low, so I'm building about 8 drones to pop me back up into the 70s, which is a healthier worker count. Notice my money is very low, so we might even go a bit higher than that. Because my opponent's so turtle up, max cannon battery, we're going to say, you know what, we're going to break our own rules, we're going to be flexible, we're going to build an extra 8 workers to go up to 80 workers, which is an insane count. Now, we just saw some Phoenix, so we're going to try and start adding Corruptors to these Mutas, but hopefully my opponent doesn't have too many yet. Now, we're going to take these guys and click them in the mineral line. We're also going to take these guys and click them in the mineral line. So those two groups of Banelings were all massed up. They were all ready. And let's just shift-click them on the probes. And it looks like my opponent's going to try and base trade. So what am I doing? I'm setting my rally point down here on the right side of the map. I'm doing nothing but building Zerglings. And we're just going to try and base trade to victory if possible. Now we're going to click on that pylon there. And that pylon as well. And that should be able to do it. Let's see. So... okay, we're going to try and... just keep A-moving Zerglings in here. If we can run drones away, that's great. Let's grab the Overlords, put them in the far corner. Let's try and... whoops. Build a hatchery over there. And... let's try and run these Overlords away. So what are we going to do, guys? Priority, if it goes full base trade, is to depower. So... if you, to get rid of the Nexus, sorry, so they can't recall in this scenario. Because he's already done a lot of damage. If he can now recall, that's going to be a big problem. Now, we can't run past his army, so we're just going to try and rally these Zerglings to the back corner if possible. And we're going to also try and hide me drones down there. Now, it looks like we should be able to eliminate all of his buildings while having drones over here. A lot of you might think, well, this is dicey. I don't want to have to win by base trade. Go play roaches then, you cuck. If you're playing a mobility style, it's like being a guerrilla fighter and then being like, oh, I'm gonna stand in front of the tank and fight it with my Molotov cocktail. That's not how you play Ling Bane Muta. Ling Bane Muta is a mobility style. If your opponent masses one immobile army that can beat you in a front-on fight, the way you defeat that is you go around. You don't stand in front of the tank and throw your Molotov on top of it. You go around, you backstab, you do everything. Obviously, I'm joking about, but that's why some people do prefer Roach Hydra and Lurkers and stuff like that, because it's more of a front-on style, right? If you're going heavy into Ling Bane Mutas, it's more about avoiding a frontal fight in those scenarios and going the other style. Obviously, we started teaching Roaches because I think Roaches is an easier way to learn, because you can kind of just, it really cements the basics of you build your economy, then you build your army. And if you've built the right ratio of both, you've done it efficiently, you've got enough army to beat their army, you can take front-on fights, much simpler micro decision-making in the engagements, which is really cool. So that was an interesting game, because I kind of messed up my opening, guys, a little bit again. So I've really, the next game, I accidentally went for like, my build was a little off in that early game for some reason. So let's try and really fix my build order in the next game and talk you through it bit by bit. I'm not going to talk about scouting at all. And I'm not going to answer questions for the next game. We're going to go super focused on just getting into that mode. But I think what we are doing much better at is just kind of saying, this is a macro Ling Bane style. Mutas are the cherry on top that makes things hard for our opponent. But essentially, you'll see it's the Ling Bane that defends early attacks. It's the big hatchery economy that allows us to explode into crazy amounts of Ling Bane. And we saw how quick that Ling Bane army was at tearing down the opponent's base in the base trade. So, as much as I'm glad you guys are enjoying the explanations, but I want to actually hit the build properly in this next game. So the next game, we're going to tone down the scouting explanations a little bit, get the build tighter a little bit, and then just so, because the reactions right now are inconsistent. And let me just explain that point really quickly. The reason why if your build varies, but your reactions are good, your reactions are actually trash, is because if you're reacting to things from a different scenario each game, those reactions are going to have varying results. It's hard for you to see what works, what doesn't. It's hard for you to build a proper kind of sense of where you are in the game and what should work and what shouldn't. So that's why it's so important as a player for you to basically come out and say, no, it's really, really important I have the opening tight. And that's something we always need to focus on, even for me. So I wanted to really focus on the build order. So 13 Overlord. Now remember, first Overlord sees the hatchery timing, pulls back, building our 14th drone. The next Overlord is going to come down about here, so it can kind of see lings going out the top, and it can also see if my opponent goes for a third. Camera location natural, third, fourth, build 2 more drones, and 5th base. Rally point down here. So there we go, guys. 17th drone just got built. What does that mean? Ooh, those drones were doubled up. We'll fix that there. So 17 pool, so one of those 2 drones can build the pool. We build 1 more drone because it's 17 pool, 17 hatch, 17 gas. Now, we could actually make our attack a little bit faster if I decided we just take that egg. If we're really tight with our build, we can rely on things like, oh, that egg always pops at the right time. So, okay. I don't know why 2 minutes is a long time.
Game resumed.
I'm like, 2 minutes seems long. I'm like, hopefully he's exaggerating about 2 minutes. I think he was. I think he meant like, hey, just 20 seconds, 2 seconds. Sometimes I'll say 2 seconds, and there'll always be someone who's like, you took 35 seconds. And I'm like, holy shit, you must be fun at parties. Anyway, so we're rallying the 3 drones to the gas, as we always do. Pool finishes, we start the Queen, then the 2 Zerglings, then the Overlord. And we've become very consistent with doing it this way. Remember, what do we do with the Zerglings? We try to run them in the base, and then do a circuit to see what the hell's up. Because my main's saturated, I can rally down there. Oh, I didn't build the Overlord yet. So, next Overlord. Where do our Overlords guys go, guys? Remember, outside your natural, because you need to see enemy surprise Banelings or Zerglings running in. Even a few seconds to prepare for that is going to make your life so much better. Cue the extra Queen. We want to build the extra drones. We can't, of course, because we're waiting for that Overlord. Inject, move to the natural. We see, hey, your hatchery is faster than mine. Therefore, that's a hatch first. So very standard. Now we don't pull off gas because it's Zerg versus Zerg. We start Ling speed. And our first drone to come out goes straight towards our 3rd base, doesn't it? Now let's see if we can get in for a scout. If we can do a little bit of micro there, that would be great. That's a spine crawler. We just saw a spine crawler building. Big sign of kind of defensive safety. We're also going to kill an Overlord. If it's that close, that damaged, we might as well kill it. And we can even cue that Queen to go back. We can drop 3rd base. Inject. Do we see a Baneling nest or anything? Oh, it's a lot of Zerglings. So we're actually going to make Zerglings now. Put the Queen there in her nice little nook. I accidentally messed up. So we'll build some extra Zerglings straight away. I also realized this Overlord, even though I saw the drone going there, we actually weren't in the right position. We should have been there. So we did not see any extra Overlords coming out that side. Let's put another Overlord in the middle. And I think we've got enough units, so especially with the Queen there. Queen is worth several Zerglings in the fight, especially if you tank with her. And I mean, now's as good as ever to just go Muta Ling Bane. We'll build 1 more Overlord. We'll put that kind of down here, out front in the 3rd base, just to be a bit safe. And then we'll build more and more stuff. Now, I believe we saw a drone going for the 3rd, but we see it going back, so we're just going to go back for now. Oh my, so why are we running away, guys? It's because my opponent has more stuff than me. But as more Lings come out, we're okay. Now what we can do is we can do a super advanced thing. That's a safety Baneling. I stole it away onto my dumping key. I'm going to keep injecting, and that's going to just defend my ramp. Now remember, split the Zerglings, attack the Banelings. Now we can go across the map. Okay. And that guy just stays on his own key, okay? That always sits on top of your ramp, so if your opponent does a big run by or something, it's going to be good. So these Banelings clicked in the mineral line. Let's go for the 3rd base, because I saw a spine crawler there, so it's not really a good situation. Keep making Banelings, stealing them on the key. This only one spine. That's the same spine. It just moved forward. So we're going to kill the third hatch first of all. And then we can kind of try to run in here. Oh, run away, run away. Let's see if the banelings can get in here. Looks like no. Those spines doing a great job. But we're just going to keep making units until we can actually deal with it. So we're just going to need more banelings to actually blow that up. Now, if you want to harass them, here's a really cool advanced move. A move, shift, deselect 2 Zerglings, remake the control group. So we just A move 2 Lings towards in. They're going to harass the banelings. Now, we did see that our opponent actually sent some units across. So we're actually going to use that dumping key over there. Just as a little backup defense squad. And I'm going to take some more gases just so I can make more Zerglings and Banelings. Now my opponent's coming out with their units, which is awesome for us. We've got way more Zerglings, so let's see if we can run past into the main while the Banelings go in. And it looks like we can. So notice we're going to shift quick to get those Zerglings to surround. Keep trying to run these Banelings in. We haven't had a lot of success with our Banelings so far. Why did I pull Zerglings away? Because they were outnumbered up there. Okay. We're just going to keep on rallying. More Zerglings, more Banelings. The only reason I took this extra gases and built extra drones is because I didn't have enough gas to bust the spine crawler. So I was like, I'll build a few more drones, take 2 more gases, and then keep making Ling Bane. The idea there is I made an adjustment to the build, which I do not like doing. But I had to, because I didn't have enough gas, and that spine crawler killed like 26 friggin' Banelings. Twitch.tv/x5_pig. GG, well played, mate. Just doing a bronze to GM at the moment, so teaching stuff. This spine crawler had 10 kills, almost all of which were Banelings. So this guy was not just a thorn in my side, this was a spine in my guts. And I've always talked about how do you defend Ling Bane, guys. It's you get your queens up front with Banelings guarding them. If they've got defensive Banelings, you can't just run in a giant clump, or their Banelings are going to blow you up. And then if you spread out to avoid their Banelings, the spine and the queens are going to pick you off a few at a time. Kill a Baneling, kill a Baneling. Obviously that was an okay trade for me. But then look at this. Look at what happens in the follow-up. Okay, he actually did accidentally blow up a few more of his Banelings than he wanted to. But whenever they come in 1 or 2 at a time, the spine and the queen just kill them. They just keep picking them off over and over and over again. So it got to the point where I kind of needed to hope his Banelings were out of position a bit and come in with a higher density of Banelings, and I needed to actually target the spine down, basically, rather than going for the drone line. It does only take 5 Banelings to kill the spine. So arguably, at the moment I realized the spine was up front, it was an issue, I should have just been going straight towards the spine and then into the mineral line, and that would have actually been a much better way of getting in there. Luckily, though, you know, we were still able to kill the third base and so on. But I didn't want to make any adjustments, right? Normally it's just 25 to 28 drones, nothing but Ling Bane. The reason why we added these gases is, as I said, I just didn't have enough gas. I was being so inefficient with my Banelings, and I was like, well, just pure Zergling is going to struggle to get in. Thankfully, though, he moved out wanting to do a counterattack, was a little bit overeager. I think my opponent misclicked to the Overlords, so you can see that the kind of mistake that my opponent made. Look at my Overlord vision, guys. Remember, what do we always say? 2 outside their base, 1 outside your base, and then if you can fill in the gaps with this guy and this guy, those are great bonus points, right? So I've got this great vision of everything happening on the battle. Now compare that to my opponent's vision, where my opponent has lost the most important Overlords. This one here, and there's 3. This Overlord, and these 2 Overlords over here are pretty good, even though technically I could flood Lings down the bottom and they wouldn't see them coming. It's not bad for this stage of the game when the third's finished. A queen can kind of push you back from here. You know, it is what it is. But one of these Overlords, these guys are doing the same job. If one of those Overlords was hanging here, and if this Overlord, rather than sitting over the mineral line, was like, I don't know, in the middle, out here, anything like that, it would have given my opponent a much more better understanding of, oh, you're just hanging outside my base with a shit ton of Zerglings. And that would have told my opponent, who was up 16 workers at this point, just keep making Banes, build even another spine if you want, is already building extra queens. So inject with this queen and then send it to the front. So you got 2 queens and a spine, maybe even another spine. And as long as you've always got some Banelings dancing around, and all you want to do is keep those Banelings dancing around. So if I run in like this, you'll blow up with the Banelings. If I run in with 10 Banelings in a clump, you'll blow them up. If not, then fine, you're safe. But the important thing is keep making banelings in reserve. My opponent made the classic mistake that most people make in this scenario. They either go across with all their banelings without leaving any for defense, or they just stop making banelings, 2 of them blow up, and then they go, oh shit, I need more banelings. Whereas if your opponent's just non-stop rallying Ling Bane across, and my opponent could see this with those overlords, right? Kept seeing, if you look at that minimap, they kept seeing Lings rally out under here and here on the minimap. Whether they noticed it or not, who knows? But that kind of tells you, oh, this player's all in. Look, I'm way ahead, even without a third base. If your opponent's rallying Ling Bane, there was actually no pressure on my opponent to take the third. Now, obviously, if you can get a creep tumor out, that's going to give you more mobility, so then you can move like 3 queens out with the banelings to defend the third base a bit better. But if you do get pinned on 2 base like this and the opponent's doing nothing but building Ling Bane, if you can find a way to just take your gases and then go into either 2 base roach or mutas and accept that your third's a bit later, that's okay. Because if your opponent doesn't actually drone up in the midst of this aggression, you might be looking at something like this, where you feel behind because it's 3 base first, 2 base, you're just only now restarting your third, but you're actually at maybe 1.5, 2 times the economy, which is really cool. What's the cheesiest thing a Zerg can do, says Melirak. I mean, there's so many. Pull the drones. Any sort of drone rush where you like 12 pull and then you pull your drones, building hatcheries in their base. 1 base Ravager, proxy hatch Ravager. There's a lot of really good ones. Can you talk about the dumping key? I missed the explanation. So for me, the dumping key is basically a key where, I guess to explain, I don't know if I explained that in the initial session or not, because it's kind of a bonus one, but I guess why not? So basically, I don't really have it set up as a proper dumping key. Obviously, I use a very weird advanced setup. You can see I use the right side of the keyboard, super custom, don't copy it. Do not copy what I do here at all, okay? But the idea is you could take, okay, let's go to like a standard hotkey setup so I don't mess my own setup. Let's go to a standard hotkey setup, which apparently my standard is, that's not standard. Proper standard. Let's make a new standard profile. Let's reset it to the actual standard. Okay, there we go. So what you can do is you could make it so basically there's a certain control group which you can't even select, is a cool thing to do. So what you would do is you would make and I imagine you'd want to use it as a stealing command, right? So what you'd say is create control group 10. So 0 is the hardest key for you to reach on your keyboard. Rather than Alt plus 0, we can just make this like, what's a button you don't use? Maybe you don't use caps lock. So all I need to do is select, say I have that baneling. I want to take it out of my army and put it somewhere. I don't want it to be on a control group. I'm actually going to tell it to go on control group 0, but I have no intention of ever selecting that control group. So this control group 0, control group 10, I make it so all you need to do is press caps lock, and whatever you have selected is immediately stolen onto control group 0. So it's put on that control group, it's taken out of any existing control groups it's on, and that's it. You're never planning to select it from there. That baneling on top of the ramp is purely something you expect. If they try to dart past with a pack of lings, it's usually going to blow up pretty well. If you're looking at it, you can manually micro it. It's not 100%. It's fine. It's the same with if you send 10 banelings to get ready to do a run by, you don't need to control group them. You just click on the minimap, you box them, click them in a mineral line on the minimap. Is that perfect? No, but you've only got so many control groups, right? So that's kind of the thing. So the idea of a dumping key is it's a 1-button press that just removes shit from your selection so it doesn't muddle up your control groups. That's kind of the whole idea there in terms of how that works. So it's just a convenient way of not having to go Alt 0 or some shit like that, you know? Alt, you're doing weird shit with your hand. Is it possible to get GM and ZVZ with the 2-base Roach or an Evo wall of opening? Absolutely, yeah. No, it's very common in pro play. Very common in pro play. It really depends on the map pool in terms of sometimes it's really ubiquitous, everyone's doing it. Other times you don't see much of it at all, depending usually on how easy it is to wall off the natural, and also it does better on short rush distances because Ling styles are better on bigger maps where the mobility is really useful, more attack paths, more distance. Roaches are better on a small push map where you do a nice efficient 2-base opening, your opponent's droning their third, but then bam, your roaches explode across the map and kill them because the rush distance is kind of short. Should my opponent have walled off as a reaction there? Not at all, Albino. They had banelings. You don't need a wall off if you have banelings. Just good baneling control is all that matters. A lot of people are obsessed with the wall off because they see pros do it. If you're not invested in banelings, go for it. Sure, your whole defense should already be a wall off. You should be building it before you even see a Ling Bane flood. But if you're playing banelings, the whole point is banelings plus queens and micro. It's all you need. The one piece of advice I'd give is your Zerglings aren't much use in the defense. It's mostly about the banelings and the queens. So if you do have a big bunch of Zerglings, it's best to just send them to go counterattack your opponent, because they'll usually do more for you there than they will defending. Alright guys, we've got ourselves a Zerg versus Terran. Remember, first Overlord goes across the map, then sits on the pillar. Second Overlord is going to check our natural, and then it's going to get to the sacrificial spot. Now, we've got 3 workers on 1 patch, so I fixed that. And we're going to get these guys to all kind of rally to different spots potentially, but that minimal patch doesn't have anyone on it, so we're going to rally both there. Only clicking in the command card because I was scratching my nose, guys. Don't be clicking in that command card. You're like, Pig does it. No, I was doing it because my hand was off the mouse. It's the only reason. So my opponent's actually coming here with an SCV. Now, he could block me. If that SCV turned around, I would immediately pull another drone. Same way we do against a probe on our side of the map. So we're going to replace that guy. And then remember, the next 3 drones rally onto the gas. Keep an eye on that SCV for now. Because he came in so early, he couldn't have proxied anything, because that was like a really, really early SCV. Now, I'm just eyeing my mineral line to double check that all the workers are doubled up, and you can see they are. There's no patch with 3, there's no patch with 1. Let's start that queen. We'd still want to build the Zerglings. And remember, it's a Terran, so what do we do against Terran? We send the Zerglings to the left or right of the map, and then to the natural. And that way they're going to naturally avoid the Reaper. Now our main's saturated, so we set the rally points here. This Overlord is going to go out there. Maybe up there a little bit. That's just going to see if he jumps up the cliff with his Reaper, because that means my queen will have to turn around to defend it. Let's queue up the extra queen. Now obviously we want to build more drones. We can't right now because we're waiting for that Overlord, so we're just kind of hitting that key, hitting that key, hitting that key, inject, and send the queen to the natural. And it looks like, wow, another player, command center on the high ground probably. Let's pull 2 guys off gas here. And yeah, how is this so common right now? And it's a very quick reactor, and there's a Reaper there. So we're just going to hide these Zerglings back here for now, and maybe kill an SCV later. We'll see what happens. Let's continue with the build. Because there's a Reaper, I don't want to show the Lings. So remember guys, it's 32 third base. Ooh, built 1 too many drone there. So we go third base, inject, inject, queen, and then Overlord. So queen, and then we're going to build an Overlord. So where does the Overlord go? Well, we need vision here and then here. Let's try and kill that guy. Why not? Get some damage, keep building drones. 1 more Overlord there. Cool. And then got a bunch of Marines, so we're just going to try and hide. We're going to try and split these Lings up with spotters, see if any attacks come our way. Macro cycle, inject, inject, hold down the drone key. And remember, what do we do there? And we'll build an extra Overlord or 2 for the edges as well. See, I'm clicking those to the edges to spot harass. Remember, first lava inject, we always select 2 of those drones, put them back on gas. We've now got our creep queen. Let's rally to the third. Guys, we're saturated on 2 bases. It's 340, 345. We queue up 2 more queens. Remember, this is where we go to 5 queens. Oh, our Overlord actually gets pushed back there. Let's try and put that back on the high ground because the command center will have landed. It's 345, so let's send our Overlord through. Inject, inject, build drones. And guys, it's 4 minutes, and we've seen Hellions as well. Remember, what are we doing as standard now? We're going to be building guys as standard at the 4-minute mark. So I'm building 14 Zerglings just to shore up my defense. And this is becoming something that I just do every single game, specifically because we want to make the build a bit safer as standard and have less reactions in there. Send that queen there. So we got 2 queens. And we see a lot of barracks going out. 3 barracks, a factory, and a starport. So no big signs of greed just yet, guys. Macro cycle, build drones. So no big signs of greed at all, is there? No third command center, nothing like that. He's gonna kill my overlord now, so let's keep building extra overlords. Oh shit, Baneling Nest gases are all late, guys. We're meant to drop those at 4 minutes. Ooh, that's not good. And let's just build a few more drones. Let's try and get some creep. Guys there. Let's go 4th base, 5th base. Now, I don't know if we're going to get hit or not in some big way, so I'm going to build a few more Zerglings here, just because it feels like he's being pretty aggressive, doesn't it? I'm going to build one more queen, so that guy's going to join these guys. We're going to build a 5th base. We've already got the 4th and the macro hatch. We're going to build more drones right now. He's being really annoying, isn't he? So we're just going to keep macroing. So we're getting fully saturated now. I've got a lot of drones about to pop. Normally you'd wait till that's a little oversaturation, but I know I've got a lot of drones about to pop, so that's okay. Okay, we're just going to try and do this one. Let's make some banelings for safety, because remember, we haven't seen any sign of a 3rd base. We're also going to send some Ling Scouts around the edges. Let's get the Spire. Let's put guys on gas. Oh, what's happening over there? Stop fighting me, bro! So notice I'm just trying to pull my Lings back and look away. Pull my Lings back, look away. I'm very supply blocked right now. Let's build an extra macro hatch. Inject, inject, inject. We've got tons of overlords on the way. I'm going to put a few more overlords out on the edges of the map. I've got this pretty good map vision, but I don't actually have any vision of whether or not he's got a 3rd yet. So what are we doing? Well, we're doing what we always do at this point. We've got 3 bases up of workers. Let's just make sure that's finished. Yes, it is. There we go. We've got a ton of hatcheries. All we want to do is build Lings and Banes, get Bane speed for safety here. Because right now, still no sign of a 3rd base. We've probably been a bit greedier than we need to be honest. If we wanted to be nice and safe here, we could have stopped a little bit earlier. But we are prioritizing just, if we macro well enough, we feel like we can defend pretty much anything, unless our opponent hits a super tight all-in, which we would see coming across the map. So we're continuing to send Ling Spotters out, and it looks like here comes the big attack. Now this hatchery doesn't fucking matter. When in doubt, pull back. We've got 40 seconds till Bane speed's done. Let's start 1-1 upgrades. Spire's done. This is where it's tempting to build Mutas, but Mutas suck in a front-on fight. There is no reason to build Mutas. We're just going to give up that hatchery, which he apparently is not too keen on actually killing. Because that hatchery is just production. And we already built an extra macro hatch anyway. But either way, he's on 2 base. We still haven't seen a 3rd landed. We're miles ahead. We're just going to wait for Baneling speed, wait for more units to build. And he's obviously trying to bait us out into some bad position. Let's get Overlord speed in case he builds Widow Mines. And I'll make 2 Overseers, add them to my army key. Now, because he's chilling, we'll add a few Mutalisks just to control the skies. And we're just going to keep injecting, keep injecting. Now, at this point, whenever you pin back, what do we always say, guys? Cut off the reinforce, dude. So we're going to cue these guys to A-move over here. Oh, he's actually pulled back to try and deal with it. So these guys are just going to try and go up there. Build more Mutas, build more Lings and Banes. So his whole army is running home for this. Isn't that fascinating? And what do? We immediately just rebuild that base. Let's take the gases there, inject, inject.
Mineral field depleted.
So let's just use these guys to run into that base in a little bit, shall we? And you might be like, well, what do we do now? Well, let's see if we can harass with the Mutas. And let's hit a 1-1 timing, because guys, I'm almost maxed on Ling Bane. And I kind of feel like I should be able to kill my opponent. Oh, he's coming out again. Now, if your opponent's coming out, they're usually not paying attention. So that's the best time to move and then aim. The Mutas are in the main. Remember these guys? We click those in the mineral line. These guys here, let's try and make some more Banelings with them. See if we can bust in. So in this scenario, it's easy to A-move and get your units stuck. What you want to do is you want to shift-click the Banelings and then control-click the Zerglings and pull them back to let the Banelings through to kill the wall. Alternatively, just back the fuck off because you're way ahead and there's Widow Mines behind the wall. Probably the better reaction most of the time. Or send the Banelings in first, something like that. Now, the Banelings are always mixed in... I'm sorry, man. The Banelings are always really... They're always mixed in the same hotkey against Terran because usually the fights are messy enough. You kind of just want to A-move, and if you want to box some Banelings or control click them and tell them to do stuff, you can. But you do not want your Banelings on a separate control group because you want your army kind of blended together. That's usually going to perform best versus Terran. Against Protoss, in the medium-sized fights, a lot of the time you might put your Banelings on a separate group to help micro them into the middle of their army because they're going to be in more of a ball, but a Terran's naturally going to spread out usually. So it's better to just have everything blended together and focus more on splitting your army as much as possible. What's a good ratio of Ling to Banes? That's a great question from Deathsbane. That's such a good question. What is... So, it does vary a little bit. In general, you always want to have a good chunk of Banelings. Maybe, I think... 1 to 4 maybe? I mean, if I actually don't even think about the numbers, I feel it, right? So this is one of those things that's subconscious. So let's go to about 8 minutes and let's look at like what I felt was a good army. So this is a really trash army right now. And this is what most players I see try to defend their 3rd or 4th base with and lose the game. This is way too many Banelings. Now, the reason why I'm going for that many Banelings is, remember, I said I'm not even going to fight unless he dives deep on creep. In which case, these Banelings are just to, like... I'm just building the Banelings ahead of time because I was planning to give up this base. I was like, my opponent's on 2 base. He's doing a big attack. I'm just going to fall back, right? So what's this ratio? 15 plus 8, 23 Banelings to 24 Zerglings, 1-to-1. Atrocious. The reason I'm okay with that is because I know I'm about to build like 50 more Zerglings before the fight happens. Generally, 3-to-1, 4-to-1 is probably somewhere where you want to be. 2-to-1 is probably the more extreme end. If your opponent's pure Marine, pure Zealot, pure Hellbat, these sort of armies that are kind of weak to Banelings, you could probably go closer to 1.5 Zerglings to every Baneling, but that's the very extreme end. Now, what army do you want almost no Banelings against? And I'd love Twitch chat to play this game with me. What army would you guys think you would want very few Banelings? If the Terran, what sort of Terran army? You're playing Ling Bane, still bio, still thinking Terran. We're still thinking Terran, still thinking bio. But how could their bio composition change? Now, if it's just Marines, obviously you could go very heavy on the Banelings, right, guys? But if it's not, what are some? So heavy Marauders, heavy Widow Mines, yeah. So you guys have got it. Lots. The more Marauders in their army, Banelings get pretty bad against Marauders, especially if they're spread out. And Widow Mines, especially, the more Banelings you have. Notice how the Banelings lag behind the Zerglings? So I haven't really got a chance to show you guys a lot of Zerglings versus Biomine. But the way you actually micro in that scenario is you want to kind of pull your Zerglings through their army to drag the Widow Mines into their army. You want to just kind of move your front Zerglings deeper into their army rather than just A-moving. If they're clumped up enough, you can kind of just do what I did in this game where I just like move commanded on him here, right? And surrounded him. So that can work if they're clumped up. But if they're not clumped up, it's not going to work very well. Are Banelings bad versus Hellbats? No, Banelings are great at clearing Hellbats. If the Hellbats are spread out a ton, they're amazing versus Zerglings and Banelings. Zerglings become not terrible versus them if they're spread out enough, but if they're clumped Banelings slay the crap out of them. So that would have been acceptable to some extent if he had Widow Mines, but you're presenting your army. The problem with a heavy Baneling composition is if they've got lots of Widow Mines, likewise lots of siege tanks, these splash damage units, your Banelings always end up coming in behind the Zerglings in a big fat ball. And that big fat ball is so vulnerable to splash damage. So naturally, the more Banelings you make, the more you present yourself as a target for splash damage. The best way to use more Ling Bane, the bigger the armies get and the bigger the fights get, is to split your army up and attack different angles. If you're going to make an extra 20 Banelings, click them into a mineral line where they're not looking, you know? That sort of thing, like that one I did. And that makes a big difference, right? That makes a huge difference. But it's just one of those things where, and we can check the build order to see, did my Terran get a 3rd command center? So his 3rd command center was actually not as late as I maybe thought. It was at 5:20, but it took him a long time to float it out and secure the 3rd. And if we look at the workers tab, you can see that he hovered on about 40 SCVs for a very long time and had very inconsistent worker production. So a rather nice timing attack from my opponent, very active Hellion usage, some really good play from my opponent with their activity. But you could tell my opponent was kind of relying on me panicking and attacking into him, right? The Hellions kept poking and trying to bait the Zerglings into it. The bio set up off the 4th around the ledge and said, here's a good spot. The problem he had is that if I was just going to not attack into the bad positions, my opponent's focus on those kind of, let's try and find the fight, it didn't really pay off at all, did it? Because of that. So that was an issue for them.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Is there any advice for playing against Marine Tank when you're still on Ling Bane? I lose too many units when I attack incorrectly, just for a second. Just have more stuff and spread more creep. Yeah, outside of tanks are actually rather simple in that as long as you have the numbers, you can A-move it. In general, if you can flank their army, it's going to be incredible, right? Anytime, the bigger the Ling Bane gets, but especially with tanks, you flank them, you come from two sides, easy peasy. Easy peasy. Just, you crush it. You crush it. What's the biggest tournament you've commentated? I've done a bunch of world championships, so all the big ones. All the big ones. BlizzCon, Katowice, etc. ZVT again, guys. From Clan Idiots. I like this guy. I already like my opponent. Okay, 4th base and 5th base. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what, guys? Rather than putting my 4th and 5th on the same side, let's put my 5th on the top left. So if I lose the right side, if I have these two bases as 4th and 5th, I can lose 2 hatcheries in one stroke. But if I take 4th here, 5th here, that's way more safe, right? Means I can give up one, like in that last game, without losing 2 bases. And that's one of the best things you can do as a Zerg. How many games have we won? Just by giving up territory and not fighting when our opponent wants to. Oh, we've got 3 on a patch somewhere. Oh, there it is. I accidentally built 1 drone too many there because I saw that the patches, I didn't realize I built 1 too many workers, guys. So we're going 18 hatch, 17 gas this game. Slight deviation. It's not the end of the world. We'll get the hatchery down. Get the gas down. Rally the guys onto gas. This will work fine. But yeah, basically, also, if someone gets a really, really good tank position, I mean, remember what I keep saying, a lot of people, they let tanks just siege up in bad spots. If you keep map control, tanks shouldn't be able to just walk across the map and siege up on your base. You should have seen them coming and been able to engage them on the way across the map. So don't let a Terran take a really good abusive position. If you let a Terran do that, pull back, give up that base, and go around and backstab them. And that's what we keep doing over and over here, right? This is how we make it work. Now, we actually, that's meant to be 2 lings. We built a drone. Always backstab wherever possible. Imagine hotkeying your spawning pool, chat says. That'll change to my Evo chambers later on, okay? It'll change to my Evo chambers, so we'll still build the lings there. Let's get the queen. Chat, making fun of me. They're like, what a tryhard. This guy really wants to win the video game, doesn't he? I do, guys. I really like winning. Yeah, just an organizational habit. I didn't actually check the command center or anything. Oh, he's here, so we're not going to be able to get that hatchery. Oh, no. What do we do if our hatch is blocked? Start the 3rd queen and the overlord straight away. Because, remember, that normally happens after the hatchery, but we're just going to get those a bit early. And what else are we going to do, guys? We're going to send a drone to each base. While my Zerglings just click to the... I'll just sacrifice the Zerglings to chase him. Inject. Inject. Keep droning. Pull those drones off there. Set the rally point. He's going to kill that one. Don't care. No worries. My opponent killed the drone. It's not the end of the world. We're going to take this 3rd. That'll be the 4th. And that'll be the 5th then. Changes nothing. So the Zerglings, I A-move to kill the Reaper. Let's just send those in now, I guess. Or just, yeah, A-move them. Because I didn't actually... get them across. Okay, so we can start the creep spread. We've got the 3rd base. Let's start getting our overlords out here. So our overlord pattern will change a little bit. And inject more drones. So the overlords are going to have to go here, here, and here now, which means I'll need 1 extra on the left side, which we'll set up now. Zergling's just going to go after the Reaper, force him to micro a bit. Doesn't matter. First inject, remember, always grab 2 of those drones, preferably as the eggs, and rally them there. 2 bases are saturated, 340, 345, so we queue up 2 more queens. Let's keep spreading creep with this Slash. She does a fantastic job. Inject, inject. And we're sacrificing the Overlord to see what's up. Now this Overlord... Oh my, he's floating at barracks. Oh no! It's 4 minutes, so let's build some of those safety Zerglings that I was talking about. And is that a battle cruiser? Because we see a tech lab, but nothing building. So let's make sure we check all the edges of this base. And I'll build a 6th queen straight away. And even a 7th queen, just to make sure. So notice these guys are all there. And yes, it's a fusion core. Ooh, run the drones away, aiming with the Zerglings. Let's build a few more Lings as well. And we don't want to chase with the Zerglings, because notice they clumped up. So, you might be worried because there is battlecruiser, but the fusion core just finished. So to build spores now is unnecessary. Let's build overlords, put them on the edges. I'm actually going to leave my overlord scouts out. Even though the battlecruiser could kill them, it'll tell me where the battlecruiser is coming from. So my overlords are like sacrificial spotters, just to give me warning of where I'm getting attacked from. Now, if you know it's a battlecruiser, you might be worried about an earlier lib or something coming in, so building spores earlier might be okay. Otherwise, about 5-10 is already, I would say, earlier than you ever really need to be getting them. Now, I'm going to leave that queen off my key in the main, just to help defend the main. Because my main's the most exposed base, I'm also going to build another thing up there. I forgot to get the Baneling Nest once again and the second gas. Oh my god, I suck at this. Jesus. Now, this is partially because I built Zerglings, because I was building extra queens, right? Because my opponent has been way in my face. So I slowed down the next bit of the build order, the gases and everything. And I actually think that's totally fine, because if we think about it, if you're forced to build a lot of Zerglings and queens, extra, spores, that means you're behind on the drone count. So I think it's actually totally okay to delay that, right? I think that makes perfect sense. Let's build a 4th base and a 5th base. And let's build more overlords. We're trying to put some Zerglings out. Now, the one thing you got to be wary of as well is that we're putting these Zerglings out. Battlecruisers often means mech, right? So that's definitely something we kind of have in our mind. We're spreading creep. We're trying to build more drones. We're trying to add all these hatcheries. Let's get the Spire, which is great versus this. And let's send our queens over there. Let's add this guy, or girl, I should say, as well. Let's put guys on gas while our queens are just A-moving the battlecruiser. Let's not stare at it. It's very easy to stare at a battlecruiser. If I lose a queen, it's not the end of the world. So let's just make sure we respread our creep and then come back over here. We see a lot of Hellions, and I don't have very many Zerglings. So I'm making Banelings to help me defend. I'm bringing all my queens over, and I'm just going to run my drones away. Now he's running away, so I go back to mining. But now the BC's over there. Deep breath, build another spore, keep building drones. Alright, now I've got enough Ling Bane to defend the right. We're going to keep reinforcing that to make sure that it stays that way. Queens attack the battlecruiser. If that dies, we do not care. Let's go. What do we do? Bane speed, double Evo, waiting for the Spire to finish, checking our worker count. We have more than enough workers. Now, if you can surround Hellions, Ling Bane's really good versus it. Meanwhile, we lost a queen because we weren't watching. That's okay. And the moment those Hellions are gone, back in control. Oh my god, another one? Leave me alone. So we're going to grab these guys, and we're going to build a spore on every base. And we're going to build a few more drones there, because we're obviously losing a lot of drones in this scenario. I'm still building lots of Ling Bane. Now you might be like, hey, if it's mech, shouldn't you be building roaches? Well, we'll build a roach horn just for safety, but we don't need it just yet. We're still going melee upgrades because I don't actually know if it's mech. It's probably mech, but we don't actually know. Bring that queen down there. Yeah, I still haven't confirmed, so let's build some overlords here. And do we want... Oh, we see Widow Mines as well. Still don't know. I mean, we're just going to build mutas, because mutas, they beat BCs in large enough numbers, and they're good versus bios. They're just a good unit. It looks like my opponent's playing Widow Mine Battlecruiser. Oh my god, this is a fancy composition. So we need Overlord speed. We're going to make 2 Overseers to go with our guys. And because it's mech guys, and it's a fancy mech comp, we are going to drone a lot more than we normally would, okay? Now, the counter to Widow Mines is actually Banelings. I know that sounds fucking crazy to most of you. Just trust me on this, okay? So I'm making more Banelings. Now the Mutas and the Queens together can take down the BCs. Let's transfuse. Transfuse. Now, let's pull back. And what do you do, guys? 3 Banelings is the magic number. Because there's battle cruisers, we'll roll more. But 3 kills Widowmines. Don't even need to see them. We're going to send them all in there. Just click on them. And now we can send the Zerglings in to take the rest of the shots. Yeah. So the trick against mass Baneling or Banelings in general is Widowmines used in small numbers is actually how you deal with mass Widowmine. It's just tricky to not run your whole army in. So how can we make this easier? If he's just going to keep doing that and forcing me to micro, what if I suck at micro? What if I find that stressful? How can you make the game less stressful for yourself? Make your opponent do some things. Now, what does that mean? What does make my opponent do some things? What I mean is that the reason it's stressful is your opponent's making you do things. And the way to make it less stressful for yourself is just make your opponent react to some shit that you do. Now, I've got a giant 85 drone economy. Let's go attack upgrades because this is Roach play. Let's get an infestation pit. Let's get a second spire in case it goes to mass species. We're just getting kind of all the tech. If you want hydras or whatever, you can do that. So what's something we can do that makes our opponent react? Remember our favorite key, guys. This is our run by / drop defense key. And we're going to click it in a mineral line, okay? Now remember our scouts that we love so much? Let's try and see, what does my opponent's army actually look like before I choose what I build next? So tanks, and it is mass battle cruisers. So I'm actually going to build corruptors now as well, guys, because my opponent is actually going for a wild composition. Whoops, accidentally canceled my spire. So the Banelings are going to roll into the mineral line. Now they're, oh, that's a planetary. It's the pleb skin planetary. So I didn't realize. Oh my god. That is like the worst skin in StarCraft. It has such a little gun on top of it. I mean, I love it because it looks so stupid, but that is actually the most confusing skin. I thought that was an orbital! So guys, just be wary of the classic skin. That's actually a cannon on top there, stuck on the gold thing. Okay. So this is going to be kind of fun. Let's get rid of these overlords. We don't want those in there. We're building corruptors, Ling Bane. So that's actually the 3rd base. Okay, yeah. So let's go for it. And what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to spread the Zerglings. Okay. So we're going to go to the right side, except all the Banelings are going to go over there and just click into that base. Actually, no. Let's make a lot more Zerglings to go with them because we know there's tanks on every base now. Let's queue up some injects. And remember, let's get Burrow. Now, why would you want to get Burrow? It's the same reason you want to do Poo. So we're going to do the Poo tactic. Box Overlords, Shift Hold position, deselect an Overlord. Right click, Shift Hold position, deselect. 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 So what did we just do, guys? We just told an Overlord to go poo on every one of our opponent's bases. Not only is that fun, because pooing is really funny, because I'm an adult, it's also... Okay, let's blow that up. That planetary is just erecting right now. It's actually not ready. Now it is. And Ling Bane is really expendable, so we're going to attack this side as well. So we're trying to kill all that. Because the BCs come back, we're going to pull back, and let's fly over this side. And we're just going to keep sticking with just Lings, Banes, Mutas. And we're trying to kill these Widow Mines. Now, if there's a lot of them burrowed, of course, that's very scary. But not many of them burrowing. Where are those battle cruisers? Looks like they're kind of not here right now. Okay, so we're going to try and just blow up that base. Let's try and make... ooh, my drone count is actually... Or my bank is empty, guys. That's kind of scary, right? So we're going to build drones there. And a few more drones here. So we've got a bit too much gas right now. So we'll pull these guys off gas. If you're going to play this sort of style, which is really good if your opponent's making just late game units, they don't really have much to work with. It's a really good way to play. So these guys are just going to attack in here. That army A moves, and then these Banelings are just going to try and click behind the command center so that they can kill the thing. We're going to P on it. So notice the banelings. Just click on it. That's fine. Okay, that's still a lot of BCs. So we're going to make a lot of corruptors just to make sure we don't die to those BCs. And we're also going to... Oh, he's going to go for the spires. Oh, that's actually a really clever move. I forgot about that. So we actually don't necessarily have enough corruptors to beat all this, which obviously could be a big issue. So let's try and rebuild that spire now. Oh, we're a bit slow to restart the spire. We should have done that before the lair died. But let's see if we can take him out. How many units do we have? Do we have enough, do you guys think? I think he's just used all of his Yamatos. So this is kind of an all-in. Now notice we're just target firing. So we've gone A move, A move, A move. And then once we've queued up those A moves, all we need to do is just spam transfuses. So notice it's not A moves, but target attack. So I'm actually right-clicking units. And if you think those commands are being screwed up, just right-click. Because right-click just means they're all shooting one guy. And you can see that their opponent's units just aren't as good in a big old pitch battle like that. So how many drones did we lose? Not that many. So we can still make Ling Bane once my spawning pool rebuilds. Did we lose the Baneling nest as well? I think so. So we're making Zerglings now, which is cool. This guy can run in there. But we've basically just got mass Corruptor. So let's try and fly in his base and see if we can do maybe some PP. Or maybe we'll just go in the natural. That's probably the most undefended area. So we're going to send some Lings there, some Lings there. See what our Corruptors can do. We're A-moving Lings because we know these are all orbitals. We're trying to catch whatever's coming out. We're just going to kind of pee on a bunch of different buildings. Because our Corruptors are mostly spread out, we should be okay. Oh, not these ones. And we've got Lings that are just kind of running into the bases. Oh, that's a planetary on the left, so... But we're peeing on the buildings, which is really effective. And the important thing is to just keep attacking. I think the urgency you want to have against a mech player is if you let them expand like I did, that's making your life so much harder. If I just denied the 4th base initially, with quicker mutas, like we'd be in such a better position, right? Now we saw he teleported to the right. Question is where? Yeah, so he's trying to get to the turrets. So we're going to make a few more Corruptors when all that's ready. Don't think we have an infestation pit. Let's just keep expanding, because that's how you lose these sort of games. Actually, the resources on this map are getting pretty low. So the natural is wide open, so we're going to try and run into the main with those Lings. Now, if we just stay out of Widowmine range... then that's okay. Okay. Now, let's try and make sure we've got tons of lava coming in. Yeah, these Zerglings trying to do what they can. And we're just going to try and... Because that base has a lot of missile turrets on it, that's going to be kind of tough. We'll see if we can pee on this base. And we're just going to see if we can get enough money to blow that base up. So we're trying to build a few more drones right now. So he's got, how many is that? 4 BCs and a bunch of Widowmines. We want about 20 Banelings and at 20 Corruptors before we fight this if we can. So we're counter-attacking with some Zerglings. We're making more Corruptors because that's the most important thing. We're going to take all these guys and saturate that base immediately. Saturate that base. Saturate that base. We're going to build, how many Corruptors are we at? 17. That's not enough, guys. So let's wait for some more units. What are we at? 1-1 upgrades? Let's make some Banelings so we can get rid of all this stuff. This is a really hard comp to deal with. If you let them get enough bases, my opponent's macroing really well, so hats off to my opponent. Oh, hello. Woo! So, I should have built those banelings faster just to get rid of the widow mines, and then his battle cruisers would have had to be a little more careful. Lesson learned. This guy's a sicko. I love it. So anyway, I've got too much gas banks. So let's just pull all the workers off gas. There, you guys can pull off there. Just go around and fix up that gas mining everywhere. We should be good. Build a few more guys for drones. What's our drone count? 79. Yeah, I think we should be fine. 23 corruptors is more than enough. I don't have a roach horn, and I'd like that. What if my opponent swaps into some other units, you know? And guys, what's the most annoying thing you can do? At this point, if we just burrow onto that base, he's only got this base, and then he's out of resources. So let's make more banelings. Let's spread more creep. How much income have we got? Crazy mineral income now. I think we're looking fantastic as long as we can mine out these bases. So we're going to try to mine that out, Now this is obviously me over-droning. I'm going to 100 drones right now. But that's an orbital, so let's see if we can roll banelings in there. We just stole those onto our dumping key. We're not even going to look at it. Do we actually have a hive? No, we lost all of our tech again, didn't we? So let's see what these guys can do, hey? Just forces a lift, doesn't really do much. Making lots of Ling Bane. Let's make some more overseers when we can. Because right now I've only got one, I think. Yeah. Let's try and just blow them up. Even if you don't have detection, if they burrow, that's fine. So we just blew them all up. There we go. Oof. So, what if you don't have all your Ling Bane on one control group? How can we simplify this? Well, what you could do is you could set your rally point, stop control grouping Ling Bane, and then just grab them when you need them, so you never have more than like 30 or 40 Ling Bane with you. And that means it's going to basically idiot-proof your setup, so that you're not as vulnerable to running all your shit in and losing it, I guess. So my opponent's trying to make some more orbitals, right? Let's try and remember, we've already got a poopy overlord. Let's send another poopy overlord if we can. He just saw my spires there, so I want to build 2 more over here just in case, or just 1 more, sorry. And we're going to build some spores just in case he tries to jump on that again, because he's being a bit of a dickbag, isn't he? He's also got some really nice upgrades. I'll pay him that. Now, because I've got this giant income, we can afford to do the wasteful stuff again. Okay, let's go. So there we go. We took those out. Now, he's not really Yamatoing the corruptors very well, which is very good for me, right? Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Let's get these guys. Once again, let's blow up one of these bases. So those guys are on my run by key, and that is about 50 banelings. We're going to also put some more guys on that key as well. Meanwhile, let's try and mine that out. Now he's trying to take this. He doesn't know about the burrowed zerglings. That's what's great, is he thinks it's the creep denying it. It's actually the burrowed zergling now. Let's try and run these guys in, see what we can do.
My man.
And he doesn't seem to have much, so let's cut off his retreat. And that's going to be great, isn't it? Let's try and run these banelings into the base as well, see if we can get some add-ons. We're making more zerglings and banelings behind us. So let's go for the starport tech lab. See if we can kill some more add-ons. Kill the command center at the same time. And this is beautiful, because now what can we do, guys? We can burrow a zergling, bring these guys back to my main army. Let's try and just burrow a whole pack of zerglings there. This overlord's pooping. And he's actually long distance mining it, which is obviously a problem. Does he have widow mines? Well, I think we're going to send the lings, because guys, that's too many BCs. I can't beat that. There's no way I can beat that. Maybe. I don't know. How many corruptors do I actually have? Only about 27. So we're going to try and base trade it instead. Go behind, kill the orbital. Build a spire there, build a spawning pool there. So we're trying to get these guys in to actually, win a base trade. Because the other way of doing it's just not looking that fun, is it? Not for me. So there we go. We've caught a BC. And we've just got to try and, losing my drones here. This is a disaster. It's not. I over-droned, remember, guys. So we're going to try to retake these bases literally behind the battle cruisers. Notice I've queued the drones to run south and then retake these 3 bases. But yeah, we are tearing up my opponent's production. And all we're doing is replacing the lings that die, the drones that die with more and more corruptors. And we're not fighting until it makes sense to fight. We get to choose when and where to fight. The moment you kind of have that deep in your soul as a Zerg player, the sooner you become just insanely good. Now we've only got 1-1 still, so this is still rough. But I think it's time. Let's just do it. I'm just target firing different DCs. He's going to try and run away, but he don't got no economy. So every time he disengages, what do we do, guys? We retake the expands. Oh, we need a hive apparently to get 3-3. I didn't even know that. Oh shit, I didn't even realize that we'd actually moved all the way across my... I was going to go see if I could pick off some BCs. Notice he's trying to do like auto turrets, anti-armor missiles, all the cool moves. Really great play by my opponent in terms of BC mech. But let's go back and look at how our life could have been 1,000 times easier. So first things first, I think we found a reaction here that was kind of necessary. We identified that my opponent was doing a very aggressive opening. So first of all, let's talk about our reaction. At first, I freaked out that my Bane nest, my lair, all that was late. In hindsight, that made perfect sense. This is something that happened on an almost subconscious level due to my experience, but it's really good. We finally got someone who was building non-stop Hellions. Not non-stop, but you know, close enough. And going battle cruiser. Now he builds a Banshee. That's a safety Banshee. Does he let that finish? Maybe he does. I can't remember if he lets that finish or not. He might cancel it. I think that's a finish. So that's just a safety Banshee to defend any attacks while he goes up to the BC. Fair enough. Fair enough from my opponent. Now, in this scenario, what did we end up doing? We said, well, we've scouted a BC. We want to go at least 7 or 8 queens, plus get the extra spore in the main. Because all our queens are going to be down here, defending the front, natural third, naturally. Which means the main, we only want to have 2 queens, 2 spores in there. So let's write out this response real quickly. Because this is definitely a situation a lot of people struggle with is those BCs, isn't it? Here we go. That's going to be the later bit, is those mutas. Replay analysis, 2000 atmos versus BC mine mech. Okay, so first things first, we spot early fusion core and tech lab starport. Producing equals BC. So, I mean, just generally, if you get your spores, like, I don't know, 5-minute 10 spore crawlers is okay. So what's our reaction, right? First of all, we want to go let's say 3 extra queens. 8 total. 5-10 spores. 2 in the main. So how many spores is that total, guys? 4. 4 total. And I think what we can say is because that costs us a lot of money, it's totally okay. So if many Hellions, I think we'll write this down. If many Hellions, extra lings as well, right? Because we need enough lings to kind of defend the Hellions on their own. Enough to defend Hellions on their own, whilst queens fight BC, right? Now the question is, what if they turn into Hellbats? That's going to cause us problems with just lings. Well, what would we do? We'd have to maybe run drones away, send the lings to backstab out, counterattack our opponent, backstab them, you know, that sort of thing. But let's look at, so if we are doing this response, does this delay our lair, our baneling nest, and all that? Should it really be delaying it that much? Does it need to delay it that much? I don't know, man. I mean, if I look at this, we probably could have skipped this 6th queen in the main, right? We didn't need her to be building. Or we could start the lair on our 3rd base, either way. I think, in general, we can probably refine the build order a little bit. And so I think, as standard, it's probably going to be okay for us to just say, yeah, I think about 55 to 60 supply, 4 minutes to 420. So I wanted to go back to the build order, and let's scroll up to our build order, guys. Diamond 3+, new opening. 4 minutes to 4 minutes 20. We're actually going to change that to be a little bit looser. Or we can say, more importantly, 55 to 60 supply. 2 base full, 1 gas, some drones go in a 3rd base, right? Yeah. We could say 8 drones on 3rd. 8 drones go in a 3rd base. So we could say 2.5 base full minerals, 1 gas. So that's a good benchmark for kind of when this stuff goes down, right? Now in this game, that's about this point. Could we start a lair, a Baneling Nest, a second gas, and still get all this Antia? I think so. I don't think we actually need a reaction here. I think this is me being lazy and going, oh, I haven't actually played this opening that I'm teaching you guys against this. Going back to my standard rule of 1 gas. We're not doing a rule of 1 gas, we're doing a rule of 2 gas. So this was me defending a little bit differently. It's the same pieces, it's just there should have been a faster second gas, lair, and Bane Nest. And that also would keep you safer against Hellbats, because you just run back with your lings, make Banelings, and then blow them up the moment you see those Hellbats coming in. Chat said, wouldn't a lot of queens be better for BC, Hellion? That's exactly what we just said. Yeah, we're going to 8 queens by default, guys. Yeah. Rather than 5, rather than just the 5. How big is the risk that your opponent goes Liberator range? Liberator range, so the maps don't really have any good Liberator spots. So where can a Liberator siege minerals without getting hit by queens? Notice there's heaps of space behind these mineral lines. The only spot, and we learnt about that from Massa in his TVP versus Straya, is on Blackburn. There's one spot where Stalkers couldn't reach it. Thing is, queens have 1 extra range than Stalkers anyway. They have 7 anti-air range. So queens might still have been able to hit the Liberators in those spots anyway, and that was only 1 map in the pool. Every other map, you've got so much space behind the minerals, ranged Liberator is not really a threat. I mean, I guess this is probably the scariest angle, like here, but even then you can just walk down there or there. There's no area where they can't be hit by queens. So Liberators aren't really going to find any crucial damaging spots on these maps. Yeah, it's just not going to be the case. I had some success with Hydra Ravager versus BC Mine. Was that because I'm low MMR? I mean, in low numbers, Ravagers can bile them down. It's just if they get like mass Widow Mines, it's really annoying to try and do double corrosive bile on every Widow Mine. It's just very micro intensive. If they get to like 30 Banelings, 30 Widow Mines, you can't do that. So if you're already on Ling Bane tech, that makes sense. If I was already on Roach Hydra, absolutely, yeah, you could just stay Roach Hydra. I mean, it's pretty damn good. You mean because Ravager range exceeds the mines? Do Ravagers, they've got 6 range, is it? Is it 6 range with their regular range? The thing is, if they kind of run in and burrow on top of you, right? If the fights, I mean, if it's just BC mine, BC9's mine is not really a solid comp, so yeah. Normally there'd be like tanks and stuff, which is what makes it kind of hard. So normally I find the Widow Mines are going to get shots off or make it really hard to engage into, because you can't really just stop and be clearing the Widow Mines at the edge of your range if you want to be closing in with a tank army. So this is interesting. I've never played against BC Mine before. This is a massive troll comp that would probably work in lower levels a lot because mines are so good versus stacked Corruptors or Muters. It's pretty good versus Ling Bane too. But yeah, you could just A move if it's BC Mine, sure, because there's no tanks. Yeah. If they had some tanks, that's where you get in trouble, yeah. Would Broodlords make more sense? I mean, Broodlords are nice because they just auto-kill Widow Mines from far away, but they actually kill them very slowly, and the problem is, if there's other fighting units around, like Hellbats, they'll prioritize shooting those, because they don't count a Widow Mine as a fighting unit. They count it as an SCV until the Widow Mine is burrowed, and they go, oh, well, we'll start shooting you. So the Widow Mines can kind of walk on top of your Broodlords, burrow, and kill all the Broodlords. That happens to low-level players, mid-level players all the time, so you gotta be really careful with Broodlords. They're nice for slowly getting efficiency, but Banelings are what just absolutely stops Mass Widow Mine from walking forward. If you didn't lose your tech, would Mass Corruptor and Broodlord make more sense? What about putting the second Spire far away from the first so Terran can't Yamato both down? Yeah, no, that's a good safety precaution. It's also a bad Spire positioning. You normally want to put your important tech structures in the middle, because that's easier to like drop from the side, come and kill. It's just usually better to put your important tech kind of in between your bases, nestled in some nice safe positions. How many fungals kills a group of Widow Mines? Quick Google will tell that for you. I actually don't know Widow Mine's hit points. I think it's 90? Yeah, I think it's 90. So 3 fungals should kill them because it's spell damage if you perfectly chain them, but if there's any overlap, you'd need a 4th fungal. I know it's a Zerg stream. What do you think the Terran should have done differently? Played a good composition. My opponent did really well with this comp because I didn't handle it particularly well, but it's just not a solid composition. It kind of relies on you getting a Zerg who doesn't really know how to handle the Widow Mines and then mass expanding along the edges of the map while the Zerg doesn't stop you from doing that. But if the Zerg is just going to keep denying your edge bases and blocking them with lings and everything, it'll work fine. So, I mean, it's kind of like, hey, what should you do better with your gimmicky style? He did really well with this style. It's just a gimmicky style which a correct response will destroy. So there's not too much you can break it down. This is the worst thing to play against. So, okay, so as I said, I should have still got the layer of the Baneling Nest on time. So even when I'm reacting to things, let's remember to do that on time in future games. Other than that though, why was my game harder than it needed to be? So, I should have been able to kill my opponent with Muta Ling Bane. So in general, if your opponent plays mech style guys, and you're playing Muta Ling Bane to start, definitely getting Roach Tech available to swap into that's really good. If it's Sky Terran, adding Corruptors to beat the BCs can be really good. But you should actually be able to kill them when they take their third base with Baneling speed. So let's go to about that point in the game, and let's kind of look at this from my point of view and say, how could I have known that I could have done this? So we're just going to 8 times speed. I didn't handle the pressure perfectly. You know, I was trying not to be lightning fast and stuff, but you can see the vision. I was setting up really well. You know, overall, we were fine. We were up a bunch of drones. We didn't take crazy damage. When I finally surrounded the Hellions, that was really good because we took away my opponent's map control. So at this point, Baneling speed's almost done. I should be building a big round of mutas earlier. I don't know why I took so long to do that. I think I just forgot my Spire finish as I was explaining concepts of what I was doing. So as soon as these 12 mutas come out, we should be flying across the map, and I should be doing nothing but making Ling Bane with the rest of my gas. And what I can do is I can basically come in with some Ling Bane here, from this side towards the third, the rest of my army from here or here, and I could also roll about 15 Banelings to blow up a depot and get in the natural mineral line. And if you look at it, it's just like, what can he do against that? Now obviously he distracted me with this and I was like, whoa, what is this? Right now, my opponent has very little to defend at home. A couple Widow Mines, a couple tanks. You A-move a bunch of Zerglings in right now. Like even here, why am I not just sending my Zergling Baneling around? He's at a very fragile point where he's being exceptionally greedy and he's relying on me tunnel visioning on this problem. And I did tunnel vision on it. Now, I kind of did that because I was explaining how to deal with this particular unit set problem. But that made me blind to a huge point, which was, what's he doing? He's just sieging outside my base. He's not doing anything here, guys. He's not actually doing anything. Keep the Banelings and the mutas at home if I want, but really, I should just grab all the Ling Bane, send it across, A-move this base, force that to lift, get Banelings in at least one of the mineral lines. That's going to force all of his attention at home, and then I can just use a reinforce. Build Zerglings, make Banelings. If he tries to push in, we kill it with the mutas and the Banelings popping out. And even the thing is, if he starts pushing in, you can just attack with the mutas, force him to burrow, pull back. He unburrows, you attack again, force, and you can just kind of slow him down. He can't just walk into a base. And he doesn't have that much damage anyway here. One of his BCs is already deep in the red. So that would be, don't just let them take an expansion for free. Especially the 4th base should never be allowed. The 3rd base, I'm already saying it's kind of criminal. If they're playing a silly battlecruiser, Widow Mine mech style, but really any mech style, if you're Protoss, if you're Zerg, if you're Terran, if you're playing Bio, Zealot Stalker, Ling Bane, anything, attack when they take the 3rd base. A mech player does not have the production to really defend properly. He's trying to get up to 3 starports. He only has 1 factory building tanks, next to no tank production, has no Hellions, only these 2 Widow Mines. Just can't handle like 30, 40 Zerglings running in. Is absolutely gonna destroy right there. And it doesn't need to win the game. It's 1 attack, I'm droning behind it, I'm making more mutas, and then my mutas can just start flying between the bases as well. And it's all good. It's 3 Banelings to blow up the Widow Mines, guys. If there's other units around, you can send in 5, 6, 7, 8 at a time. You don't need to be perfectly efficient, especially if those Widow Mines are clumped up. If it's 10 Widow Mines, you can roll 10 Banelings into that. That's an amazingly positive trade for you, because in Zerg vs Terran, you're actually meant to be trading inefficiently. So if you're killing equal Widow Mines for Banelings, like that's great. And the fact that you can get 3 Banelings to kill 10 Widow Mines is beautiful. Thank you very much, Wiseacre, for the 100-bit cheer. What's the strategy for Baneling beating Widow Mines? Are you just trying to spread them as best you can? I think I showed it really well. Did you miss that game? I think it's just you just roll banelings in a few at a time, and the widow mines kind of suck. Now, that's just mass widow mine on its own. Obviously, if they have enough other stuff with it, or if they're playing bio mine, that's a different thing. If they're playing some widow mine sprinkled in with their mech composition, whatever your standard go-to against mech, you know, is just fine. We showed earlier today, player was playing mech. What do we play? Just roaches and banelings. Roach Ravager, Ling Bane is kind of the standard ground units. We did use some mutas to just kind of force some anti-air from our opponent, but then we just did nothing but Roach Ling Bane, Ravager Ling Bane for the rest of the game. And that's just a generic composition that works versus everything. Yeah. Good night, Lundrill. Thank you very much, mate. It's all going up on YouTube anyway. Alright, Zerg vs Protoss. I think that's my first one today. No, I think I got one before. I think my second versus Protoss. Alright, guys. We did a big base trade earlier, didn't we? So let's see what we get this game. So, first Overlord goes over there, checks what's up in the natural, then goes back to the pillar. Set the rally point. Second base, third base, fourth base, and fifth base. Overlord on the way. Gonna stack these workers up on the closer patches. Extra drone. Starts the second late. Big thank you, Darth Mufasa, for dropping those noxious fumes in the chat. Thank you, mate. I tried Hydra with Microbial. Microbial doesn't do anything to spellcasters. Oh, sorry. I was thinking of Blinding Cloud. Oh, you mean to make the Hydras absorb the damage? Yeah. Your Hydra GL destroyed by the BC and Widow Mine after Terran focused your detection. Yeah, use Vipers. Just abduct the battle cruisers and BCs into you. Oh shit, we just went hatch first. Pig! God damn it, stop reading chat at the start of the game. It's alright. So we did like a 17 hatch. We're going to attack him to make sure we're not being cannon rushed. And then we can just go pool, then gas. It works out to be very similar, guys. It's just not quite as safe. To be fair, I guess we can just use this as an example. The build will end up at the exact same point as it normally does. Might be a little faster or a little slower at some things, but it's going to be very much the same thing. So guys, we are rallying there. That can go there. Now, it's kind of past the time where I'm really worried about a cannon rush. It's already like 1:40. If you want to stay on it a little bit longer to be super safe, you can, but you don't need to. We're going to build an Overlord straight away. So the only difference is we'll build both Queens and some Zerglings at the same time, guys, and that'll be at 20 supply. So we build the 20th drone, we rally down there, and we're going to build the Zergs and Queens. Sorry, says Omnonomi. That's alright, it's not your fault. But yeah, I wouldn't bother with Microbial Shroud. Just abduct the battle cruisers in one at a time so your Hydras can just like kill them really quickly. And just, if you're going to play Hydras versus mech, play Roach Hydra Viper and just get your Vipers out very quickly. It's one of the best ways to play versus mech. If you're not killing them early with like a Roach Hydra timing or something, then that's the way to do it. So we built 4 Lings, guys. So we're going to put some scouts out there. This guy accidentally got stopped for some reason. And let's go take our third base. Remember, 32 third base. These 2 Lings are just going to chill at home. Overlord out front. So we go third base. And then what do we do, guys? Third Queen and then Overlord. So see, we're back at the exact same position we'd be in, even if we did the other build. Now, I'm building an Overlord from the main rather than the natural, because I want drones popping out from the natural closer to the minerals. That is a super peak micro optimization that you do not need to bother with. But just pointing out why I do the things I do. If you guys see me doing those little try-hard maneuvers, I want you to understand why I do them at least. So we're building a few more Overlords for the edges. We're injecting, we're building drones. I've got those Ling spotters out to see if anything comes my way. We're going to send this Overlord in right now, just because he's pretty far back. So it'll be about 3:45 by the time he goes into the base anyway. Oh my god, I managed to catch that sneeze. Holy crap. Whoa. Oh, that does not feel good. Oh man, I'm regretting that. 2 more Queens. And it is a Void Ray, guys. Big surprise there. Inject, inject. A lot of people get really frustrated when they see Void Rays, guys. We really do not care. So Lair, second gas, Baneling Nest. Now I am going to pull these Overlords back just so we don't give free kills to it. And we're going to try and drone up that base. Get this creep spread out. It's pretty important. Let's put those guys there. Let's get that Baneling nest that we're talking about. And let's get a spore in each base. Keep droning. Now, we see my opponents go on a third base. Let's put a Zergling there. I'm going to build some more Lings in case the depths come in. Because, guys, 4:30, 4 minutes. Remember, we always build Zerglings around this time. Even if we know it's Void Rays or something. They can always run a depths in. Even if you see BC, they can always run Hellions in. Just waiting for a few more Overlords to pop. And we're clicking all the Overlords to the back. But check it out. We've got some Queens out front. We've got a few extra Queens we built. We're building a few extra Zerglings for safety. Now, my drone count's not super crazy or anything. But that's all fine. We're going to make an Overseer here, which we'll send along the edge to scout. We're also going to put a patrolling Zergling over there. And, okay. We're going to try to kill the Oracle if we can. We're still building drones. Let's get Double Evo. Let's get Spire. And, yeah, we'll put it there. Build some more stuff. Okay, guys, so we're obviously taking all these gases, but we haven't taken the 4th and the 5th yet, right? We're a little bit slower on that this game, but that's okay. We just slightly reordered it. I wouldn't bother doing that. I'd just stick with whatever works for you guys, whatever you're most comfortable with. Just in this scenario, it felt more comfortable to me, so it's one of those things where if you're not as high level, usually just stick to the same order every single time. Okay, so we're going to build more spores there. And we're just going to quickly move these guys up. We're going to try to make upgrades and Bane speed while these guys go over there. And we can't see beyond that grass, so I'll put my Zerglings out there to spot for it. And we're going to move this spore from the natural, the most defended base over there, okay? So we've got 3 bases now, and our opponent's still building Void Rays and Shield Batteries. Oh my. So what is that, guys? It means that my opponent can't really attack me. So we're going to go straight for the gases on these bases. He's also building cannons and batteries everywhere. So it's a nothing but Skytoss player. So remember, these guys usually suck balls. So what are we going to do, guys? We're going to try and make a round of mutas to catch him off. First, let's make drones, because we don't actually have that much gas. So let's sacrifice. Notice I'm building 3 drones, clicking on a gas. 3 drones, clicking on a gas. 3 drones, clicking on a gas. And I'm going to try and do the same thing over here. Let's try and spread creep. That's really important here. We'll put some more Zergling spotters out. We'll keep trying to spread creep as much as possible. And he's got a lot of Void Rays. So obviously that's kind of scary. But we don't want to show him my mutas. Now I'm replacing all these drones I've lost. We're at a really high worker count. If you're worried, you can build more Queens for sure. Now I'm going to grab every Zergling and try to kill that Nexus. I do not want to let that get up. Behind this, what are we going to do? Inject, inject, inject. And look at my minerals and gas, guys. I think it's time for that big wave of mutas. If I was under more pressure, I would have built them earlier and used them to defend. But because we've managed to hide it, that's really nice. Unfortunately, my lava sucks. So, inject, 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 inject. Remember the macro dump? Inject, 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 inject. And we've got 19 mutas. Now, it looks like he might come down there. So we're building Zerglings, clicking there. Building Zerglings, clicking there. No control group. Now, the question is, what do we do from here? If he's just going pure Sky Toss, what do we do from here? And the answer is actually Muta Ling Bane, as silly as that sounds. So what are we doing, guys? We've got a great economy. We're building nothing. The mutas are going to go for a big old flyby. We're going to build a few more drones. Get to 85 because he's playing Mega Turtle. Oh, we're going to have to kill those Void Rays, aren't we? Okay, let's just kill these Void Rays. Now this warns him of what's happening, but that's okay. Mutas are really good versus Void Rays. Now if we focus fire there, maybe we kill more, but I think we got them anyway. So what are we doing, guys? We're building Ling Bane, and we're going to make a hive as soon as that infestation pit's done. Because we'll make a second spire as well, but we can kill that arc on just A-moving, so we take out the highest threats first. And we're going to try and depower these shield batteries if we can. Now, if we can move on the Phoenix, you want to get on top of them, is how you take out Phoenix. Now, he forgot to bring his Void Rays here. There we go, there they are. Remember, click the Phoenix if you can. And click these units that are away from the shield batteries. So we're just trading out really nicely here. We're going to build some more drones behind it. Looks like my guys are going to die. So let's just shift click on probes while my lings are going to click the nexus. So the mutas are dead. Okay, that's fine. We've got a hive on the way. Now, you might be like, what the fuck did you say about going Ling Bane? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, Pig. Yeah, well, it's really annoying to try and like beat Skytoss kind of front on. Let's try and run these guys in there while the other ones kind of come over there, do what they can. Oh, he swapped back into ground. Oh my god, okay. That I was not expecting. Well, this is kind of an advantage of this as well, I guess. Do we want to take this base? It's what we call a Chad hatchery. It's how you tell your opponent to get out of the game. Just kidding. Basically, Ling Bane can just crash into their economy, and we can just keep denying that base. So we're going Adrenal. We'll get 3/3 and Ultras. And the thing is, his air army was just Void Rays. It wasn't a big threat that was going to come kill me, because I could always defend it with like Queens, Mutas, Spores. So in the interim, though, I've got to stop him getting an amazing army, right? So what are we doing, guys? We are massing Ling Bane. And my Mutas are actually going to fly into his base again, and I'm just dumping those. They're dumped. They're not an important unit, okay? And I'm putting every queen on a hotkey here. And we're going to try and defend this with Banelings and Zerglings, okay? Which... Banelings, go for the Zealots! Go for the Zealots! Oh my god, I don't know if it's going to work. Oh, that's actually... So, yeah, Archons are your absolute nemesis, for those who don't know. So we're trying to just like A-move mass Zerglings here. Our Mutas are in a mineral line at the same time. Because we got rid of the Archons, there is hope. So we're going to try and build Spores underneath here. We're going to try and A-move our Zerglings. The Mutas killed one mineral line, so send them into the other. And I'm shift-hold positioning them. And he's obviously going to do that. So we don't even need those Spores. We could cancel those if we want. So notice now, I'm even going to micro the Mutas if I want. Or we could just shift-hold position on the next mineral line. And the Lings are just A-moving towards the natural and the main base now. So we just hold position, they'll kill some stuff. Let's make sure he doesn't have the left base, just in case. And then we get to Ultra Tech, we go 3/3. Now this was actually kind of wild, because I did not realize he was swapping back into ground, and that's why this game got so hard for me. Those guys, probably not a good idea. So let's chill for a second, shall we? Actually, do you guys think we can just kill this? I have so much money. Maybe. Oh, let's try and kill these High Templar. This is probably a very bad move. Adrenal is very good, but there is such a thing as just being wasteful. And that's what we are doing here. This is unnecessarily risky. Now, this is where you want to use hold position. So you kind of move them in and you just hold position them on top of the probes so that they automatically hit the probes. There we go. Now, once again, he's got air units. Ignore the air units. If you build your economy well enough against a Skytoss player, especially if you can surprise them with mutas, but even if not, if we just gone straight Ling Bane, we'd be hammering them even earlier. A few more drones, not too many. And we're just checking our bases to see if we need to transfer. And now we're going to build 10 Ultralisks. And then just Zerglings behind that as well. And we're going to see what we can do with that. So, this is my only queen that's left. So let's build some, there's one as well. Let's try and do that. And I think this will be really nice. Yeah. So, basically, we just want to send a few Lings up there, a few Lings there. Otherwise, we're just building more Ling Bane. A couple Void Rays does not really scare your ground army. I think the hard part is, of course, like, the less Spores and Queens you build, the more vulnerable you are to the Void Rays attacking. So, arguably, I could have built a few more Queens earlier on to be, if I'm playing, like, and it's kind of a meta decision as well, I would argue. Like, if everyone's really aggro with their Void Rays on the ladder and you're struggling with it, there's probably a good idea to build more Queens, just every game by default, right? So we're going to aim with half there and half into that base. And then what are we doing, guys? We're getting double upgrades behind it. So we can always build mutas if we need. If my opponent was swapping carries, I'd start building tons of Spore Crawlers on the map. Notice the Lings can run right inside. The important thing is to be proactive. I think this is such an important game because it teaches us something about it's not important for you to sit back and think of your army as a defensive force as Zerg. Even in this scenario where they have such good static defense, if you think of, okay, I'll build this to counter that and this to counter that, and I'll wait for them to come to me. Guess what you're setting up for, guys? An atomic wedgie. There is nothing Protoss players love more than seeing a Zerg who is nervous about committing hard in one direction, because it gives the Protoss the sign they know this guy's not going to even tell the fucking principal on them. He's not going to go to the teacher. He's not going to tattle. He's just going to fucking take it. So that Protoss player knows they can just give you an atomic fucking wedgie by hard countering every unit you build. And this is why this introduces a fundamental concept of Zerg versus Protoss. Protoss has better tools than Zerg. They are just simply using the better toolkit. I'm not even fucking memeing. Their units are better than yours. And that is something you need to embrace as a Zerg. They're like, yeah, he admits it. He admits it. Protoss is unfair. So, but then you find if you actually play Protoss, that they have much more expensive units. They're much slower to build. They need individual production facilities for each one. What does Zerg have that's complete bullshit, guys? What does Zerg have that's complete bullshit? Nothing. Queens, lava, lurkers, swarm, everything, all of it. Production, yeah, all of it. 1,000 things. Everything's bullshit. Nothing. You guys saying nothing, don't know anything. Guys. What did I do this game? Look at my production. Okay, we're gonna go to the corner of the map and I wanna show you the production. Look at the production tab only. Okay, so I just wanna paint a picture here. First of all, unit tab. My opponent has been building units incrementally this whole early game despite doing a macro build. They have a harassment scouting unit, a couple of scouting units, and a big pack of 7 very expensive general fighting units. What do I have? I have a bunch of injecting and creep spreading macro power units. So those are the mules of Zerg. I have mule / chrono boost, and I have 17 of the weakest unit in the fucking game and nothing else. And that is the bullshit of Zerg, because now watch my production tab. So my opponent's like, okay, you're droning, you have queens, they can't get information on what I'm doing. It's really advanced and hard for a Protoss to know what I'm doing, okay? It's very hard. So anytime they sit back and don't do a timing attack, I could just be like, lol, I would build 19 mutas at once. 19 mutas. And I'm gonna send them around the edge of the map, and then they're gonna fly in and fucking do game-ending damage. Do you know how unfair this is? And you know what? I could have even ignored the Void Rays. Losing this base, especially with Queens and Spores, would not have been an issue. If I went straight for the probes, I would have killed even more. It's so bullshit because Zerg is agile. And I mean that in the literal sense. Zerg is the quickest race to change direction. I'm pretty sure that's the dictionary definition of agility, right? It's changing direction very quickly. It's going one way and then going the other way. That's agility, right? I'm getting me words right. Someone can fact check me in the chat. Pretty sure that's agility. So the whole point is, as a Zerg, you can shift one way and then another way. Now, if I build these mutas and I sit at home, my opponent can build 10 Phoenix, and the Phoenix will kill the mutas without losing a single Phoenix. And I'll go, Zerg's so bad, Zerg's unfair, Zerg's unfair, Zerg's unfair. But if my Spire was scouted, and I was like, oh yeah, this guy's already baking Phoenix, I just wouldn't build anything. So even if they see the Spire, they might start pumping Phoenix, the objectively worst unit in the game in this matchup for anything except killing mutas. They are the worst unit. They don't do anything well except kill mutas in PvZ. And my opponent's dumping 150 minerals and 100 gas into each one. They build like 8 of those massively delayed carriers or whatever it is they have planned next. And I'm like, oh, by the way, I'm just actually making lurkers or going high for broodlords. And they're like, what? I built 8 Phoenix. It's really hard for them to build their own units, but why don't you just mass roach, guys? Well, that's great as well. If you mass roach, especially if you mask what you're doing at all, and then you just run across, hit a sharp attack, you're going to catch him with only a few immortals or only a few void rays, right? You can do massive damage. Not in this scenario, because he was building mass void rays already. So his standard units were good versus roaches, right? But not good versus mutas. That's why I picked mutas here, right? It's also because that's what I'm doing every game right now. But if I was being super strategic and flexible, I could pick that, right? Same thing, like if you build 20 roaches and then you sit there and then you make 60 roaches and you sit there and then 2 minutes later you attack, they've got 8 immortals and they just give you the middle finger and laugh at you. And these 8 immortals, maybe they got storm as well or some splash damage. And it's just absolutely savage. Absolutely savage. So it's actually just this thing where what we see here is I make one type of unit, I hide them, I dive in, do as much damage as I can, I swap into a very drastically different unit, the Ling Bane, which the Phoenix are not effective against at all, and they end up finishing things off essentially. I'm also adding Ultras, because Ultras beat basically everything on the ground, they're really easy to use, I've already got the upgrades for them, and I could go Corruptor Viper. So if there was going to be lots of carriers, I could use Corruptor Viper or even just pure Corruptor Ultra, which is a really easy way to solve Skytoss. But yeah, a lot of people say, yeah, Skytoss easier to do. Maybe it's balanced at the highest level. You don't need to be very good to master Skytoss. It takes a lot of effort to counter it. Welcome to RTS games, Felix Peak. That is, every race has many strategies that fit into that. They fit into that category. This is RTS games. Do you know what happened last night? I want to share a story. Pig, you're an expert. You're not in touch with the player base. You don't know what it's like to play against us. Anyone who's watched my stream enough has seen me rage my ass off versus Skytoss. They've seen me rage my ass off versus some fucker who builds a wall of spines and infestors, or planetary fortresses and sits behind it. There are games where your opponent does a strategy which makes the game different to the sort of game you wanted to practice and play. I'm going to give you another story. Last night, I was playing Age of Empires 2, a game which I am learning as a complete noob with no competitive background in it. I'm about 40, maybe 50 games in. Do you know what happened last night? The first game I queued, I said, oh, I'm so excited to play some games of this RTS. I'm really learning it. I'm so new. It feels like the learning curve is, you're learning so much early on in an RTS when you first start playing. Not playing Franks, actually. No, I'm trying to learn archers. I'm playing Britons and Ethiopians a bit. Bit of both, and I suck at both. Do you know what, guys? My opponent's little fucking dude on a horse, the scout, runs into my base. I didn't even notice it. I'm there focusing on my build order. I look over, where the fuck did all me sheep go? Because I don't like to sit all my sheep under my town center, because then the stupid shepherds kill extra sheep they don't need to. I like to leave them off to the side, bring them in when they're needed, so it's really optimized. Turns out, the other guy can run in, say, hey, come over here, steals all of my fucking sheep. This is like losing half your mineral line in the early game. This is like how drastically this fucks you. It's called laming in Age of Empires. It's so fucking bad. Every single, and I didn't even notice it straight away. Normally you can chase after it and get them back, but I didn't even notice it. I'm like, fuck. I managed to guess the path they're on. I intercept it with my scout. I go, phew. I get them back, tell them to go back. Their scout runs along. Do you know what he does, guys? Kills a sheep, kills a sheep, kills a sheep, kills a sheep, gives me the middle finger and runs off laughing. I didn't even know you could do that. And I'm like, wait, I remember, technically I've heard people say you could do this, but no one's done it to me. This motherfucker, literally, it's like a guy walks into your base and he just kills 3 of your mineral patches and walks away. Do you know how fucking broken that is? I was so enraged in that moment. I was like, this is fucking stupid. And I know it's controversial. There's people who argue that it's part of the game, people that argue it's broken. It's kind of like a Skytoss or a Cannon Rush or a 12 pool or a Proxy Ravager. It is the cheesy bullshit that forces the game to be completely different from what you want to play. And then I took a few breaths and I looked up some YouTube videos and I figured out how it works. And I kind of wrote a few little notes for myself and made a few mental, I didn't write them down, I just did them in my head, a few mental checklists. I'm like, okay, to keep the sheep close to my town center. If the scout runs too close, I want to get better at doing the little wall off to block it and then quickly killing him with arrows in the town center because people are doing that to me more. I'm realizing I've got to be wary of running near their town center. Okay, I got to just micro my shepherds a bit better. And I'm like, there's a way to do it. It's just in that moment of not understanding how it works, it is grossly overpowered. Now, after that process of figuring out how to deal with that situation, do I still think it's kind of bullshit? Maybe it is, but here's the secret, guys. Whether or not I think something is imbalanced, I, as a fucking rule, will not let myself engage in that discourse or that conversation. And this is not about me. People used to say I wanted to protect Blizzard because I would never say anything about balance, ever. I was so cautious. People would go, it's because you just want to get jobs with Blizzard, you want to suck their dick. And I was like, first of all, it's sucking their teeth, not their dick. Number one. Number two, no, they don't give a shit. Number three, they wouldn't even care if I did. But number four, no, it's for my own fucking sanity. If I want to play a game of, let's say I was a soccer fan. Every day I played soccer for 5 hours, and on the weekends I played competitions, and I fucking make a YouTube show and a Twitch show about soccer and how to kick the ball properly and different formations and strategies. If I let myself spend a significant portion of my time, especially after losses, complaining about how the size of the ball and the grass was too moist and muddy or some shit, the grass was too slippery, I wouldn't enjoy soccer anymore. I'd have a fucking cry about it every single day, and I'd be like, no, it would hurt my ability to take responsibility for my wins. It would hurt my enjoyment of the game because I'd be focusing my fucking problem solving and mental energy on complaining rather than solving the problems in front of me. And I'd be too obsessed with it being fair, and competition is by its very nature not fair. Whatever you're in, especially physical sports, there's always someone who's fucking bigger than you. And StarCraft is a physical sport in a way. There's always some kid who's got more APM and faster reaction speed than you. There's always someone who's got an unfair advantage. There's always some guy who's, I don't know, does IQ factor into StarCraft? I don't really know if it's IQ, but I talk to guys like Neeb, and I definitely come out feeling like that guy has a better brain than I do, and I feel like I'm disadvantaged from birth. Like, you guys go have a conversation with Cyril or Neeb or Estrella or one of these guys, you're like, that guy's brain is larger than my brain. And I could complain about that. These guys are just smarter than I am. So for me, it's a rule where I don't enjoy thinking about disadvantages. I have trained myself through many years of the torture of playing an incredibly unkind game that is StarCraft, where the situation very rarely repeats itself. There's always a variation. There's always a different... It doesn't give you an easy training environment where you can repeat the same golf stroke over and over and over again. It gives you oh yeah, it looks the same, but wait, there's this different factor and that different factor. It is by its very nature a very difficult competitive environment. And so for me, to enjoy the game, I have found that I need to just focus on embracing the challenges. We were talking about this earlier with the Ling Bane wars and how I sucked at Ling Bane and I found it stressful and I didn't like Zerg versus Zerg. But I just said, suck it up. Let's learn how to hit and actually embrace the thing that I'm bad at. And this is something I use all the time. If I die to an all-in that feels really unfair, there are two things I do. I learn how to execute that all-in from the other side, because that teaches me the details of how it works. What corners is it cutting? What is it missing? Why is it so strong? Because usually once you understand why it's so strong, you also understand why it's so weak in other areas. And that's usually in the moment of being upset about a game being unfair, a situation being unfair, you're almost always angriest when you understand something the least. And the more you understand it, the more many solutions to the problem become clear. And you kind of go, oh, I could do that or that. And it's this beautiful thing where you realize, oh shit. So whenever I get super angry at someone doing something stupid bullshit, if you guys hear me go, this goes stupid all in, stupid. If you guys hear me, you'll see me usually go through that process on stream where I then kind of harness that rage a little bit and I go, why am I so angry? And I try to look outside of myself, which having a Twitch chat of people going, whoa, you seem really angry, fucking 32-year-old man playing a video game. And I'm like, yeah, it is kind of silly, isn't it? That helps bring me out of the rage. But then I go, well, why was I so angry? And usually I probably don't fully understand what was happening there. And once I do, I can come up with plans for it. So I really like the Ling Bane swarming through your opponent's style, guys. I think it's just such a great way to overwhelm a player if you let them get their bases up. But once again, kind of like the turtleneck in the previous game, what are we seeing? We're seeing players who are very defensive, very static focused, and the goal was to crack through. Don't let them get a third, don't let them get a fourth. Keep rolling those Lings and Banes and keep rolling those Lings and Banes and drown them in our Lings and Banes. And you might be like, well, what if your spy is being scouted, or you're not confident going for the mutas? Maybe you don't have an overseer scout, so you can't verify. Are they building Void Rays, Phoenix carriers? Oh, I don't know. What if you just go straight Ling Bane in that last game? Would it have worked? Absolutely, guys. The trick is, I may have to give up a base or two if they go for a bit of a base trade with the Void Rays. But if you hit them with a shit ton of Ling Bane, and all their Void Rays are on your side of the map, your Ling Bane kills their buildings a lot faster than their Void Rays kill yours. You can gather your queens together, build some spores in your natural or something. You can still defend 2 or 3 bases from the Voids, and your Ling Bane are going to be tearing down the natural wall and the third base at the same time. So what you do in that scenario, if you're say attacking with like 80 Zerglings, 20 Banes, and they're attacking you with like 10 Void Rays, you want to get like 20 Zerglings and just click them on like their Cyber Core or something. Worst case scenario, your opponent's really high level, and you know what they do? They have a shield battery already, they overcharge it, and they tell it to heal the Cyber Core. But even then, you can split the Zerglings and click on different buildings, and like +1 Zerglings actually kill building walls really quickly. And because they've got no damage output at that stage, or very little, usually it works super duper well. You can at least take out the third base. Yeah, obviously I'm winning. I'm not trying to handicap myself massively, guys. The first losses, oh, we got a loss there on Lightshade. I don't know what happened that game. And then there was the first 2 ladder games, I think, was here. Obviously, yeah. I mean, I don't have any interest in losing games. I've said out loud, I should have lost this game. I should have lost this game maybe 4 or 5 times where I've messed up my build a little bit. And because of that, I've had to use very high level game knowledge and positioning, base trades, backstabs, and that sort of stuff to actually come back from a messy opening, right? And I'm like, well, that's cool because I show you how to come back, but I really want you to remember every one of those games. If I'd lost that game at that point because I don't have that high level knowledge, go back, fix the build. I always in those games, I pointed out what I did wrong to put myself in that very compromised situation. And that's where you should focus that sort of thing.